I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
See, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 feet advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics. Okay. You know why? Why? No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, the Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm just
That's the
looking.
same way we are. We don't no politics, none of
I'll
this.
with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the boxing scholar's on.
I gave my obligation, and we got to address this shit, man. We got to talk about Mike Tyson. Like, I can't do it. I can't do this anymore. And it's really funny because it's the same conversation that I be having year after fucking year, because people really think that Mike Tyson is overrated. And look, it just depends on who you're talking to, right? How good they rate Mike Tyson. But when you were talking about Mike Tyson, you were talking about the undisputed champion at the age of 20, the youngest champion ever at the age of 21. And you got to put fucking respect on his name. The stuff that they give Mike Tyson shit for, they give everybody credit for, right? Like, no disrespect to Tim Witherspoon, but nobody would say Tim Witherspoon is overrated, right? But if you take Tim Witherspoon's resume and you give it to Mike Tyson, people will say Mike Tyson fought bums. Because that era that Tim Witherspoon came in and was competitive against after he had a competitive fight against Larry Holmes was the era that Mike Tyson reigned in. And that's the era that people would actually have the nerve to call weak, a weak division. That's crazy to me. Like I said, I can't wrap my mind around the inconsistencies and the hypocrisies of people's brains. Like I be feeling like something is wrong with them, but that's neither here nor there. I came to tell y'all why Mike Tyson wasn't overrated, and I came to tell y'all some real shit, some scholarly shit. What's up, BBO? Shout out to Victor J. And what's up, Smoking? So I got a video on members only, you know what I mean? And I give some exclusive content on members only. And I work really hard on videos. I'm gonna bring y'all this video that I have on members only, basically talking about Tommy Morrison versus Mike Tyson as far as punching power. Because I had a conversation with somebody on YouTube, and they really told me that Mike Tyson would get beat up. No, excuse me, not that he wouldn't get beat up. Excuse me. They said that Mike Tyson, Tommy Morrison punches harder than Mike Tyson. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, you're joking, right? They was like, no, he punches harder than Mike Tyson. I just thought I was being trolled, but they were dead serious. And it's because the lies of the media of the past become the present of today, the lies of today. And back in the day, they made Tommy Morrison, the Duke Morrison, this really, really devastating puncher that nobody, put it like this. No matter what the media told us that people repeat, Mike Tyson being overrated, his power being overrated, when you go to a gym, if you punch a heavy bag and they say, man, you hit like Tommy Morrison, would you feel good about yourself? If they told you hit like Mike Tyson, you probably would feel better about yourself than Tommy Morrison, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to bring a little clarity to the situation about what reality is and what you've been told. I want you to open your mind and take this journey with me, young brothers and sisters. But Tommy Morrison, they said Tommy Morrison punch harder. He actually don't. This is one of my members only videos. So if you enjoyed this content that I'm about to play, sign up for the members only. But here we go. Take you through the journey. Bear with me. I'm gonna wrap this shit full circle. You know I'm a motherfucking genius.
Force equals mass times acceleration. That power comes from size and speed.
Hi, this is Marvis Frazier, son of the great Smoking Joe Frazier. People always ask me what it felt like to be knocked out by Mike Tyson in 30 seconds. I tell people I really didn't feel a thing at all.
So like I said, you have two different types of punchers. You could even not only see the snap and the effect of the punch, like the person getting hit with the shot, on the top of the head and going down, being concussed and not knowing what happened to him, but you also can hear the sound. Listen to the thud of George Foreman's punch versus the snap of Mike Tyson punch. It's a very distinct sound. Listen for it.
Impressive is the power and quickness he's developed. This four-punch combination seems basic. For a heavyweight, 4 punches in under a second is incredible. Watch closely. Besides video, this is really the end of the story. Rampage's power starts in ground. It's called kinetic linking. The energy starts in his feet, drives up through his legs, hips, and into the massive ripped muscles of his torso, core, and gluteus maximus. An energy chain about to explode through his fist.
So not only is Mike Tyson faster than Tommy Morrison, but he also has better technique with this kinetic linking. So using physics, force equals mass times acceleration, he has the better technique. And not to mention the person that's on the receiving end. If you can't see a punch, how could you ever brace yourself to take it? Like they always say, everybody always say this in boxing, the punches you see don't knock you out, but they don't even realize what they're saying. It holds true with the fast and snappy punches. Look at Coach eyes. They never see the punch, never have time to register for it, and it's just devastating. Like, look at the impact, look at the neck, look at everything. You could just see it's like when Deontay Wilder punched Tyson Fury, you see the ripples down his back. It's like the snappy puncher's speed is so far superior that it's just like a bullet. It's like a bullet versus a bowling ball. To couple all of this in with all the attributes, Mike was very intelligent on top of having all these attributes. Check this out.
I was watching his right hand mostly, and I was watching he would drop it to throw the uppercut, but I was slipping the uppercut, and I would say any minute I'm gonna be able to catch him, and I knew that's the punch that made him the left hook. But right now, I'm going to say I have to take a punch, so I'm bracing myself at all times. I said, right there, anticipate the punch. He's dropping the hand, I'm beating him to the punch. He's getting ready to throw an uppercut. And I used to love doing something like that because that means not only did, you beat a man, you outthought him. And I outthought him in this fight because I was beating him to the punch.
So basically, Mike Tyson said that he saw Carter Truth Williams throw the uppercut, and he seen it was an opportunity to land the left hook. I know that you might not think that has anything to do with punching power, but I'll connect the dots for you. The common opponent that Tommy Morrison and Mike Tyson have is Carter Truth Williams, and he had the same mistake that he had when he fought Tommy Morrison. And of course, Tommy Morrison took advantage of it. And mind you, he fought him 4 years after Mike Tyson fought him when he was less of himself and an older fighter. And this was the results. Tommy Morrison studying the Mike Tyson tape, knowing he can't keep his right hand at home anytime he's punching. So what do? He throws a left hook and knocks him down. But look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. He still is a flash knockdown. He's still clear-eyed, still cognitive. He still has his wits about him because he gets up and goes right back to punching. But for a guy who's considered really, really hard left hooker, he hit an older Carter Truth Williams with a lot of left hooks and even knocked him down at times, but never anything as clean as what Mike did to him. I made a compilation of all the left hooks. Look, he throws the uppercut. He knows that his left hook is there. And what did he do? Throw the left hook. He rolled with that one. So it grazed. Look, this whole compilation is a left hook. Look right here. Counters with the left hook. The whole entire fight, Tommy Morrison was hitting him with the left hook, and he was able to withstand the left hook. Look right here. Goes left hook to the body. He counters with the left hook and hits him, and he just knocks him back. For a guy that's considered a extremely hard puncher, even mentioning the breath of Mike Tyson, if he hits you with a clean look, that left hook landed flush. That left hook landed flush. If a heavyweight hits you with a flush shot and they're supposed to be considered a really, really extremely hard puncher, you should probably go. Because that's what happens when you're at the elite. Deontay Wilder hit somebody with a flush hand, they're probably going to go. Same thing with Mike Tyson, same thing with Ernie Schaefer. They hit you with the right hand, you're at least going to be removed from your consciousness, if not just be really, really badly hurt. And he's fighting Carter Truth Williams, like I said, 3 years after Mike Tyson fought him, after he's an older fighter, and everybody knows that he's a sucker for the left hook, and that's Tommy Morrison's best punch. And people are putting Tommy Morrison on the same level as Mike Tyson when it comes with the left hook, and it's like, never in the history have I ever heard someone say that boy hits like Tommy Morrison. Every power puncher from the 90s on has been compared to Mike Tyson. Nobody has compared them. Tommy Morrison is not anybody's benchmark for the left hook. So I don't even know why this video is necessary, because I did a poll and it wasn't 100% Mike Tyson, but I had to use a little fact and logic. Like I said, he fought Carter Truth Williams 3 years after Mike did, caught him with a whole bunch of flush left hooks and only knocked him down. So not only is Mike's left hook faster than his, they don't have time to register for the punch, but his technique is also better. And look at Mike on the left and look at Tommy Morrison on the right, and they both land on the same person. And like I said, his punch resistance is not the same from when Mike fought him than when Tommy Morrison fought him, and he's able to take Tommy Morrison's best punch. That wasn't even Mike's best punch, the left hook, and I feel like his left hook is still way stronger than Tommy Morrison. Not only was Carter Truth Williams able to recoup himself and get his wits back about him, but he actually came back and knocked Tommy Morrison down in the fight. Even when he got back up and he tried to fight and go back to his money punch, was the left hook, Carter Truth Williams was still able to catch him in the exchange and knock him down. That first punch cuffed him on the back of the head. It wasn't really a solid shot, but then he turns to the angle and catches him right there on the side of the head and knocks him down. Like I said, taking this many left hooks from a guy who's supposed to be a devastating puncher, Carter Truth Williams shouldn't even be able to stand, because it only took one punch from Mike Tyson in the first round where he's fresher or he's younger, and he was stopped. So with that being said, man, like I said, Mike Tyson has a better technique. He has more ground force. He generates more power, and he has more speed. So if force equals mass times acceleration, Mike Tyson takes the cake easy. It's not even a debate.
Our starts in ground. It's called kinetic linking. The energy starts in his feet, drives up through his legs, hips, and into the massive ripped muscles of his torso, core, and gluteus maximus. An energy chain about to explode through his fist. The biggest link in the chain, the biggest muscle. That's right, the gluteus maximus.
So if you're wondering how you got to this conclusion that Tommy Morrison is this devastating puncher, it's probably because Bill Cape. right? A lot of people think that Mike Tyson was washed up after Kevin Rooney, you know, and they repeat it so blindly, and they don't even know where they got that talking point from. And it's because Bill Caton. The reason why Custom Auto went to Bill Caton to help Mike Tyson with his career is because Bill Caton was very good at his job at painting narratives. And the reason why people think Tommy Morrison is this great, devastating puncher is because of Bill Caton. Check him out.
Tommy has something which is very rare, a natural left hook. Tommy has it. Starts right from the toes, goes right through the thighs, up through the back, right through.
Tommy has a hell of a left hook. He's got a great left hook. Period. End of paragraph.
Already with 19 wins to his name, Morrison's big break came in 1989 when he was chosen to appear alongside Sylvester Stallone in Rocky V. Through his role as Tommy Gunn, he gained mainstream popularity. The great-nephew of John Wayne, from whom he took his ring name,
Right hand is high. He's ready for the great left hook that Morrison does. What do you think of this guy?
This is about the closest guy they say has a left hook almost like mine, but
He came in weighing nearly 230 pounds. How many guys that big have you ever seen who are as quick with the left hook as Tommy Morrison?
Well, you know, that is a good question. I mean, probably the only other guy I've seen is Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson's hook is not as short as Tommy Morrison.
Now, mind you, there's some respectable guys out there, that clip, like Gil Clancy, Joe Frazier, et cetera, et cetera. Notice Joe Frazier didn't say, he gave him a backhanded compliment, almost like mine. But like I said, a lie repeated long enough becomes the truth. Almost like mine. But like I said, a lie repeated long enough becomes the truth to people. And you really have people out there thinking that Tommy Morrison punches harder than Mike Tyson. They don't even know where they got that talking point from. They got it from propaganda. There is no way mathematically possible that Tommy Morrison punches anywhere in the realm of Mike Tyson. As a matter of fact, story time. Tommy Morrison was scheduled to fight Mike Williams, but they had a dispute before the fight, and Mike had some issues with the steroid testing, so the fight didn't proceed. They went and looked to the audience, to a guy who was drinking beer just there to be a spectator, and lo and behold, they find a guy named Tim Tomczak. That guy was a boxer, but did no training camp for Tommy Morrison, was in there drinking beers, having fun, living a good life. The event was supposed to be canceled, but he stepped up to the plate and fought Tommy Morrison. And the referee ended up stopping the fight in the 5th round, and the referee had to argue with Tim. Tim wanted to continue against this dangerous left hooker that everybody seems to think is the guy. Tim wanted to continue that fight. Can you imagine Mike Tyson fighting somebody from the crowd for a title defense? Mind you, this is a title defense, that he's fighting somebody from the crowd. Like, literally, he was originally the Pros versus Joes theme. He literally fought a guy who was semi-retired in the audience, and the guy went 4 rounds and wanted to continue when the referee stopped it in the 5th. And like I said, this is a title defense. The original guy he was supposed to fight was the guy he fought from the Rocky movie. This guy is all hype. And if you're not convinced that he's hype, I mean, he's convinced he's hype. Check him out.
They put me down. I didn't do the right thing after I got knocked down. Same thing happens to Lennox Lewis. Nobody says a word. Same thing happened to Michael Moore. No one says a word. But they just continue to talk about my glass jaw. But they're knocked down 3 times in 46 fights. I think that's pretty good. But one thing about me, when I get knocked down, I get back up. I don't lay down like Michael Moore. I don't dance around on Queer Street like Lennox Lewis. I get up and I continue to fight.
But why is it that you're sectioned out for this criticism?
I have no idea. I think a lot of it has to do with because I'm white. It's the great white hope trained people who build you up, and when you show that you're not perfect, then they'll tear you back down. But about 8 months ago, I stopped worrying about what people's opinions of me, and started worrying about what I can control.
So Tommy Morrison is well aware that he's hype. And from the Bill Caton putting the story out that he's John Wayne's great nephew, to him being in Rocky V, to all of the title defenses, him getting the title, the very carefully selected opponents, the comparisons to Mike Tyson and the Joe Frazier's, and all this stuff was just complete hype. And that's why people echo those talking points. They don't even realize where they got it, but they've probably seen it from a documentary in the 90s, or their dad seen it and passed it down to them. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Tommy Morrison is nowhere near Mike Tyson's left hook, and that's not even.
So, like I said, Tommy the Duke Morrison is an overrated fighter, and he's overrated because people don't realize why they rate him so high. They rate him so high because the media reinforced that Tommy Morrison was a guy that you need to watch out for. He has the greatest left hook of all time. Now, I want you to connect these dots. Bill Caton To my conspiracy theorists out there, he's a Jewish guy. You know how people think Jews run everything. It's neither here nor there. He was really good at his job. That's why Customato took Mike Tyson to Bill Caton and Jimmy Jacobs, because they were good PR guys. Bill Caton made everybody in the world believe that Mike Tyson was the greatest thing ever, while Mike Tyson was sniffing cocaine, sleeping with hookers, still robbing people, right? None of that stuff made it to light. Like, they talked about Mike Tyson like he was the second coming of Black Jesus, right? When he left Bill Caton for Don King, that's when every documentary, and I challenge you guys to go find one documentary that was written during the 90s that talks about Mike Tyson in a positive light. You cannot find one documentary, not one single one, because they control the narratives and the media and how Mike Tyson looked to the public. And because they were able to do that, everybody now are receiving the remnants of that, to where they think Mike Tyson is this overrated bum that didn't achieve anything while holding an undisputed title. Mike Tyson and Riddick Bowe was the last undisputed American champion that we had, but before him was Mike Tyson. Like, bro, Mike Tyson, like I said, was champion of the world at 20 years old and undisputed at 21. Entered a tournament, which we can't even pay these fighters to go in, to get their handlers to go in the same room together. And this man entered a tournament. That's a fighter was so scared that he left the tournament because he didn't want to box him. But not only did he have Jim Jacobs and Jim Jacobs had passed away, Bill Caton working with the media and against him. Like I said, you can't find one documentary that didn't paint Tyson in a negative light. Every narrative was the exact same, right? So every narrative was that Tyson was okay up under Kevin Rooney and Bill Caton. And the moment that he left those guys, he could never be shit in life. It don't matter if he goes with Emmanuel Stewart or anybody. He has to go back to Kevin Rooney and Bill Caton. And that narrative was by design, is what I'm here to tell you. It was by design that Mike Tyson, I remember watching an interview with Charlie Rose, and Teddy Atlas was on there. And they had a round table because boxing suffered after Mike Tyson left. And it was a round table, and it was Rock Newman, Teddy Atlas, and a bunch of other reporters. I think Jack Newfield was there. He hated on Mike for years. And it was a round table, and they was talking about Mike Tyson. And Teddy Atlas had the nerve to say Mike Tyson was washed up. And Rock Newman had to correct him, like, bro, I went to go sign Mike Tyson while he was in jail. And that man is far from washed up. He's fucking 27 years old, still in the prime of his life. And he was like, he's more jacked than when he was fighting. And Teddy, I was like, yeah, you're right. He's washed up as far as his style goes, not his actual prime. He had to change his verbiage, but it was all a bunch of hate. So they had Teddy Atlas giving him the hate on one side. Then they had Jim Jacobs and Bill Caton giving him the hate from the other side. So you got hate coming from both directions, and one controls the media. It even went so far that Teddy Atlas only got on with ESPN because of Bill Caton. Bill Caton having the influence that he had over the media got Teddy Atlas his first job at ESPN. And then Teddy Atlas had a little rank over there at ESPN after Bill Caton passed away. I'm telling you, Bill Caton is why you think Mike Tyson is overrated. He has so much influence that not only did he get Teddy Atlas's job, he had the world believe that Tommy the Duke Morrison was a devastating puncher and had a left hook on the level of a Joe Frazier. And that guy is going tooth and nail with somebody from the crowd who was supposed to enjoy the fight. That's what they had you believe. And they told y'all that. Like, you probably were a kid. It's not your fault that you believe that shit. And Teddy Atlas continuously hating on. He even went on Joe Rogan and said this shit.
Tyson's talent was so great. His physical ability, his talent was so overwhelming, but his talent was so superior that the other stuff never got tested. He was blowing guys out, and it never got tested if there was anything in the warehouse. To me, a fight is not a fight until there's resistance, until there's something to overcome. Otherwise, it's just an athletic venture. It's an exhibition. 5 times, whatever the real record is, 5 times there was resistance. 5 times it became a real fight. 5 times there was something to overcome. And he failed all 5 times. He was only in 5 fights in his life, and he's 0-5. To me,
he's only in 5 fights in his life, and he's 0-5. What the fuck kind of math is that? Like I said, a lie repeated long enough becomes the truth. So you got to discount everything. So if that's the case, if Ali's had 65 fights and he lost 5. He was only in 5 fights in his life. What kind of stupid ass math is that, bro? So we got to ignore his undisputed reign. We have to ignore him being a champ at 20 years old. We have to ignore all of that because Teddy Atlas told us he ain't been in a fight. And do you notice how Teddy Atlas pretends like he doesn't know Mike Tyson's real record? He said whatever the record is and gives the exact record. Like, come on, bro, stop this shit. Like you're like, bro, that's a whole nother story. I'm gonna do a whole Teddy Atlas documentary and Kevin Rooney. That's a whole nother, like a case of worms to open. Teddy Atlas is only famous because of Mike Tyson. When Teddy Atlas had left Customado's camp, he only would come back and get in the limelight and get in the cameras to talk bad about Mike Tyson. And this is during the fucking venom that they were spewing at Mike Tyson, thanks to Bill Caton. When he left, hey, Teddy Atlas, tell us about what Mike Tyson did when he was 14. That's why he came back, to talk about shit like that. Without Mike Tyson, they wouldn't even give a fuck about his story. So Teddy Atlas should be thankful of Mike Tyson in his life. He wouldn't beat Teddy Atlas without Mike Tyson. But that's neither here nor there. I'll take you to a fight with Buster Douglas, right? I mean, we all seen that fight, right? He said Mike Tyson has never been tested. Buster Douglas beat the shit out of Mike Tyson. First off, Mike Tyson was dropped by a sparring partner, so he wasn't in the best physical condition. But Buster Douglas put a beating on Mike Tyson. Look at him just hitting him with 4 punches. Mike Tyson trying to clinch, make the fight easier. He's giving Mike Tyson 4 punches to 1. And sometimes Mike Tyson won't even get his punches off because his timing is off and he's out of shape. His gas tank is low. And then, not to mention, he couldn't even fucking see. We just had a fight with Tim Tszyu and he couldn't see because of the blood. Mike Tyson's eye was getting battered, swollen by Buster Douglas. Buster Douglas was, this is the best version of Buster Douglas, was beating the absolute shit out of Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson's taking an ass whooping. They got the fucking inaccurate corner, not inaccurate, the amateur corner who put in a fucking ice back, and he still was able to come back in the 8th round and knock Buster Douglas down. So if you getting your ass beat for 8 rounds and you come back to knock a person out, isn't that showing resistance to resistance? Like I said, his logic makes absolutely no fucking sense. And you would be a goddamn fool to listen to Teddy Atlas, who has an axe to grind with him, who can never see the light of Mike Tyson properly, and Bill Caton, who wanted to force Mike Tyson to come back to him. And then even when he got knocked down by Buster Douglas, you know what he did? He got the fuck up. He's searching for his mouthpiece, but he got the fuck up. He got up. If that's not resistance, what the fuck is resistance? Do we need to change the definition of resistance? Like, he made it seem like Mike Tyson, the moment that you showed a little bit of resistance to him, he would just ball up in the ball, and then nobody would, like, you would just have your way with him. And that wasn't the case. Like, even Lennox Lewis, he took a fucking beating from Lennox Lewis round after round after round and still continued to fight. That's crazy. He said, KG said, let's go. He said, there are 2 types of champions: fighters born and manufactured. Facts. Teddy Atlas has a long history with Mike Tyson. He was the successor to Cuss and asked to leave. I'm sure he's still hurt. Facts, he is. He said, Teddy is a clown. He said, Tyson was not overrated. He's just a very short prime due to many factors. Atlas is a blowhard. He said, Iron Mike had expert technique according to force velocity curve. He brought power, exceptional timing, and targeting accuracy. He said Tyson had Douglas down, Scholar. He did. Matter of fact, like, yeah, that was an extreme long count, but that's neither here nor there. The fact that he was able to take a beating for 8 rounds, knocked down by a sparring partner, he was out of shape for this fight. Like, a lot of people, excuses. No, he definitely was out of shape for this fight. And he came back to win the fight. I mean, that right there shows resilience. But Teddy Atlas is, I heard Emmanuel Stewart say something too, like, to equivalent of Mike Tyson really struggled with short, taller guys. And it's like, bro, everybody was fucking taller than Mike Tyson. What is Emmanuel Stewart talking about? Every person he fought was fucking taller than him. There wasn't one person that Mike Tyson towered over. Well, let me stop. He probably got like 3 opponents, like maybe Buster Mathis, fucking Norris. He got a couple of him that he was taller. But for the most part, during his championship run, all of those guys was taller than him. And he still beat the shit out of them. And the guys who were supposed to be boxers, Mike Tyson would outbox them. So you got a guy who's fucking Triple G's height. That's how tall Mike Tyson is. He's Triple G's height. Triple G's height with the 2nd shortest reach in heavyweight division of all time. The first is Rocky Marciano when the heavyweights was smaller. and Rocky Marciano like 185 pounds. Heavyweights was smaller as far as height. They weighed less. And Mike Tyson, I mean Rocky Marciano dominated then, but they were much more bigger during Mike Tyson's time, and he was the height of Triple G and had the second shortest reach of all time. And he was not only beating those guys and knocking them out, but he was dominating them. You don't do that if you're overrated. I don't even know what the fuck. I don't even know how to wrap my mind around how stupid that statement is. You have people telling us that Mike Tyson is overrated, but he was the height of Triple G and reigned over a division that was really, really big. Pause. That was really, really tall. The average height of the heavyweights back then was probably like 6'3", and the weight was probably like on average like 220, 230. And Mike Tyson's like 219, you know what I mean, 217, and he's knocking these guys out and treating them like he's their boss, and he's younger than them. They have experience over him, and Mike Tyson's reigning over them. I don't know what the fuck. If anybody ever tells you that Mike Tyson is overrated, you gotta stop talking to them. They don't know much about boxing. Either that or they don't know enough to know when they've been told a lie. Mike Tyson is definitely not overrated. Terrell Biggs. Terrell Biggs was a guy who medaled in the Olympics and actually ran the Olympics. Actually, there's a documentary on YouTube of this guy talking about how Terrell Biggs bullied Mike Tyson for not making the team because he was older, and how Mike Tyson got revenge. But Terrell Biggs only had one loss, and he had an Olympic gold medal, and he was calling Tyson out because he thought he could beat him because he was the man of their era. Lennox Lewis and all those guys. Holyfield wasn't even a heavyweight, but he was the man. He was the Olympic gold medalist, and Mike Tyson knocked this guy out like nothing. And he actually said that's the only fight that he ever talked shit in. And then when people talk, they'll tell you some shit like, man, look, Mike Tyson's only real fight, best win was Larry Holmes. And you're like, okay, well, let's dive into Larry Holmes' record, right? So Larry Holmes fought Michael Spinks in 86, right? 86, and he lost, and he was such a sore loser. That's what he said. Everybody can kiss my big back behind. Since we on HBO, there's my big back behind. And that's when he left boxing, right? So then he came back and fought Mike Tyson, right? And Mike Tyson knocks him out in 4 rounds. 4 rounds, right? His only ever knockout loss of his entire career, right? Then he goes on and knocks a guy out in the 1st round. Then he fights Eddie Gonzalez. People don't even know who Eddie Gonzalez is. Eddie Gonzalez, Eddie Luis, if that's Eddie Luis Gonzalez, let me skip past that name. So he goes on and gets a couple fights on his record, and he's getting older, right? So he fights Mike Tyson in 88. He don't fight Ray Mercer until 1992. And he beats Ray Mercer. Ray Mercer was supposed to have the belt. That was supposed to be a championship fight. But Ray Mercer won the belt from Tommy Morrison, and then he vacated it. Or they stop. They didn't vacate it. They stripped him of the belt because he would not fight Michael Moorer. Michael Moorer was the mandatory challenger. And because he didn't fight him, they stripped him of the belt. So technically, after fighting Mike Tyson, you could say Larry Holmes went on to be champion. So Holyfield should have took that belt from him. And then he fought Evander Holyfield, who was younger and fresher than him, and he was older than when Mike Tyson knocked him out. And he went to a unanimous decision. Like, he didn't get knocked out by Evander Holyfield. So how could you say he was washed up when Mike knocked him out in 4 rounds, but he's even older as he goes down the line and fights Ray Mercer and beats Ray Mercer and then fights Holyfield, goes to a decision. So that's what I'm saying. The people who want to rate Mike Tyson low on the list, they'll just find any reason. If you go look at Lennox Lewis's resume, Lennox Lewis' resume is literally fighting all the guys after Mike Tyson beat him and knocked him out, including Terrell Biggs, including fucking Tony Tucker. Tony Tucker was undefeated when he fought Mike Tyson. He got a long Razor Ruddock after the 2 wars with Mike Tyson, but they were giving Lennox Lewis a ton of credit for him. Lennox Lewis was knocked out by Mike Tyson's sparring partner in 91. And Mike Tyson was going tooth and nail with Oliver McCall, but Oliver McCall never got the best of Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson would be he just had a reputation for not getting knocked out by Mike Tyson in sparring. That's all. He wasn't whooping Mike Tyson's ass. So like I said, it's crazy. This dude keep putting Trump 2024. It's crazy. He said, Mike also said he thought George Foreman was one of the heaviest hitters in boxing. Said there's some good stuff. Oh, I'm at the top of the list again. If you know how to use your power, you can keep your opponent on balance. Trump's not the answer. Here, let me skip down. I went to the top. Let me go to the bottom. It said, Tyson was not overrated. Yeah, that's right. Tyson was not overrated. He's a very short prime dude due to many factors. Alice is a blowhard. That's a haplo. Oh yeah, so I'm cop. Yeah, I'm cop. She said Tyson is a legend. F the haters. Facts, bro. He said Tyson was an overachiever. He shouldn't have been able to do what he did at his size. He was an animal. If Tyson wasn't great, then why weren't Lewis and Holyfield champions shooter like Tyson was? Bro, you spitting some facts right now. Said Tyson like maybe 5'9". Facts. He said watch Iron Mike Tyson drop Buster Mathis Jr. He displays some serious power. To Scholar, I was watching Tyson versus Gross today. Gross attempted to go toe to toe. Facts, he did, bro. And Tyson and got knocked out. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. He said, "You speaking facts." He said Tyson from Burbick through Holmes and Spinks was the most unstoppable pugilist of all time, but no one beats that guy. Problem was he was too flawed to make it last. Said there hasn't been anything as exciting as Mike Tyson fights were in his prime. He said Tyson Holyfield would have been incredible. Facts, especially in 91. Said, look what Tyson did to Galata. Made him quit, bro. Made him quit. You know, Rob, I don't know if you know this. If you go look at Tyson's record, he has 2 no contests on his record, right? The first no contest is when he fought fucking Oliver Norris and he hit him on the bell. And they ruled it a no contest. The second one is when he made Andrew Galata quit on his stool and tested positive for weed, and they ruled it a no contest. I'm like, so when people were saying that Keyshawn Davis, when they took away his win off his box rec, I mean, they kind of did the same thing to Mike Tyson. They didn't take it off his box rec because he's Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? He got a little bit more clout and more accomplished than Davis, Keyshawn Davis, but they still fucked his record over. Nonetheless, he said controversial, but speed was even and power and aggressive. So yeah, man, Larry Holmes, they say it's his best win. They act like that's a fucking insult. That's like saying Muhammad Ali's best win is George Foreman. George Foreman is probably like top 5 heavyweights all fucking time. Larry Holmes is in there too. What the fuck? That's not an insult. Like I said, Larry Holmes went on to beat Ray Mercer, who should have had a fucking belt, but it was took during for political reasons. And Mike Tyson, Larry Holmes wasn't allowed to be champ again, but technically he was supposed to be champ again and the oldest champion until George Foreman would have broke it. But yeah, they'll have you believe that shit. Now look, you see the names on this list. We got Bruno, right? We got Witherspoon. We got James Bone Crusher Smith. We got Pinklin Thomas. We got Trevor Burbick, right? We got Mike Tyson. We got Spinks. And I don't know that dude's name, bro. I ain't for the butcher that shit, bro. Tangastan. I don't know. I know he's a white dude, bro. I seen the fight with him and Spinks. But this was the heavyweight tournament, right? This was the heavyweight tournament. And fucking Tony Tucker had the IBF at the time, right? But they were trying to unify the WBA and the WBC. But this was the tournament that they had, right? And nobody for a split second would say Tim Witherspoon was a bum, right? As a matter of fact, Tim Witherspoon gets a lot of love online because of what he's done. 2-time heavyweight champion of the world, and he's good, bro. He deserves it. You know what I mean? He deserves it. He's took concussions for this sport, bled and sweated for this sport, bro. He deserves it, right? But nobody in their right mind would say Tim Witherspoon was overrated. But yet they say a guy who was victorious in this same tournament is overrated. That doesn't make any sense. And here's the kicker about this shit. You look at the heavyweight division now, right? Tyson Fury was dropped by a guy with no professional experience. Do you think anybody on this list would do the same? If they fought, do you think that they would be dropped by somebody with no fucking fights? Absolutely not. The guy that knocked out the guy who, Francis Ngannou, who gave Tyson Fury hell, Anthony Joshua, you throw Anthony Joshua in this list, and you wouldn't put your money that Anthony Joshua comes out victorious. Take Mike Tyson out, because we already know what happened with Tyson and Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua has alluded to it. He said, no, I can't beat Mike Tyson. Smart man. But take Mike Tyson out. Just the heavyweights that we have on this list, the Bone Crusher Smiths, the Tim Witherspoons. Do you think Anthony Joshua goes out victorious on this list? I don't, because I personally don't think so. So this list was their attempt to find one unified champion back in the day. Because everybody say, man, back in my day, fighters fought the best. Man, look, fighters played political games since the beginning of fucking sanctioning bodies, and fucking the IBF belt didn't even exist until Larry Holmes took it. It was just always been political, always, and it's gonna be that way. It's never gonna change. And there's always been fighters who's used politics to either get belts, to get money, or duck fighters. That is just the facts of boxing. It's going to always be like that. It's just more, it happens more so now. And with media is a little bit different now. We're more in tune than we were back then. Larry Merchant and those guys had to break the story to us. Now we could get somebody else to break it to us or go find out our fucking selves. So the way we get about information is a lot better than back then. So we are more sophisticated, but it's not happening more. It's just always happened. But towards the end of this list, Michael Spinks beat Holmes, right? Michael Spinks beat Holmes, which was the start of this list. And before Mike Tyson was even considered, so Michael Spinks beats him, then beats Tanstand, right? And then Spinks is at the end, right? And Tyson goes and beats Trevor Berbick and then beats Bone Crusher Smith. So the final two was supposed to be for unified WBA, WBC, was supposed to be Spinks and Mike Tyson. Michael Spinks dropped that belt because he didn't want to fight Mike Tyson. So Michael Spinks was initially what Larry Merchant, quote unquote, said was fucking up the tournament. He didn't say those exact words. He said he was trying to sabotage the tournament, is what he said. He was trying to sabotage the tournament and not allow us to have an undisputed champion because his fear of Mike Tyson. He said he didn't understand why he did that because at light heavyweight, he didn't do these things. He didn't have this kind of display of behavior, but he did it at heavyweight. And that's how cold Mike Tyson was, bro. They say, oh man, his best win is a Larry Holmes, which is not a fucking insult. And they say a smaller Michael Spinks who beat Larry Holmes, which would people were still saying Larry Holmes was in his prime, but Michael Spinks beat him. It don't even make any sense. And Mike Tyson went on to win this tournament, then go collect the IBF title from Tony Tucker, right? And then after he beat him, Spinks didn't even have a title. He went and beat Spinks as a bonus fight and knocked him out in an undisputed fight in one round. What the fuck do you expect from a dominant champion other than him to dominate? Who else is giving us that type of shit? Who else is giving us them type of expectations at fucking heavyweight, the most prestige division? Nobody. Mike Tyson, bro. Mike Tyson is the fucking real deal. And anybody who tells you less has an agenda, bro. That's crazy, man. He said, let me go back. I lost my place in the comments. He said, there hasn't been anything as exciting as Tyson fights. Tyson fights were in his prime. Look, Tyson is so exciting. They want him to fight at close to 60. It's crazy, bro. Said Tyson Foreman would have been incredible. He said, look what Tyson did to Galata. He said, I got Tyson who beat Spinks and Holmes, beating Ali, who beat Williams. He said controversial, speed was even, and power aggression. Okay, that's what you said a while ago. He said Tyson has many good wins. He said Tyson was definitely overrated. Dudes, I don't know how you a conspiracy theorist and don't see that Bill Caton being a Jewish guy controlled the narrative of Mike Tyson being overrated, which doesn't make any sense. Why do you want him back if he's overrated? And then he convinced everybody while Mike Tyson was still boxing that the second coming of Mike Tyson was Tommy Morrison, but Mike Tyson was overrated. Then why the fuck do you want to see the second coming of a guy if the first guy is overrated? Dudes, how are you a conspiracy theory and that don't just make a light bulb just ding? You know what I mean? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. But he said Ruddock was a good win. He said Berbick, Witherspoon, Thomas, Spinks. He said, get the fuck out of here. What? So you think Berbick? First off, stop that. Trevor Berbick gave Larry Holmes trouble. No. I don't think Trevor Berbick. Let me stop. Trevor Berbick. Let me pull up Trevor Berbick's record because I don't like to misinform people. I gotta look this up. Trevor Berbick was a good win. I don't know what's your definition of good then, Haplo? That's crazy, man. All right, here we go. Let's go. Trevor Berbick. It was Pinklin Thomas. That was the fight. No, it wasn't Larry Holmes. It was Pinklin Thomas. Pinklin Thomas was a good fighter. And then he fought Miss Green. Yeah, man, fucking Trevor Burke was good, bro. Yeah, he did fight Larry Holmes. He did fight Larry Holmes. Yeah, he did because Larry Holmes ran and jumped off the car. Okay, I wasn't tripping. Yeah, he fought Larry Holmes, and that was a good fight too. Larry Holmes is much fucking he was in his prime, and as much animosity he had for Trevor Burbick running and jumping off the car and kicking him, he didn't knock Trevor Burbick out. Trevor Burbick wasn't no fucking bro. Yeah, I don't. He tripping on that. Like I said, everybody on this list, including Burbick, would be a fucking contender today. Trevor Burbick. People are still talking about Andy Ruiz and Dylan White, bro. Just think about the heavyweights we got now. Top heavyweights. We can go top 10. Trevor Burbick beats fucking 5 of those guys. Said Holmes. He said, I subscribed and look forward to more stuff. Have a good good night. All right, bro. All right. He said after Tyson beat those guys, they were never heard of again. Exactly. That's the beating he put on their ass. He said Francis definitely was a novice. He said, but Francis is the MMA heavyweight champion. So yeah, he has experience in real fighting. No. Anytime there's a referee, it's not real fighting, bro. Anytime there's a referee, you cannot use the word real fighting because the referee is going to make sure he's there to make sure that the fighting is fair. If it's real fighting, it's not fair, right? There's nothing fair about the lion having the teeth and the power to hunt down the gazelle, and the gazelle only has antlers, not to use in defense, and it's not even effective. There's nothing fair about that, right? That's nature. A controlled environment with a referee, it's not fair. He said, dude was undisputed heavyweight at 20. If you can't give credit for that, that is a you problem. Facts. He said after the 80s, all the real Americans athletes played other sports. Cap. He said that's actually true. He said hating on Tyson is lame. Dude did his thing and still is. Stop hating on this guy. Facts. He said, could you imagine what kind of boxer Bo Jackson or Herschel Walker would have been? Herschel Walker has been in the MMA cage. Pittsburgh T, can you say something? I can't hear you, bro. Let me see.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Okay, I was just making sure I was just making sure you. He said Burbick beat Ali Scholar. He beat somebody who used to be named Ali. Tyson's first title win. He said that's a good win. Oh, I thought you were saying Burbick was overrated. Also, we agree. Yeah, I think Burbick was a good fighter. What's up, Pittsburgh T?
Bro, I think, like, I ain't gonna get too much into the boxing stuff or the science of it. I just think, like, to me, this kind of frustrating stuff because this is what the Stephen A. Smiths and what's that white guy look like he about to fall over? They used to be on the show, Skip Bayless. That's what these two fools used to do. They rate everything out as wins and losses, bro. And like, you can't do like Mike Tyson to be there in the era of Mike Tyson and the intimidation factor that guy had. And Mike Tyson was Mike Tyson back then, bro. Coming in there with the no socks, that cut off, and that stupid fire in his head and talking all crazy to you and knocking people out in the first, not even the round, bro. We talking seconds. Like, that whole shit was just crazy, man. We ain't never seen no shit like that, and we ain't never seen nothing before or after him. So, like, they can say all that crazy shit they want to say about wins and losses and who he fought and all that. Oh, man, even these dudes that we say that fight bombs ain't doing that shit. They ain't knocking nobody out in no 20 seconds and no less than a minute. We ain't seeing that shit. So, like, I think that's the dumbing down effect of what people are doing nowadays. And I think that kind of stuff it's almost silly, man.
Hey, that's facts. That's facts, Big Bird T. And you know what's crazy, Pittsburgh T? When they did this poll of ESPN, they polled 47,000 people, right? And they said, "What do you think of Mike Tyson?" Right? I think this is after the Lennox Lewis fight. It might have been like around 2002, 2003, something like that. And let me zoom in a little bit more. 12% said he's still the champ, right? 11% said feel sorry for him. Fucking unjustifiably portrayed by the media was 5%. I think that was Deuce at 12 voting. And then 71% said wish he go away. 71%. So fucking 2003, right? We in 2024. So 20 years later, that 71% would now join all the percent above and be the 99% that they want this man to come back at 60 years old. 60 years old and fight Jake Paul. You can't make this shit up. They could not stand Mike Tyson whenever he was here. And it's because of that media shit.
Bro, the man had a fucking, like, the press conference that he used to give, the press conferences were longer than the fights, bro. Like, let's just start there. And then the other thing that people, which is similar to what we got now, what color was his promoter? Now, I'm just saying I ain't the brightest guy in the world, but it seems like guys who become that break into that ilk with those kind of guys, it seems to be problematic. Don King was running shit back then. He was running all that shit back then. So they also had a problem with Don King. It was a whole thing that was moving around. He was part of that whole unit that was moving around, and people couldn't understand that. Then he had the Robert Gibbons situation. He had the rape charges. Mike Tyson had a lot of like stuff that was going on that normal people don't have going on those levels. And people felt like they knew a little bit more than they knew about more people. So they kind of connected shit together. It's unrelated to boxing. And they kind of tied all this shit in together, which we seem to do a lot now, where it's like your likability determines how good you are, which, you know, if liking you or not liking you shouldn't have anything to do with how you perform, like how you actually perform. And that's what they seem to be doing too much.
He said, I would say his actual career is underrated by a lot of boxing fans. He lost to Evander Holyfield, Buster Douglas, until he lost the majority. You know what's crazy? They always say, well, Mike Tyson lost his big ones. And when I say, like, what you mean by his big ones? Bro, what fight get bigger than you being 20 years old fighting for the heavyweight championship of the world? What fight get bigger than being undisputed champion of the world? That's crazy, bro. The big ones. He only lost to Lennox Lewis, an all-time great, and he was well past his prime. Then he lost to fucking Evander Holyfield. He was DQ one, but Evander Holyfield's not no bum. He's an all-time great. That's crazy, bro. If we're rating fighters based off of, like you said, wins and losses, then, bro, everybody overrated. Floyd Mayweather, the greatest of all time.
Yeah, if it's only wins and losses, they're going to make him number one. Like, that's all you're doing, and there's really no point in more boxing.
Facts. Pittsburgh T. And not only, like I said, this poll, bro, see, people have short-term memories, bro. I can remember specifically Mike Tyson's very last fight, bro. They booed him. They booed him for losing and threw stuff out of him. So this 71% out of 46,000, that was like a consensus worldwide because the people showed up to Mike Tyson and rooted against him. They paid money to see Mike Tyson lose against a bum, bro. And when he lost against the bum, they booed him and threw soda at him. But you don't gotta take my word for it. Check this shit out, Pittsburgh T.
Every morning I'm trying to catch up with him. He's a middleweight and we catch up. And Rodriguez or Radovan here, you know, a good strength coach. I'm lifting 265. I fish strongs and knocks. You know, I didn't get off as quick, you know, wary of Tyson, but you know, I know at the end I was going to take him out. You know?
Kevin, congratulations to you.
Thanks very much. I did what I had to do.
You sure did. All right, let's go back to Stephen out ringside. Gentlemen.
Right, Jim, thank you so much. As Mike Tyson with his advisor, Shelley Finkel, making his way to the dressing room.
Somebody say Shelley Finkel. Fuck Mike Tyson. But yeah, they didn't care about it. He said, name a top 10 heavyweight that he has beaten besides retired Larry Holmes. See, people like this. Top 10 heavyweight. See, the wise, you are so misinformed. Are you talking about all-time greats? Because what makes an all-time great fighter an all-time great is that they possess characteristics that nobody else. We ain't talking about Hall of Famers. We talking about all-time greats. A Sugar Ray Robinson, a Sugar Ray Leonard. So if you think that Lennox Lewis is one of those, and fucking Evander Holyfield is one of those, and he fought and lost to him, what, bro? And he beat an all-time great in Larry Holmes, so that would make his record that would make his record validated, right? He beat one of the all-time great. Like, you're not making any sense. So you saying the top 10 heavyweights of his time? Because he reigned and beat all of them. According to the process, he beat every heavyweight he was supposed to be undisputed. That's what undisputed is, right? So he entered a tournament and beat the guys that was the best of his time. So when you say top 10 heavyweight, are you talking about all-time great? Because there's no all-time greats heavyweights right now in our division. But Anthony Joshua can only beat the best in his time. So bro, that's what I'm saying. The metric that you're using doesn't even fucking make any sense. He said Mike Tyson has been one of the greatest to ever do it in the heavyweight of eras. Facts. He said if Mike Tyson puts DMX song on, this stuff can go real bad. Tyson, Jackson, Jordan, and Biggie sad. He said WSG. He said he quit in his last fight against McBride. Okay. Yeah, I can see, bro. I can see you're already brainwashed by the media, bro. You exactly who I was talking about when I was talking about Bill Caton. He said 20-year-old Mike Tyson, heavyweight champion of the world. He said, I have a dissentation opinion. He said, does Jack Johnson not have merit because he lost to Willard? Tell him, Aplo. After not training in Mexico for years, tell him, Aplo. If we gonna discredit guys and not say guys is great because they got losses, then nobody gets in but Floyd Mayweather, Rocky Marciano, Andre Ward, Edwin Valerio, and Ricardo Lopez. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a small list of people because they beat everybody they face.
Bro, that's the problem when they use these metrics to say who's better and who ain't better. The metrics only work when they talking about their guy. When there's a guy who got more than what they say that they want, then it don't matter no more. Like that's just how they do it. Like the whole thing with Jordan is how many rings he got. But it's a guy that got 10 rings. But that don't matter because that guy didn't. Now he got discredited now. So it mattered, but it don't matter till it's the same thing. Like sometimes at some point you got to use your eyes and say, hey man, what I'm seeing, I ain't never seen this before. And there ain't really no stats for some of this stuff, man. That's why the stats are kind of deceiving. They're just for people who don't. Really, the stats just give you a baseline, but that's not the end all be all. It's just the stats. You can't. It don't make sense.
I'll tell you what's crazy. He said a lot of his opponents took dives. They set him up with fights. Look at most of his early opponent. His early opponent records, bro. He was knocking those motherfuckers silly. And this is what I mean, bro, is you have people who don't know enough about boxing to know when they're being spun by the media, or they don't know enough about boxing to what they don't know what they looking at. Like Deontay Wilder, when he beat Helenius, a lot of people said Helenius took a dive. No, he just got knocked out, bro. Why can't it just be what we're seeing? Why we can't believe our lying eyes, as y'all would say? Said top 10 heavyweight. He said he unified the titles in record time. Facts, bro. He said beat Ruddock, who was a huge problem. Facts, also facts. He said beat many guys who would be champion right now, bro. That's crazy. They have Mike Tyson. Let me see. I got the picture, bro. How many fights Mike Tyson had early in his career? This shit is crazy, bro. Their favorite fighter is not doing this, bro. Not moving as fast and definitely not getting title shots like this, bro. Not entering tournaments. Like they act like that shit is easy to do. You know what really pisses me off? When somebody calls Mike Tyson overrated, it's normally somebody on their couch sitting with a remote, bro. Like just talking about it. It's like that's why people didn't like Skip Bayless.
Bro, but who's done that? Who's done what he did after he did? Like, name the guy that you can even say, like, I heard people say he was knocking out bumps. All right, cool. I ain't seen nobody else knocking out no bumps in the first round, lining them up, knocking them down like golden balls. I ain't seen nobody else doing that shit.
Shit, people forget that when he fought Buster Douglas, he was 35-0 with 31 knockouts and 19 of them in the first round.
Yeah,
undisputed record of the world. That, bro, who, like you just said, who else is fucking doing this? If he's overrated, then why it ain't been done before? Why ain't somebody took the overrated formula and applied it to their fighters? This is the first 25 months as a professional in the heavyweight career. The only guy and he went on to actually have fights after this, but this was just, I think, before the Biggs fight. No, it wasn't Biggs. Maybe it was Tucker. It was Tucker. But this is before the Tucker fight. Yeah, because he had 5 more fights after this. But this is the record before that. That's crazy, bro. This is fucking insane. 30-0 in the first 29 months as a professional.
Then you got to throw the fame in there too, Scola. The fame got to go in there too. Because remember, the fame that he had at that time, he was it back then. It's not like it is now where these guys kind of known. Everybody knew who Mike Tyson was. Everybody. His fights were like, those were real old school water cooler fights, man. Everybody was talking about it before, after, or during, and trying to figure out what it was when the fight hit. It had got so routine when that whole Buster Douglas fight happened, and it was in Japan, that people had to pay more money to get the fight. They're like, I ain't gonna watch that. I ain't gonna pay money for that. Because he just gonna do what he always do. And he didn't do that. Because it was so routine for him to get him out of there in the first, not even the first, we ain't even talking about the round, we talking about seconds in the first round. He was getting dust in the most to get him out of there. It's crazy.
He said, man, I love boxing. Look at every other fighter's early resume. Facts. That's what you do when you build fighters. Also facts. He said he was an all-time great, but people overrate him. That was your question, right? No, I didn't say that. I said people say he's overrated. And I said Mike Tyson. Yeah, Mike Tyson is an all-time great. That's not controversial, bro. He's got to go down in the history books. That man's record hadn't even been broken since he said it. And it's been years. And they have more belts than they had whenever he was boxing. The divisions are watered down. The promoters are getting easier fighters. The heavyweights suck, and people still haven't broke that record, bro. We don't even have an undisputed heavyweight champion right now at this moment. He said some people in these comment sections are stupid. Many actually. If you had Tyson in his prime now, everyone would be singing a different tune. Facts. That shit was phenomenal. That happened. They don't know, bro. He said that ain't what Teddy Atlas said. That's the problem. You watch Teddy Atlas, bro. He's not gonna give an honest opinion about Mike Tyson because their history. How could he, bro? How could he ever see Mike Tyson in a positive light with the history that they have? He said, why do you get so offended when people give you their opinion when you ask the question? It's not that I get offended, bro. It's that you should be here to learn, not to teach. Especially when you don't got the facts on your side, brother. That's all that is, bro. Is we look at the heavyweight division now, bro. The heavyweight division is so trash now that they're looking for a almost 60-year-old man for an exhibition. And I guarantee his numbers are gonna be probably better than Tyson Fury, who don't even got undisputed to show that he's the man of this era. He said Mike Tyson is the best because he's from Brooklyn. He's
but who could go from this era back into that era that they say that this guy is overrated? Who could go between when he stopped fighting up until now? What boxer can go into his heavyweight era and beat those guys that they said he should have won against? Who's going to do that? What's the heavyweight?
That's where they put themselves in a box, Pittsburgh T, because they say he lost all his big fights. Okay. Well, let's take Lennox Lewis. Let's take your heavyweight that you say ain't overrated. Do they beat Lennox Lewis? And if not, then why do you expect the guy who you think is overrated to beat him? They don't even. That's why I say they put themselves in the box, bro. That's what an all-time great is. If you go look at the ranking system, Mike Tyson beat he defended his belts. You know what I mean? He beat all the guys that was ranked during the time. Like, bro, I don't even know where this shit comes from, bro. Well, so let me stop. I know where it comes from, but I can't believe that they don't see that they're being lied to, bro. They're being lied to. Like I said, this was the tournament that Mike Tyson entered. Can you say the same thing about your favorite fighter that they entered a tournament? People scoff at that shit. I give Andre Ward a lot of credit for that, bro. Tournaments, first off, they have to come together on the political side of things, the belts, the sanctioning bodies. That's hard to do. But when the fighter goes in, it comes out victorious. That shit is like, that's bringing the amateur style to the pros. Not the style of fighting, but the style of, you got to fight this opponent at that opponent. You can't duck. You got to fight the guy that's right in front of you. If you duck, it will be obvious. Like when Spinks ducked Mike Tyson at the end of this tournament, you know what I mean? Vacated his belt because he didn't want nothing to do with Mike Tyson because he knew what would happen when they eventually met would have happened then for less money. So he opted to do that. And then when Mike Tyson did this, he goes and beat an undefeated, crunk trained, because Emmanuel Stewart was Tony Tucker's trainer. He goes and beats that guy undefeated, beats him, takes his belt, And Denzin goes fight Michael Spinks, who vacated his belt because he didn't want nothing to do with him, as a bonus. How could you say that guy is overrated? As a matter of fact, you said name an all-time great. You know what I mean? All-time great that he. No, did you say all-time great? Yeah, you say all-time great. We don't have that many. You said top fighter that he fought. None of these guys on this list is top. So Pinklin Thomas is not a top fighter to you. Frank Bruno's not a top fighter to you. Trevor Berbick's not a top fighter to you. And Tim Witherspoon's not a top fighter to you. That's what you're telling me. Because a lot of people will say Tim Witherspoon beat Larry Holmes whenever they had their run in. A lot of people argue that. So, hey, he said.
I mean, but are the Klitschko's beating? We go through the heavyweights. Klitschko's beating those dudes that Tyson should have beat. Is Deontay Wilder? Is Fury? Are any of those guys beating? All those guys that he lost to, are any of those guys beating the guys that Tyson lost? Are any of them doing that?
He said he lost all of his legacy fights. And this is how, like I say, y'all put yourselves in a box and y'all don't come out. So because you don't think the fight's significant, it's not a legacy fight. So when he entered this tournament and fought Trevor Berbick, you know what I mean, and fought these top heavyweights because there was no running, it wasn't a legacy fight. It was only a legacy fight when he took a L. You're on that Teddy Atlas shit. He only stepped up 5 times in his life, and 5 times he lost. I don't know his record, but I'm gonna give you exactly what his record is. He lost 5 times. Teddy Atlas even said his wins, acted like he didn't know, but he said he only stepped up 5 times in his life. So every fighter is reduced down to their losses. So that means fucking Muhammad Ali the wins didn't count. It was only his losses. Larry Holmes, the wins didn't count. It was only his loss. Like I say, y'all put yourself in a smaller and smaller box. He said, so you think that he is overrated by casuals, underrated by a lot of serious boxing fans? Yeah. He said that. Oh yeah. He said that's so ridiculous facts, bro. He said because Teddy Atlas and Cus built Mike Tyson's career and record, Don King just put the money behind it and he became a superstar. Absolutely not, bro. I don't think you realize how that shit went, bro. But I think you probably young. You wasn't there during that time. Mike Tyson was gonna be a star regardless. Matter of fact, before Mike Tyson had Don King in 1988 whenever he left. That's when he's always dealt with Don King. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do a documentary fucking live, and I'm gonna mention shit like that. Don King has always been a presence in Mike Tyson's corner, always. When Bill Caton was there, and Bill Caton says it. He said Don King's always been around. And they even asked Bill Caton, why did you bring Don King to him if you didn't want to get him stolen? And he basically said some shit like because he didn't think Mike would be dumb enough to leave. It was something stupid like that. Oh, so Mike's the dummy, not the person who works with the guy who's known for stealing fighters. He said 50-1 odds to win, but he lost, my dude. Yeah, I don't even know what you mean. Bro. All right. Tyson had a lot to deal with outside of the ring. He was the most exploited, not only fighter, but athlete in history. He was a business. I'm a businessman. Great points. F Teddy Atlas and his 0-6 big fights. Facts. He said, read my last comment to the Tyson haters sitting here eating donuts on the couch. Where's it at? How about it? Skipped over it. I don't see it, bro. This one? Does Jack Johnson not have merit because he lost to Jess Willard after not training and being in Mexico for years? No. Yeah. He said he was a 50-1 odd. So because Buster Douglas overcame the odds because of Mike Tyson's lack of training, Mike Tyson just they consider Buster Douglas a signature fight. This is like I said, they put themselves in the box, right? So when Mike Tyson goes up and fight Trevor Berbick, Trevor Berbick's a bum, right? But when Buster Douglas beats the odds of 50-1, and it wasn't 50-1, but let's go with your lie. I think it was more like 42-1 or 30 or 40-1 or some shit like that, but it wasn't no 50-1. But let's go with your lie. So whenever Buster Douglas beats the odds, well, then that's a signature fight because Mike Tyson lost. You don't even fucking make it. So you put Buster Douglas in all-time great. So I say, man, y'all put yourselves in the box. Don King took him for a ride. He said Scholar, Regis, Josh Taylor, Jose Ramirez, Gatsby, Usyk were all in real good tournaments also. And you know what, Jannard? They give Usyk a ton of credit for being in a tournament. Nobody would say they wouldn't say Usyk was overrated. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's just crazy. He said, yo, what's up? What's up, bro? He said, nobody wanted to get in the ring with Mike. Facts. He said, you're the one that brought up 5 fights. I didn't. Holyfield, and then the biggest upset, Buster Douglas. And then he quit in his last fight against McBride. Speaking facts is not hating. Okay. He said Roberto Duran quit against Sugar Ray Leonard. Would you say he lost his signature fights? So what do you think about Jake Paul fight? At first, I ain't gonna lie, I was excited about it, but the closer that it's getting, I'm like, I don't know if I want to see it because Jake Paul, whatever juice he was on, bro, I seen that motherfucker hitting the bag, and I was like, I got scared for Tyson. I was like, oh, no. He said Usyk overrated. The Wise, let me ask you a question: who's not overrated to you? Give me some great names in the chat so we could do to you what you trying to do to us. Pick apart their fucking resume with a fine-tooth comb because you could do that to anybody. Not only that one. What titles Teddy Atlas ever unified? Fact. What the fuck Teddy Atlas ever do? That's crazy, bro. Like criticizing a fighter for doing something that probably their favorite fighter ain't ever accomplished is wild to me, bro. If he's overrated, like picture trying to explain this to somebody who what we would call as a casual to the sport, right? Let's say they've never heard of Mike Tyson. We go to Japan or something. Hey, what is Mike Tyson? Is he good? Is he any good? Oh no, Mike Tyson's overrated. Oh, okay. I seen a couple highlights of his. What makes him overrated? Oh, he lost his signature fights. But bro, you would sound like an idiot trying to explain this to them from scratch because they would be like, wait a minute. So the youngest champion ever at heavyweight, undisputed a year later, when you explain what undisputed is a guy you're saying is overrated? Could he punch? Yeah. Did he have hand speed? Yeah. Why is he overrated? What was his height? He was the height of a middleweight. He had the height of Gennady Golovkin. If Gennady Golovkin went up and fought Anthony Joshua, how would that fight go? Mike Tyson was Gennady Golovkin's height, bro, knocking those big guys out, folding them up like fucking lawn chairs, bro. Like the same reason I love Joe Louis is the same reason fucking I love Mike Tyson, bro. America loves the underdog story. This is why that's why they can't take their eyes off Mike Tyson. They love the underdog story, and the fact that they know Mike Tyson's story adds to why you can't take your eyes off of him. And people love the idea of a little dude just going up there fucking up big dudes. And that's what Mike Tyson was. He was the embodiment of that. He was fighting fucking everybody, bro. Not only was he knocking people out, but he was outboxing guys that had fucking 80-inch reaches, 83-inch reaches, and he was sunning them. He was making them look like clowns, bro. He said Tyson is the youngest heavyweight ever, period. Record would never be broken. God himself would have to come down from heaven to beat that record. Said George Foreman to go. Oh my God, bro. George Foreman, who lost in his prime to a fucking 10-year senior, and Muhammad Ali is the GOAT. Yeah, you definitely done lost your mind. And you know what's crazy? I wish you would have told me that before the show. I might have prepared a clip for you of George Foreman saying in his comeback he didn't want no parts of Mike Tyson. He said Mike Tyson was scared of him, and he said, thank God he was scared of him because I was scared of him. But Mike Tyson was not scared of George Foreman. He said overrated does not mean that they sucks. Overrated coming from somebody who like with limited knowledge is crazy, bro. He said that's why I'm saying, Wise, what makes him overrated? Who isn't overrated? He don't get it smoking. He got to be young. He said if Tyson was coming up now, all these haters would be on him like right on rice. Facts. The fact that they think Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter to ever live. Like, bro, y'all missed it. Y'all missed that era. Like, they even got a little hashtag going on saying hashtag like let go of the 90s or some shit like that. It's because they era, the 90s was like the peak of fucking art, music, fucking everything. Everything. It was the peak of it was like our Renaissance era, bro, as far as athletics and everything, boxing, fucking everything. And they don't never experienced that. They don't know what it's like. So they just hate on us for loving it because they can never live up to it. I get it. Will you just stop talking about your ex-wife already? We get it, bro. We get it, bro. He said Mike Tyson was great, brother. He was great. but people overrate him. They try to make it seem like he's a god or something. Who? And how do they make it seem like he's a god? We're talking about boxing, bro. If you give a hypothetical and they say Mike wins, that's not making him seem like a god. That's just giving their boxing take. Said, I know we're not trying to compromise on that he is overrated or underrated. He said the non-wise one. He said, I respect this channel. I respect you too, bro. He said, Haplo, your estrogen is running high. He said, sheesh, boxing was hot in the 90s. Facts. So look, bro, I found this clip of remember I told you Bill Caton had a strong influence on the media, and when Mike Tyson left, listen to how these reporters talk about Mike Tyson, bro. They talk about Mike Tyson's injuries and they just so dismissive of everything. Just check it out. Check it out.
Next week, a new date for the Selden fight, most likely in September. Nick Charles, CNN Sports.
Apparently, the only thing that can lick Mike Tyson these days is bronchitis. With his WBA title bout with Bruce Seldon 10 days away and ailing, Tyson pulled out Wednesday. It's the third time in his last 5 scheduled fights that Tyson has postponed or canceled a bout. Tyson's manager and doctor said the bronchitis set him too far back to fight Seldon on July 13th.
Well, since Mike's been in town, Mike has not had a full day's workout like he would normally have anyway. He's been feeling weak.
He is recovering, but not recovered full enough for him to be 100%. And in my opinion, I don't think that he would be ready for a heavyweight championship bout.
The title fight has been rescheduled for September 7th. Don King denied Tyson is setting a pattern of postponement. Said King, I will continue to take the high road and say that this is one of those things that happens to human beings.
Turning to boxing now for Bruce Seldon, it wasn't so much postponing a fight as it might have been postponing the inevitable. Seldon got a reprieve from his fight against Mike Tyson on July 13th because Tyson came down with bronchitis. But a reprieve is not a pardon, after all. The fight between Tyson and Seldon has been rescheduled for September 7 at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. You'll recall Tyson postponed his November fight against Buster Mathis Jr., only to come back 6 weeks later and knock him silly.
Who knows when the next heavyweight championship fight is? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? How about September 7th? Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon mix it up in Las Vegas just over 3 weeks from today. And today, Tyson did some ring work at the MGM Grand. And as he likes to say, he was throwing punches with bad intentions. At least that's what it looks like. Mike just about wearing out those training pads he's pounding on right there. Afterwards, Tyson was asked about his time in jail. He answered, in part, referring to other heavyweight fighters.
The only thing I was treated different than other inmates was that I was treated worse than they were because I was Mike Tyson.
Did you notice the smugness when they were reporting on him? Don King had to actually come out and defend that Mike Tyson really was injured. Bro, what the fuck are we, bro, what were they doing? Look, we complained about the LDBC and fucking all this other stuff, these narratives, bro. What the fuck, bro? Like, looking at this shit, bro, they make them look like fucking, like saints. You know what I mean? Like, that shit was just narrative driven, the smugness. They, like, oh, Tyson can't, nobody can beat Tyson but germs. What the fuck, bro? Like, what? Yes, they definitely had an agenda. You can see it in their eye rolling, their smugness. When is the fight happening? I don't know, because Tyson keeps pulling out. He said that this is not a pattern. It's like, bro, what the fuck? They like, and mind you, these guys don't take punches. Mike Tyson's the one in there taking punches. And like I said, this is why Mike Tyson always had the bad relationship that he had with the media. You remember when the stuff happened with Lennox Lewis? You remember that shit? All that shit was because he always had a bad relationship with him. I remember a guy asked him about him being a convicted rapist. Not the black guy that asked him a couple of years ago, but it was another reporter. It was a white guy, and he asked him. He was like, he had a magazine with an article in it. He was like, "You're a fucking prick. You know that, right?" He was like, "What?" Trying to play dumb. And he was like, "You don't know how this make me feel." The media has always attacked Mike Tyson. They never liked him. Never liked him. And this was the head of it. I know y'all remember this shit. Fuck him to 11. He said, "I don't believe Mike Tyson is overrated, but he ain't the GOAT." He said, "Who you be and what you accomplish has a lot to do with your career, period. Roy Jones is the highest you could go as far as being the GOAT." I disagree with that, but okay. He said Mike Tyson was a phenom. He said he was the most accomplished athlete in the world, an era with Jordan. Facts. He said, "You idiots obviously weren't there. Wake me up when you accomplish something." It's funny. It's funny because when they would ask Mike Tyson questions, Mike Tyson was really mean to them. And I remember before the fight, I mean, Mike Tyson had some shit to say to them, man. because I mean, their relationship had already like went its course, and Mike Tyson just really wasn't feeling the question that they was asking him. So, I mean, he was being really smug with them. And like I said, Teddy Atlas has people believing that Mike Tyson has never been in a fight. Bro, how do you win belts not being in a fight in your career? He says shit like that, and it makes sense. They're like, you know what? This Teddy Atlas guy is right. To the youngest champion ever, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. He said Ali had to use steroids to fight Foreman. Oh, you definitely don't know shit about boxing. What are you talking about, bro? George Foreman won a title at 45. So hold on. First off, there is no proof. There has never been a shred of evidence of Muhammad Ali taking steroids. You're just making shit up. Number one. And if Muhammad Ali did take steroids, so you think Muhammad Ali took steroids to beat George Foreman, but George Foreman didn't take him to come back at 45 years old and win? Like, bro, come on, bro. That's like I said, y'all put yourselves in a box and don't come out. Says 6 months later, Knocked City facts. He said pre-internet, the narratives was magazines and mainstream journalists. Facts. He said, here's my advice to you all. Stop being so sensitive. Good criticism, bad criticism. It's all going to come. It's part of the sport. Bro, it's you should be here to learn. There's a reason why young people don't be knowing shit, bro. It's because y'all come in trying to teach. How you trying to teach people? The people from the era can debate. Now, if you do your extensive research and you coming in with facts and you present them we'll listen to you, bro. But you coming in off the back trying to teach, like, bro, you already coming in wrong. Said Tyson got robbed. Said Lewis had it was not Lewis, it was Douglas. Douglas had a 13-second count. Tyson knocked him out. Remember being a kid watching that fight at my uncle's. He said Brownville's in the house, laughed my ass off. He said Teddy Atlas never won a fight or a title and accomplished shit. So look, I will tell you this: Teddy Atlas was actually an amateur fighter, and he won his 2 first fights by knockout. But he never he never accomplished the level of that Mike accomplished. So was Teddy Atlas overrated as a boxer? Like, bro, I don't know, bro. Like I said, bro, Mike Tyson, is he the greatest fighter of all time? No, but can you say that? Can you say that about any fucking heavyweights? Like, how many heavyweights would you rate in the greatest of all time category outside of Ali? I'm comparing them to other divisions. I mean, that's not an insult to Tyson to say he's not the greatest of all time. But Mike Tyson, as far as heavyweights, you do a top 10, Mike Tyson's name is gonna come up, or at least be in the top 10. That's crazy, bro. He said Bradley lost with Atlas. So did he do steroids using? He said, did steroids using Prevekin? Atlas is an embarrassment. He said Ali on Royce versus Foreman. Where did you hear that bullshit? Facts, bro. I don't know what the fuck he talking about, bro. He said, that's what I mean by you here to teach, bro. All the people in the comment section, we would disagree on 80 topics, right? Not one. If I did a poll right now, hey, man, y'all think not one person brought that up but you. You bringing in like crazy shit, bro. He said, I just wish Customato wouldn't have died so soon. If he would have lived 10 more years, Tyson would have conquered. Yeah, he probably would. They probably would have been talking about him as great. He probably would have had a loss, maybe, but still they would be talking about him because he would have dominated longer. He would have still had that passion and desire. He said, like Garcia, you don't train him, you collaborate with him. He said, Seymour in the house. They said, get a job, get a job. He said, my fault, it was Buster. Now I got you, bro. I understood. He said, I'm 43. I watched Tyson as a kid. I love Mike Tyson. Yeah, bro. Mike Tyson was something. They don't understand, bro. They don't understand, like, bro, that dude would get in there and knock people out in fucking 30 seconds or a minute, bro. That is it. If you're overrated, how the fuck do you do that, bro? Like, bro, I don't know if they've been in a street fight in their life, bro. But if you take the average fighter and put them in a street fight, bro, they not knocking nobody out. You know what I mean? I done see some big dudes like laying punch, and they not knocking people out in fucking 30 seconds. So the fact that somebody that's Triple G's height is out there knocking grown ass men out, whether you think they're over, like if Pittsburgh T said, if it's so easy, why we ain't seen it done again, bro? And they criticize that. Canelo should have did it to Ryder if it was so easy. He should have had 18 knockouts.
He got that in the first round.
Man, that dude was, before he lost to Buster Douglas, he was 35-0 with 31 knockouts, 19 of them in the first round.
Wilder ain't do it. He been knocked people out. He knocked him out in the second.
Man, like this dude was talking. The dude earlier was talking about like how I was scripted or some shit. Let me tell you something, man. I seen when Steve Lott was alive. Steve Lott would have all these historic ass pictures and shit, right? Like fucking Jim Jeffries and all this, like old school ass. Like he had a good fucking library, right? And he was smart. When him and Mike Tyson was doing their thing, he recorded everything, right? Everything. And when he recorded everything, he later came back on YouTube, and that shit was valuable because Mike Tyson was who he was, you know. But he had a picture, and man, he died before I could go back and ask him for this picture. Somebody else took over for his channel, and I don't even like that dude. But that's neither here nor there. But he had a picture of Mike Tyson popping a water bag, bro. The water bags are supposed to be designed for to not pop, and Mike Tyson popped it, bro. That's crazy. That man has an insane amount of power, bro. That he was the perfect combination of speed and power. Said, what you got to do to be the greatest of all time? He said, what you got to do to be the greatest of all time? To be good. Tyson ain't the greatest. Now tell me who is. He said Tyson better beat Jake Paul ass. I don't know about that, bro. Jake Paul got that Captain America serum, bro. I don't know. That he's on something, bro. Said Jake Paul ain't shit. I seen him hitting the bag. I was like, ugh. He said Canelo got no heart. Facts, bro. He said salute to Scholar in the chat. What's up, KP? He said it wouldn't go against Muhammad Ali's religion to take any drugs. It would go against Muhammad Ali's religion to take any drugs to enhance himself. He had God with him in the ring for real. Go back. He said, go back and watch all of his footage and interviews. He said 78 in the chat. Hit the like buttons. Facts, bro. Y'all smash that like button. It's up there in the corner with 3 dots. He said Pittsburgh. Oh, Pittsburgh, come off mute real quick. Let me see if I can fix it. He said your audio is bad.
Okay. Yeah, I hear the feedback.
Let me see. I don't hear that. Let me see.
Maybe I can go out and come back in.
No, I can just reset your mic. Hold on. I learned a little trick. All right, say something.
Test. Always clear now.
He said, and what it mattered, Tyson a legend, you ain't shit. He said Tyson was the best ever in his prime, wasn't even close. He said Tyson gonna kill this kid, Jake Paul, in a real fight, of course. And the spectacle, they are going to put up a show. He said, Tyler, do more research. He said the stats speak for themselves. Facts, bro. But yeah, man. Kojo, where you been at, bro? Let me drop the link for Kojo. Man, I should have dropped the link a long time ago for an old dude that was talking. I should let him pull up and just say what he got to say. Ali on steroids.
Yeah, that would have been comical, man. Because I mean, the whole thing about Tyson, man, it's just we ain't never seen nobody. Even if you take out the knockouts too, we ain't never seen the presser and the entertainment value behind everything that Tyson did. People was on that, man. These dudes, like Wilder was a champion for years, and people ain't know who the fuck he was. Same thing, like we stopped playing this game, man. This don't even make any sense. These dudes not on the same level as that guy. And this was in the 90s. When people were on TV, he was going on TV. And then when he fought, everybody tuned in. It wasn't, man, please, man, it ain't even close.
This man at fucking 53 years old is breaking pay-per-view top 10 records. That's crazy, bro.
Hey, and Jake Paul can fight a little bit, man. I don't know why they got so much hate for Jake Paul. I don't really get that either, Scott. I don't get it, bro.
I don't know why they don't like Jake Paul. I'm not a huge fan of his, but I don't dislike him because he dedicated himself to the sport. Like he got videos of him getting concussions and shit, and that's what the sport is about, bro. Bloody nose, concussions, injuries, etc. That's what really. That's why I say when Mike Tyson was answering that report, he was like, "I haven't seen my wife. I haven't seen my wife in some months. I haven't had sex. I haven't seen my kids." And he was like, "Why?" He's like, "Don't worry about it, white boy." He was fucking frustrated, bro. He was saying boxing is the loneliest sport, bro. He was not lying, bro. Shit is lonely, bro. And it's like it's lonely, and people that don't participate judge it hard. You see the guy who didn't take a fucking punch was like, Mike Tyson pulls out again. Is this a pattern? And blah, blah, blah. And Skip Bayless. These guys are weird, bro. These guys are weird, man, and they've like. Let me see if I can find this punch. I mean, let me see if I can find. There it is, right there. I found it. Okay, hold on. Let me upload this shit real quick, man. Because Mike Tyson, I dropped the link. Wise One. You can pull up. You can pull up Wise One and express your opinion, bro. Hold on. Let me upload this video. Bear with me real quick. Bear with me. Here we go. There it is. So, yeah, man. Yeah, man. We got to stop this Mike Tyson's overrated shit.
And the Jake Paul stuff, we got to stop that too. But that's nonsense.
Aplo said top 5 is easy, no particular order. Ali, Robinson, Lanford, Greb, and Armstrong. Say he is better now. I think he's talking about your audio. He said the stats speak for himself. He has no respect. He said the only fighter that I could come up with right now that has the same style kind of is Pitbull. He said, check that. I think it's supposed to be full out. Check the full out. He said, Jake Paul ain't doing bad. He just dictating himself. But at the same time, bro, everybody praying on his downfall just because he said, just because how he is and carries himself and conducts him and about he came into sport and about how he became in the sport. Bro, they just don't like Jake Paul. And it's just like the same thing with the Tyson shit, bro. They don't like Mike Tyson. So they don't realize they love Mike Tyson. There's a thin line between love and hate, bro. And they don't realize that they actually love Mike Tyson. That they think they hate Mike Tyson, but they really love him. The same people that saying he's overrated are the same people that are going to be glued to their seats when he fights Jake Paul. Like, and they wasn't even around during the era when he was in his prime. They saw Mike Tyson at the tail end taking the losses to Kevin McBride and still don't know what the aura that he possesses. People talk about the aura that Michael Jordan has. Nobody talk about that shit now when Michael Jordan's washed up. Mike Tyson walks in the room and everybody, he stick out like a fucking sore thumb. And like I said, remember I told you he was beefing with the media. Like, this is just the sentiments. This is what I have to the sentiments of the people that think Mike Tyson is overrated.
A report about boxing and never fought and never been a champion and don't know our pain, our sweat, and don't know it's so fucking lonely. This is the loneliest sport in the world. You know what I'm saying? I didn't fuck my wife in a year. You think I give a damn about Andrew Galata? I haven't seen my kids in months. Why? None of your damn business, white boy, but I haven't seen them in months. And you think I give a damn about you and then y'all? I don't care about living or dying. I'm not a dysfunctional motherfucker. I want to blaze. Yeah, bring Andrew Galata on. Bring those guys. They can keep their title. I don't want their title. I want to strip them of their fucking health. Because I'm in pain. I want them to see pain. I want their kids to see pain. Lennox Lewis, I want his kids to, oh, daddy, are you okay, Dad? Yeah, I don't care about them because they don't care about me and my kids. All right. This is the time.
He want Lennox Lewis to say, ooh, daddy. That's crazy. But yeah, man, this ain't gonna be a long live. This ain't gonna be my normal live. This ain't gonna be my normal length of my life. So what I'm gonna do is, oh shit. Shit. Can you hear me, Pittsburgh T?
Yeah, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Oh,
I
yeah.
changed the headset. Is it better?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, man, the live that I'm finna do next is gonna be fucking fire, bro. We finally doing the anticipated duck season, bro. We finally bringing it. We finally bringing it to the light, bro. And this is supposed to be like a precursor to that, bro. You know how they do them prequels in the movies. You know what I mean? This was the end scene to a Marvel's movie. This was to that, man. We doing that duck season, bro. We gotta bring facts and receipts, bro. Like a lot of the people, like I say, oh man, Mike Tyson, duck Lennox Lewis. I'm addressing that. I'm addressing Mike Tyson, Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, fucking Aaron Pryor, Ray Leonard, Hagler. We addressing all that shit, bro. We going down the list, bro. Just common themes that the media fucked up and spent narratives, and we just got to correct. We got to add perspective to the other side. They say the truth is somewhere in the middle, but we got to provide that shit. But yeah, man. Let me see if I can get a link to my members only, man, because the video I showed y'all, if y'all liked it today, some of y'all are coming onto the chat just now, man. I'm gonna show the video as I go. If you like videos like that, man, members only is 99 cents. He said Canelo got to be the poster of the live band. Hilarious. He said Iron Mike got a wallet that says bad motherfucking hilarious. He said Mike Tyson is the king of the chat. He said Lewis wanted none of Mike Tyson until he knew Tyson was a shell of himself. Be real. Lewis says it all the time. Like, yep, I got the clip of him saying that. Saying the silent part out loud. Basically, he ducked Mike Tyson. That he ducked Mike Tyson and waited till he was old. I couldn't believe he said the shit out loud because I already knew it. I couldn't believe he said the shit out loud though.
He fucked around and told the truth, man.
I'm like, did Joe Rogan drug this motherfucker? He accidentally drugged this motherfucker. That's crazy.
But even now, who gonna beat Lewis? I mean, guys we have since then.
You said what?
Out of the heavyweights that we've had since Tyson, who would beat Lewis?
None of them. You know what? I say Wilder. I shock a lot of people when I say that, but I remember Wilder fighting. Lennox Lewis fighting Henry Akawande, and he dropped him, and he was linky like Wilder. He caught Lennox Lewis with a shot he didn't see and knocked him out. And Wilder had a lot. Prime Wilder had a lot of speed, so he has a puncher's chance. I don't think that Lennox Lewis would just walk through him. He would. Lennox Lewis is of course, the better boxer, and he would be physical with him. But if he came close like he did Henry Akawande, that right hand lands, shit. I think he was sleep. Well, I know he was sleep Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis didn't have the best chin in the world. He said, who would beat Lewis? He said, I see Rockman.
Now I'm talking about the ones after that. You know what I mean. I'm talking about the guys that they keep silent how you know.
What's good, Dots? Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. You're saying that they keep saying this guy who's a height of Triple G, that was the youngest champion at 20 years old, and then a year after becoming the youngest champion would go to be undisputed at 21, and then he defended undisputed like 3 or 4 times, and then he finally lost, and then he tried to get the belts back, but then he had his prison stint. Then he gets out of prison, goes on to come back and unify the title. That's crazy, bro. Who is doing that? He entered a tournament while he was here, became the youngest heavyweight champion of all time, then undisputed, you know what I mean, by fighting the best guys that they had available. You know what I mean? Or the best guys that won the tournament, because he wasn't fighting the losers, obviously, right? Fights the best guys that were in the tournament, then goes and does a prison stint, come back after a 3 or 4 year layoff, and then goes and unify. If fucking Jermell Charlo went to jail for him hitting his girlfriend or wife, whatever she is, and then he gets out of jail, and becomes unified, Nobody would say he was overrated. If Devin Haney lost his next fight to Ryan Garcia, then Devin Haney goes to jail for 3 to 4 years, and then Devin Haney comes out and unifies the titles, everybody would be talking about, damn, he overcame, he's great, he's this. But Mike Tyson, they draw the line at this guy, who, like I said, is 5'9", 5'10", Triple G's height, got the second shortest reach in the heavyweight division outside of Rocky Marciano, who fought at 185 pounds and was fucking 5'8", I believe. That guy is the guy in heavyweight division who has more reach than Mike Tyson. He has a second shortest reach of all time and was going in there dominating guys. Going in there with guys who was way fucking taller than him with more experience and dominating them, outboxing them, knocking them down, knocking them through the ring. That shit looked at cartoonish when Mike Tyson was hitting them, bro. It looked like fucking the Roadrunner type shit. Like he was bouncing them off the ropes. He was fucking, the motherfuckers looked like they was dying in the ring.
And the other thing too, since we on Mike Tyson, why they hate Al Heyman, but they love Don King? And the other thing too, since we on Mike Tyson, why they hate Al Heyman, but they love Don King? And the other thing too,
they didn't love Don King, Pittsburgh. Hold on, let me hit the refresh. I can't hear you. Huh? I'll make the refresh real quick. Say something.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Got you. All right, so yeah, they didn't love Don King. They hated Don King. They appreciate the hot boxing goes is they appreciate you when you go. When Mike Tyson was in the ring and they were giving polls, 71% said Mike Tyson should lead the sport. When Mike Tyson's walking out after Kevin McBride, he's being booed as he's leaving the ring because they showed up to see him lose, and they're mad about getting exactly what they showed up to get. And then he leaves the arena and they throw shit and soda shit on him. And then 71% say he should leave. And then 20 years later, those same people are paying for him to fight an exhibition at close to 60 years old. You can't. They only appreciate you when you're gone, bro. It's gonna be the same thing with LeBron James. They talk all this shit. Oh, he's a titty baby. He's taking PEDs. He's doing this. He's doing that. When LeBron James leave the game, they're gonna miss him, bro. Same thing with Tom Brady. People used to hate fucking Tom Brady, bro. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, they hated that man. For years, they hated on Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. When like Charles Barkley tried to warn them, he said, when Tom Brady leave, y'all are gonna fucking suck. Not only do they suck, but the league ain't the same, man. I bet you they could do I bet you they could do a direct correlation to when Tom Brady retired and the league just went down. And then you lost the whole generation. Like Peyton Manning was gone, like all those good guys. He said, and he put fear in their bones. Facts. He said, motherfuckers all over the world. Look at me. Rocky Marciano is one of my favorites. But yeah, man, they gotta put some respect on Mike Tyson's name. That's why I came in. I was so tired of seeing comments, bro. Comments about people who don't know shit about boxing, bro. It was getting ridiculous.
But I mean, even if you was around, Scarlett, say I wasn't no advocate like boxer enthusiast back then. I knew what I was looking at though, bro. I know this guy got in the ring, and when the bell struck, you know that other dude he was on in the beginning, he was going down. It was just how quick was he gonna do it? Like it was a running joke on Arsenio Hall, like how fast you go get some popcorn, that shit was over. Like you had to sit down when that bell rung. You need to be where you need to be to watch that damn fight. Like that's how quick he was getting rid of people, man. Now you could say that he was fighting bums, but again, if he fighting bums, there ain't no fighter that's fighting bums that's getting them out of there in 30 seconds or a minute. But we don't see that. Even if he fighting bums, we see the bums seem to make it past the first round.
Facts.
So I mean, if that's what he was doing, and that's entertainment, and that made his name stick, why haven't these other guys done that? Because ain't nobody else doing that. It seemed like if that worked and made him what he was, and it was so easy for people to do it, they would have did it. But can't nobody fucking do that shit, bro. I think at some point, man, the Skip Baylesses and those kind of people, they fuck up the sport because they drum everything up to these numbers, And it's only numbers of convenience. It's not real numbers. It's numbers to prove their point. When the numbers don't prove their point, they discard them and say they're useless. They don't mean anything. But when numbers prove their point, they want to run you down with numbers. So if we just looking at numbers, shit, we might as well not watch the game. We just might as well look at the stats. But that's all we're doing. But they don't really want to do that because then it would fuck up their argument. It wouldn't make any sense. And that's what they've been doing for a long time. And the other thing with that LeBron stuff and him, and I don't know if you've seen it, but him and JJ Redick got like a semi podcast where he does it. He sits down with him and they talk actual basketball. And these guys were all pissed off about it. Why? Because now that's going against the bullshit that they've been talking about. He's talking about plays. He's talking about pin downs. He's talking about like actual basketball shit. Not calling people out their name. Not no emotional bullshit. Like people have gotten so used to sports that they're talking about to be so unrelated to the sport that they're actually talking about. So these guys make a lot of money doing that. People just don't know what they're talking about.
So what you saying is LeBron James has a show, but it was kind of like Kobe Bryant when he was on ESPN doing his breakdowns.
Yep, same shit. Him and JJ Redick, they pissed off.
That's fucking hilarious. They pissed off because they can't keep up with him. His brain too sharp.
What they talking about? And at first they had a problem with. I heard a couple of them dudes that he knew like, oh my god, I can't believe he's on JJ Redick. Like, why he go to JJ Redick? Then you hear some of the other time, oh, he over there with that white boy. Like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Like that some of the stuff that they do is so like, okay, so you're mad that he's doing it. He's just not doing it with your ass. That's why you mad. And the guy's actually talking about he's talking about the X and O's and he's talking about certain players and how they're good in certain things. It's everything that we're so not used to right now. You know, they talking about people baby mamas, they talking about people diets, like a bunch of shit that's irrelevant. They don't mean nothing. That's what they own. So to get somebody that's actually talking about that would be equivalent to Tom Brady like breaking down tape of quarterbacks and shit and telling you that. Like we don't have that. So that's why they mad.
That's dope because they can't keep up. It'd be the same way on YouTube when see the thing is, man, people see me coming from a mile away, bro. They was just trying to embrace their shit. I remember when 50 Cent, Jay-Z was telling people about 50 Cent, it was the same way, bro. And he was telling people like, yeah, you better get when this guy hit, man. It was the same thing with me because I know the sport, bro. And I know when I start dropping out, people actually want to know the sport. Yeah, we all grew up watching fucking Maury and Jerry Springer. That shit's good, but when that's what you consume all the time. It should get boring, bro. You want to know the sport that you're here to talk about. You want to learn. So people love to learn, believe it or not. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that like they knew I was gonna blow them out. They can't even break down a fight. They live fight commentary. All they do is celebrity gossip and boxing, bro. Got 5 fighters who are really popular. They got insider information. They're gonna tell you this. They're gonna tell you that. But for the most part, they kind of like useless. That's why I don't really want insiders on my channel because they risk my reputation. You know what I mean? They can't reveal their source. You know what I mean? Everything I stand by everything that be on this channel, bro. You know what I mean? Because I'll disagree in real time. I'll have opposing views. I don't agree with them, but I'll disagree in real time. So, you know what I mean? I stand by that because they're going to hear my opinion on certain stuff. Or if I really don't care about it, I might be quiet about it. But yeah, man, you can't come over here and give the source to say shit and not reveal the source. Because like I said, I have picks that I stand behind. I picked fucking Rolly to win. I picked Rolly to beat Isaac Cruz, and I stand behind that shit. I would, bro, if I had to pick that shit all over again, I'm right more than I'm wrong, and I can't have an insider on here who's wrong more than they're right. And my credibility's on the line. So that's why, yeah, like I said, bro, I was coming, bro. They know. Muhammad Ali told them a long time ago about me whenever he beat George Foreman. And he said, I want everybody from this moment forward to recognize me as a scholar of boxing. He warned them about me, bro, but they just didn't pay attention. He said, this live or recorded? It's live, bro. He said, I'm 5'11". Do you think it's better to be an amateur heavyweight or should I compete? Should I compete at 92? Size most of it, bro. Whatever what are your attributes, bro? Can you punch? If you got punching power, bro, that's why we're here to talk about Mike Tyson, bro. That dude was a height of Triple G, bro. But that man had power like George Foreman, more. So you could always fight up. You can only fight up to your attributes. That's why smaller fighters are able to move up and move fluidly through the divisions because of their skill and their attributes. You got the speed and the power, you could do it. If you don't, you can't. Simple as that. You better have some brains because not at the heavyweight division, there's science applied, but it's less science than the lower weights. So the punches are bigger and heavier, and shit, the science is less. So, you know what I mean? You taking a gamble.
So you trying to say everybody ain't on steroids, Skyler? That's what you're trying to say? Because, I mean, that's what they've been saying. Everybody on steroids, Skyler.
Shit, Ali on
They beat you.
steroids, apparently. I didn't know Ali was on steroids.
Shit, everybody on steroids. According to some of these clouds. And the testing ain't no good.
The fact that the man that told me Mike Tyson was overrated told me Ali was on steroids, that right there should just sum up everything. That should sum up the validity of what he was talking about and everything. But yeah, he was like the only one in the chat who disagreed that Mike Tyson was overrated. That's crazy, bro. Like, it's like, if he's overrated, then who do you rate high? George Foreman. George Foreman. Mike Tyson had, I gotta say it slow. He was the height of Gennady Golovkin, who fought at middleweight and lost to Canelo, who's at super middleweight, a couple pounds ahead of it, above him. That guy fought at that, and he was fighting people that was 6'5", 240, 230, and was manhandling those guys. He said, all right, so what's your take on the upcoming Tyson Soy Boy fight? I am hoping Tyson gives him brain damage, but dude is old. I'm afraid this will weaken his legend in the minds of the next generation. It might. It possibly might. But what happens as time goes by is people forget about your losses. Like Holyfield lost to Victor Belfort, and nobody's going to remember that shit. They still going to remember Holyfield for beating Riddick Bowe, for boxing with Lennox Lewis, beating Mike Tyson. They're going to remember him for his signature wins. So, nah, I don't think so.
Bro, but why do they relegate Jake Paul to be bad for boxing? What about Jake Paul is bad? I still don't get the thing that he's doing is bad for boxing. I don't get it at this point. Like, he's trying to fight. I mean, he's kind of early. What's he got, like 8 fights or 9 fights or some shit? He got a bunch of fights.
Pittsburgh T fucking like that told me he'll respect Jake Paul when he fights fucking Bivol. Like, man, you try to get that man killed, bro. That's crazy. 10 fights and he got to go after Bivol with no amateur experience.
Stop it, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
He's. I mean, then the other part of it, like, this is the part that I don't get with people. Even if you say, okay, his competition ain't great, you can look at the guy with 10 fights and he got damn near the same competition, a little bit lesser than some of these guys who's supposed to be the guys we talk about all the time. So what's the fucking difference?
He said the guy who said Tyson is overrated probably rates Larry Holmes over him. Let me finish these comments. I'm gonna get right back because
he said probably rate Larry Holmes over.
Delirious. He said the whole dude is toxic as fuck. Isn't he? Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah.
What you want to cook on, bro? What you want to add to it? You for or against? Was Tyson overrated?
I guess it depends on rating, but I do want to speak on that Larry Holmes thing real quick. Larry Holmes was the champ for damn near 10 years, man. Now he came in an era as the name after Muhammad Ali and the name before Mike Tyson. But if you're a true boxing fan and love this fucking sport, you'll understand where Larry Holmes came in the pantheon of this. So don't pull to the fans and shit. Y'all need to do a little research before y'all start just like I feel like y'all are throwing Larry Holmes under the bus for the fans. Like, go do a little research, then come back and tell me, do y'all still feel that way? Like that's a serious thing. But as far as overrating them, I guess when we look at the knockout and excitement, no, nobody can overrate them. When we talk about competition levels and things of that such, yeah, maybe. Because guess what? He didn't go against no motherfucking Ernie Shavers. He didn't go against no George Foreman's, no Sonny Listons. Like niggas that was those intimidator guys as well. You know what I mean? Because I can make the argument that whenever, and shout out to Teddy Atlas for saying this, even though we know his history with Mike Tyson. Every time a nigga shows some real resistance against Mike Tyson, he lost. Like that's just the real reality. When you put a nigga in there with somebody that was saying, I don't give a fuck about that intimidation, nigga, I'm not going. I'm not. It ain't those tough things we were talking about the other night where everybody tough because they get in the ring. No, this was something different. When niggas was like, nigga, I came here to win. You ain't just gonna make me no ticket. Ask Evander, ask Lennox, ask niggas that really got in there and wasn't pussy, that really had levels to their game as well. They went in there and they broke that boy. We ain't never seen Mike Tyson really go through no resistance at all, bro. Like when niggas didn't fold like a piece of paper, shit, he was the one that folded. So I mean, I ain't trying to be that guy because we love Mike Tyson, but really think about the guys that beat him. They just ain't have no resistance. They have real resistance in them, and they showed that Mike Tyson didn't. Also, Mike Tyson would be the first one to say, "Woo, I'm glad none of my fights went past really like 8 rounds because shit, I don't even know if I could go." These guys we talking about was doing 15 rounders. So we if that come out of his mouth, it ain't coming out of Tizzle's mouth. It come out of Mike Tyson mouth, the guy that would question him. So for the fans, y'all might want to take a ease back on that shit where you be like, okay, because shit, like I said, everybody that shows some resistance about beating the man. So let's and no like, and I don't think most of the people that's fans in here right now will put Lennox Lewis' career over Mike Tyson for some reason. They wouldn't put Evander Holyfield over Mike Tyson for some reason. Even some of y'all blasphemous ass motherfuckers wouldn't put George Foreman's career over him. So it's like remember all of this shit before like competition matters as well. That's why we look at Floyd Mayweather is so high on these lists because of the level of competition. Shit, the people that was competition that didn't bow down, they broke them. So that's just my little viewpoint on it.
All right,
Not
so
taking away from Mike, no, never.
so I agree with some things. I'm gonna give you pushback on other things. So the first thing I wanted to start with was the Larry Holmes stuff. So this is why boxing fans just confuse the hell out of me. They have no consistency whatsoever, right? The Larry Holmes, they'll say Mike Tyson ain't beat no great heavyweights. You say, well, Larry Holmes. Oh, well, Larry Holmes is over. That same Larry Holmes went on to fight Evander Holyfield to a decision. Evander Holyfield couldn't stop him. He went on to fight Ray Mercer. He arguably should have been champ again. The reason why Larry Holmes wasn't champion is because the sanctioning body um, stripped Ray Mercer because he didn't fight Michael Moore, which was the mandatory. So that should have been a title fight because he was recognized. Because that's the fight where he destroyed Tommy Morrison and took his belt. He was a champ. You know, he didn't lose his belt in the ring. He was supposed to be a champion. So arguably, Larry Holmes at that advanced age was supposed to be one of the oldest champions, but due to politics, he wasn't champion. Larry Holmes had never been stopped before in his career ever. You know who did stop him? Mike Tyson. You know, and he fought Holyfield. You know what I mean? He fought some credible guys. You know what I mean? They wasn't able to stop him, but Mike Tyson was. So that's nothing to scoff at. That Larry Holmes right now, you know what I mean? If we was able to take that Larry Holmes in a time machine and put him in the heavyweight division today, that man will run amok at that advanced age. He at the age that Bud is at. Let's be all the way honest about it. So put some respect on Larry Holmes' name. Don't diminish Larry Holmes to try to make Mike Tyson seem overrated. That's number one. Number two is this. So if we talking about, Mike Tyson crumbling or folding, that's a fallacy to me. Because if you go to his signature fight where he lost or got beat up, it's two fights with Ray Mercer. Excuse me, it's Razor Ruddock. Where Razor Ruddock was beating the shit out of Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson wasn't steamrolling over Razor Ruddock. Razor Ruddock hit Mike Tyson harder than he's ever been hit before, a bunch of times for two fights, and he didn't fold. Buster Douglas knocked him down. He got back up. He could have just stayed down. Like how many fighters we see today just quit? They don't go their way. They just quit in the ring. A day in the walls, like that type of fighter. He flops to the ground. You know what I mean? We seen fighters quit. Mike Tyson's not that. Teddy Atlas has a personal vendetta with Mike, and it doesn't allow him to properly see Mike for what he really is. What he really is
is a short guy that is Triple G's height, has Triple G's reach, that was ruling over the heavyweight division, and he was so dominant that you couldn't even make any money betting on him. That's how cold Mike was in his prime. You couldn't make money betting on Mike Tyson. That is absolutely insane. Mike Tyson was going in there folding people up like lawn chairs, and as at the height of a middleweight. Nobody was giving the big guy a chance. That's how dominant he was. This man could throw 4 punches in under a second. And we want to talk about stamina. Mike Tyson, bro, he was throwing every punch with bad intentions for over 10. He had a knockout in the 10th round. I think he knocked out Jose Revolta. So he could knock you out in the 10th round. He's still carrying power that late. That's how cold this man. Man, Mike Tyson was a beast. And this is how crazy the people is. So the people in the comment section saying Mike Tyson's overrated. But they also telling me the greatness of Usyk, who got probably 5 fights, including rematches at heavyweight. You can't make this up.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because do they know that Larry Holmes, like, just to throw this out there, y'all, Mike Tyson even said this as well. See, I don't just quote myself. See, that's how you end the thing. That's how you end the chat with shit like this. Mike Tyson even said, "Ooh, I'm glad I fought him when I did because after that, he went on an amazing run. I'm not sure if I can beat him." So that lets you know, like, this is the words from the greats, y'all. Like, that's why y'all got to do the history of, like, Mike Tyson was a scholar, pun intended, in boxing. He understood who the real champions were, what they did to have to do that, and he appreciated it. Like, that's just the real. That's why we love Mike Tyson, because he had a real spirit of a warrior, and he not gonna take away from nobody else's career to prove it. But and you know what? I like how you broke down that Teddy Atlas thing, and that's why I made sure to start with that by saying, they have a history, but I can't say that took away from his points because niggas that showed resistance against Mike, like real resistance, like, okay, I ain't afraid to get hit in my motherfucking face. They really had results, like really, really had results. Results. I apologize, y'all. That intimidation factor was a real thing, but also we can't keep saying this, brother. He 5'10" going against, because once you sign up, bro. And once you sign up, you sign up. Shit, you could have went down to a cruiserweight or some shit like that. You would have been probably more dominant, or maybe not. We don't know. But once you sign up for it, you in there. So I can't, it's beautiful. You have great talent off the wall, instinct, strong as a fucking ox, fast, got coordinated defense, all of this type of stuff. But at the same time, once you in there, bro. Like, nobody would have known 20 years later, right? We would have hybrid champs that's 6'9" and all this crazy ass shit. But it is what it is. And I'm not even saying some of these 6'9", 6'7" guys is better than Mike. But I
But
just have to look at it
you
in the
missing what I'm
whole.
saying, bro. You missing
Go
what I'm
ahead, bro.
saying.
I
When
might
I
be adding to it.
when I bring up the height, it ain't
Mhm.
saying I get it. Heavyweight's a heavyweight, but we praise these young guys. We call them pound for pound. Or we jumped up 3 weight classes. Oh, he did that. And with the heavyweights, we just he just a heavyweight. He signed up for it. You know what I mean? Nobody say, well, Bud Crawford was a super middleweight. He signed up for it. No, they like, man, Bud Crawford jumped 3 weight classes. So as far as what do you call it? Aesthetics. Mike Tyson was Triple G's height, bro. He's showing up in the ring, telling these big guys what he gonna do to him. He gonna do this, and he, like I said, you just had to beat. It was like cartoon shit. Mike Tyson bouncing people off the ropes, like it was in. What's crazy? Teddy Atlas, with all of his hate, bro, he told a story one time, and he said that Mike Tyson was fighting a dude, and he was 13 years old, and they everybody would lie about getting an advantage in the amateurs, and the guys was like, "How old is Mike?" And he was like 13. They're like, "Teddy, come on." Come on now. Why you lying like this? You know what I mean? We know the man is, but he was 13 years old. And Teddy was like, what? Okay, 14. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? 14. And Mike Tyson ends up fighting the guy who's probably older than him because they were doing a lot of smokers, which is non like kind of like a black market fight since amateurs. We're doing a smoker fight, right? And he said Mike Tyson hits the dude with a left hook, and he hits him so hard that the sweat makes a loud thud up against the wall, like doom. You know what I mean? And this is Teddy Atlas saying this, like doom, like really loud. And he said the dude just drops he said it's like a movie. Mouthpiece flies the other way. That's how That's how cold Mike Tyson was. We will never see anything remotely close to that. You know how you know Mike Tyson is cold, regardless of what people's opinion is. They can't escape the comparisons. If somebody come up and they punch out, what's the first thing they're gonna say? Oh, we got another Mike Tyson. Oh, we throwing combinations like Mike Tyson. Why are you comparing a person to a guy who's overrated? Nobody will ever say, oh, he's the next Alexander Usyk. Nobody gives these comparisons. Like, it's one thing you brought up that's really important that people never really sit and really self-reflect on. Mike Tyson wasn't the most accomplished out of his era later on. Early on he was, later on he wasn't. But he's still the most famous out of his era. Why? Holyfield could knock people out. Lennox Lewis could knock people out. So you can't just say it's solely power. It's because we know with the eye test who the best fighter out of all of them was, and it was Mike. Even in the amateurs, Mike Tyson was a young kid coming up, and he was the man. You know what I mean? Even though he was losing, people still knew then he was going to go on to be a champion just because his ability, his speed, his power, his head movement, etc., and his pro style. And it's like, even out of those, if Lennox Lewis came back tomorrow and did an exhibition, Lennox Lewis ain't breaking no records. You know who is going to break records? Mike Tyson, easy.
You talking about if they come back for one of these novelty boxing fights?
Yeah.
I go for that. But also, let me just answer this. I'm liking that we getting in the crux of this conversation, right? Um, I think Mike Tyson in the last 25 to 30 years, right, it's probably been the most exciting, one of the most, if not the most exciting, to where if let's use that name and doing that style, you won't get the accolade. So what I mean by that, Mike Tyson, the guy they probably looked to before you was either Sonny Liston or George Foreman to be like who the comparison guy was, and then you became that guy. I don't think nobody is able to take the mantle from you yet. Like I would have said a Deontay Wilder, but here's the difference: you have a real sweet science to your fighting, Mike. Like it ain't just I know it look aggressive and just angry to the average casual fan, but you have real IQ to your skill, whereas I can't even hand that mantle onto a Deontay Wilder or nothing like that, where they'll be like, he's the next Wilder, because guess what we hear that for now? He's the next Mayweather. He's trying to be the next Floyd in the ring for different fighters. So I think you got to hit a certain level before you can even pass the mantle, and that's is to Mike Tyson, accomplishments and grace and being a great boxer that he is the last name where we be like, hey, is he gonna be the next Mike Tyson? Could he be the next? You know what I mean? So that do stand for something, y'all. That's like the people's champ to an extent.
Tell you how crazy the world is. So Alexander Usyk at heavyweight beat what? Chaz Witherspoon, Derek Chisora, Anthony Joshua, Daniel DeBoss, and who did he just? Oh, Daniel DeBoss again in the rematch. I think that's his entire heavyweight resume. And out of those guys, nobody believes that any of those guys could beat Mike Tyson, right?
Absolutely, I agree.
But they're putting Usyk up there with the all-time greats based on doing that. But telling me resume matters and who did Mike Tyson beat that was great? Who did Usyk beat that was great? Because when it's all said and done, Usyk only gonna have one Hall of Famer. Not to mention this, Usyk just vacated a belt to not fight Wardley.
Yeah,
Usyk just dropped the belt because he didn't want to fight Wardley, the dude with 5 fights at heavyweight that they telling me is better than Mike Tyson. Bro, these people are crazy, bro. No consistency whatsoever.
Absolutely. I think they doing that. They boosted him up because they're just trying to find a face of heavyweight boxing. Like they just need somebody. When we had the Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, Ruiz, Ortiz, all of these, it was kind of becoming a shuffle again. And then now it's just like all of these other guys that pretty much feel like they disappeared off the map is Usyk. So they got to try to build him to be able to fight the next guy because it's like, bro, there's no question if he's a Mike Tyson. No disrespect to him. Like he even understand it. When they asked him, "Do you think you're better than this player fighter?" I want to say he didn't say he was better than Joshua. So that should let us know right there. Like really. like where he even rates himself. But this is casual fan talk that don't understand that or probably don't even look to care. They probably think Joshua's a bum. Like that's the world we live in. I'm willing to say the casual fan know more about Mike Tyson than they knew about fighters back then, or that they know about fighters that's actually fighting in their day right now.
You know,
Don't
like,
know shit.
what's crazy is like I said, it, listen, this make no secret about it. I say everything up front. When Tyson Fury fought Usyk, I was rooting for both of them to lose. I knew that was a highly unlikely scenario, but I didn't like neither one because I knew the narrative was going to be the next day that this is the greatest heavyweight of all time. If Tyson Fury won, they going to say nobody's has been this height. He's the greatest. And if Usyk beat him, they was going to say, oh my God, he came up from cruiserweight and beat the tallest man to ever live. So I
Mm-hmm.
knew the narratives was going to be what they were.
Storyline driven narratives, correct. And then let's break it down about this overrated shit, right? Was Mike Tyson power overrated? I don't think so. Was his speed underrated? I think so. Was his defensive wizardry underrated? I think so. Was his intimidation overrated? I don't think so. Was his ability to continue to fight overrated? I don't think so because nobody even questioned his fucking ability or cardio or any of those type of things. So it's like, what is he overrated in except for that niggas was afraid to fight him? Well, I won't even say that's overrated, but what is he overrated in except for like maybe he get the accolade of being the number one heavyweight without guys that we would consider notable, as many notable guys, and maybe not beating the hard fights.
But I disagree with that. Yeah, well, we definitely disagree on that one. With the hard fight stuff, like I said, we got a guy. We got to go to let's break down the stop first. Okay, so we got a guy who throws punches with bad intentions every single shot. We didn't see lighter weight people get tired and can't even keep that pace up for over 3 to 4 rounds, right? You got a guy that's doing that for all 12 rounds, right? Throwing big punches. It's a heavyweight too, by the way. Throwing big bombs, and he was able to knock out Jose Revolta in the 10th round. So his power carried all the way into the late rounds. So Tyson's dangerous from round one all the way to 12. You know what I mean? Because he even hurt Terrell, not Terrell Biggs. What's the dude's name? The cowboy dude. James Quick Tillis. He even hurt him late. He is another person, Tony Tucker. He hurt him late. He still had power in the late rounds, right? So stylistically, what he already did was hard to throw punches with bad intentions for that many rounds. Then we talking about a guy that was even fisted. Some people stronger with their right hand, some people stronger with their left. He could knock you out with either punch, right? So he was ambidextrous, right? So we got that. Then we got a guy that could put them punches together on top of that, throwing 4 punches in under a second. And you know what the crazy part about it is? When people throw combinations, so a jab, right hand, left hook, the jab is gonna have less than the right hand. The right hand gonna have less than the left hook. So you first light, hard. That's normally how combination go. Lighter, lighter, hard. Mike Tyson throws every single punch. He throws 5 punches. Every single punch that he throws could potentially knock you out. We've never seen that before. So now we broke down the style. Now we throw that style into a fight. In the Buster Douglas fight, he was out of shape, clearly. His corner was underprepared. They didn't even have an end swell. They put ice on his eye, right? Swollen eye. And it's like I said, ill-prepared corner. And Tyson even thought it was going to be a quick night. Everybody thought it was, including Buster Douglas. He thought it was going to be a quick night as well, till he just got in there and stopped being afraid. But so the corner was ill prepared, putting the ice back on him. Tyson took a beating for 10 rounds by Buster Douglas and still was able to knock him down. If you have like if you are mentally weak or you mentally shallow, as they claim Mike Tyson was, he would have submitted in round 4. He would have never made it to the 10th round, and he definitely wouldn't have had the what do you call it, the confidence to knock down Buster Douglas, which should have been a knockout, but that's
Um,
neither here nor there. But you would have gave up a
um,
long time ago. If you're a person that can't handle resistance, the moment round 1 came, round 2 came, round 3 came, we just seen it in the fight with B. Norman. B. Norman Jr. got knocked down early, bro, and never recovered.
let me know when you ready for me.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
So I'm not saying that he lost power in the rounds. Like that's craziness. Anybody that know boxing understand like that's the issue with a Deontay Wilder. Why he's dangerous for 12 rounds. You like, oh my goodness. Like I could fuck him over for all of the fight, and then he could just touch my forehead and I'm sitting there waking up. So I'm not gonna take away from that. I'm just saying that niggas that coming up bitch with real resistance that have no intimidation factor, like all this, I can't even look in your eyes and I'm scared to lift my forehead and you can talk about my family, I ain't got nothing to say. Nigga, them niggas was going into an execution. The niggas that dropped their nuts and went in there, they had real results, like real results. I'm just saying, once you get past the intimidation factor, like then you had some good fights. You had some good bouts. Like I would say,
Give me some examples
you remember
of
James
people that
Bone
did.
Crusher Smith?
Yeah.
So he was not scared. Tony Tucker, not scared.
He
Buster
beat them though.
Douglas, we know. Yeah, but I'm saying they had real results by not being scared. Now the other guys, of course, we know Evander Holyfield, Buster Douglas, a motherfucking Lennox Lewis. Of course, they went over the top, but they had over the top championship pedigree skills too. But I'm just saying, other guys that went in there not being like pussy, they didn't get dropped in the first round or the second round or the third. It's just like certain things. That's what I'm just saying. People that had resistance, like for example, I'm sure it's a boxer that you can name probably 10 of them that had crazy resistance that always looked like, oh man, this shit getting tricky. And they always can find a way. They can always find a way, whether it's a tough or difficult fight. So, but like that's all I'm bringing to the forefront. But let me say this once again: who thinks that Mike Tyson didn't carry punching power to the end of the fight? Who is these people? Because they don't know boxing. That's like saying Evander Holyfield couldn't punch towards the end, or George Foreman couldn't punch, even as damn near a 50-year-old man. So people that say shit like that just don't understand the sport of boxing at all.
Yeah, so the people that gave the resistance that you named, bro, they all took L's. So
Who
if they gave them resistance and they
Buster
took a L,
no L.
wouldn't go ahead?
Evander Holyfield didn't take no L.
But see, this is
And
this is why.
didn't take no L.
But listen what I'm saying. So you gave names of people that gave resistance. Not all of them beat Mike Tyson. So by
Yes.
that logic, bro, like he can handle resistance then, right?
No, I
If
said that, but I also said they yielded results, and then I said I did make a separator. I said those other guys they had actual championship level pedigree. But Mike Tyson have championship level pedigree, right? But all the other guys that I named that's not champions, they didn't. So of course I'm just saying you get put in there with a champion that offers resistance versus let's say a tizzled or one that offers resistance. I may do good for offering resistance, but of course I'm going to lose because my level is just not up to yours. But now that I put you in there with a guy that's at your level that also says I'm not pussy, we see how that goes. That's all I was just, saying like that, like because it is levels to the shit. I ain't gonna hurt. I know it's levels to the shit.
can you hear me?
No, I can hear it.
I was saying, so the narrative is that Teddy Atlas has created is that Mike can't take resistance, and like I said, Buster Douglas gave him resistance. He was still able to knock him down. Other people gave him resistance. The narrative is that the thing that they criticize Mike is his resume. First, they say he ain't fought nobody. Then they say the people that he fought beat him. and he really ain't fought nobody. Like, these narratives are absolutely insane. Teddy Ellis said Mike Tyson really 0-5. How a man 0-5 when he carried every single belt at a division?
Yeah, that was
Undisputed.
me. I didn't understand that, but I do. I get it. Like, do we even think, like, for example, do we think Danny Williams could really stand in there with a prime mic? Do we think Kevin McBridge would really, my fault, McBride would really stand in there with a mic? This is at the tail end of his career, so I do understand, like, some of this shit, it be skewed, but the fans don't know that. They just see a loss. They don't understand the context of the loss. So I get it. But I guess we only overrating Mike if we put him absolute unequivocally number one. But you can't take Mike out of the top 10 heavyweights of all time. Like, I can make an argument for 5 over him. Don't get it confused. But I'm just saying, like, you can't take Mike out of the top 10.
But that's what I was trying to say. That the 0-5 stuff is absolutely insane. Because they're saying two different things at once, right? On one hand, they tell you he's fought nobody, right? And then when you say Larry Holmes is old. When you bring up Michael Spinks was touted as a 50-50 fight.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tyson destroyed that man in like a minute and 30 seconds. Is what you expect out of an undisputed fight. We expected the results from the Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder trilogy that we got.
Thank you, went out, y'all.
Yeah, we was expecting the results that we ended up getting out of Mike Tyson and Michael Spinks, and they didn't talk no stuff before the fight. No stuff before the fight, and he delivered a knockout in a minute and 30 seconds. And Michael Spinks is probably one of the greatest light heavyweights of all time. It's insane the way. Then listen, they talk about resume and who he fought, and he didn't fight nobody. All a man could do is fight the best at his time. I tell you what he did do at his time. The man entered a tournament. How many people, and I'm talking about the Tank Davises. What's good, girl, dad? Tank Davises, the Devin Haney probably the only one that do it. So we'll exclude Devin Haney. But everybody right now, if they had a tournament, how many of your favorite fighters would enter the tournament to show he's the best in the world? Mike Tyson did that. And it's so crazy. If you look at the people in the tournament, it's like Tim Witherspoon, James Bone Crusher Smith. It's people that nobody would say to their face that they was overrated. But when Mike Tyson comes out on top of the whole tournament, they say he's over. You can't make this up. The man who beat, Tim Witherspoon, for example. I be seeing Tim Witherspoon on other people's channel, right? When Tim Witherspoon come up, they start, when I tell you they be kissing Tim's ass, you'd have to get the jaws of life to pry their lips off of Tim Witherspoon's ass. Nobody will call Tim Witherspoon overrated. Tim Witherspoon was in that tournament that Mike Tyson came out victorious on. He was scheduled to fight Mike Tyson next, but James Bone Crusher Smith ended up knocking him out. He said that he threw the fight, which you was like, what? You can get charges for this. That's illegal. But he said that he threw the fight. And you're like, why would you throw the fight? He didn't want no parts of Mike Tyson. The man threw the fight because he did not want to see Mike Tyson. Like, man, come on, bro. You can't make this up. Riddick Bowe. Somebody brought up Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe was a big guy that could fight on the inside. Mike Tyson attributes was favorable to the inside. He would have cooked Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe couldn't even take a good shot to be a big man. Holyfield had him on the ground several times. You go look at Riddick Bowe, he had a questionable chin to be a big guy. He really couldn't take it like he could dish it out. Offensively, good. But when people tag Riddick Bowe, his legs would get wobbly. Mike Tyson, to me, I ain't gonna say to me. Mike Tyson's the best out of that era. And that's why people can't forget about him. That's why out of all the people, Holyfield's still fighting. Nobody cares about Holyfield exhibitions. Mike Tyson only, because Mike Tyson is really that dude.
You know what, motherfucker? As far as the glitz and glam on that, I think I go with that. I ain't gonna purchase. I think no matter what, he was the most exciting fighter. Like, it's no questions asked about it. He might be the most exciting fighter of all times, but you know how that shit goes.
Man had 12 fights in a year, and everybody said, "Oh, they were bums." People fight bums now. once a year. Boots just fought a bum for a tune-up.
Look, you can't help if a nigga throwing tomato cans in front of you if the tomato can the only person that's gonna stay in the front of you. That do matter. Like if you gotta have an opponent. So if niggas afraid to lose they O or they two or whatever, shit, that Mike Tyson fought. And then it's up to y'all fans out there, to the casuals, to the real fans. Where is it, if y'all can put it in the chat anywhere, where is y'all ranking Mike Tyson at all time heavyweight? Like, is y'all pushing him to number one or is y'all pushing him around like number 5 or 10? Like, cause that will make me know if he overrated or not. Like, if you talking about at the top, no, I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not. I can't put you over Muhammad Ali. I can't put you over Joe Louis. I can't put you over like Jack Johnson. I can't put you over just certain names for certain reasons. So, because you wasn't fighting, like niggas was fighting on the inside and the outside of the ring, and they was honorable men for the time. But like, so I don't know, niggas was really fighting shit where they can die. Nigga, I can make the argument Mike Tyson, he was one of the first boxer rock stars. So you just was able to be yourself. Shit, Muhammad Ali, Joe Louis, Jack Johnson, they was dealing in a whole nother time. So when we talking about like overall, that's what I said. Where's y'all rating him? Like, 'cause if we start talking about 6 and 7, maybe I don't feel that way. But we start talking about 1 and 2, I gotta sit that shit down. I don't give a fuck what y'all know, what highlights y'all think you get. Also, those guys were even Also, those guys was fighting longer rounds. They was like way crazy conditions, like you was talking about. Niggas outside in the heat, 98 fucking degrees, 100 degrees, fighting in jungles, all types of shit. So I ain't putting them up there, but I can't. That's what I said. Who's rating him? What are y'all saying? He's the number one best guy? No. Is he number 7, 8? Maybe. Is he out of the top 10? I don't think so.
Man, I got Mike top 2 all time. Well, all time heavyweight. Only person, well, maybe 3, because George Foreman. Maybe Ali, Foreman, then him. Joe Louis, great, but he ain't messing with no Mike. Joe Louis was, plotting. He gonna get you out there with the right hand. He gonna search for it, but, bruh, I don't know, bro. Mike Tyson, stylistically, I can't see that many heavyweights beating him.
12 years as a champ, you gotta be something. You gotta be something. Judge Johnson got hit on his motherfucking head by a fan with a fucking, what was it? We'll just say the word Patan because I can't think of what the item was. He got hit in his fucking head and still went there and fought, my dude. In the middle of the fight. See, that's different shit. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Like, I feel for, I feel where niggas coming from. But if the fans can come in there and whoop on you and you still go out there and fight, like in the middle of the fight, they jump in there, they hit you, all this type of shit, and you still whoop your opponent ass, nigga, that's different, bro. That's different, bro. And I don't know if Mike Tyson can handle somebody coming there, hit his head with a fucking baton and keep fighting. I don't know. I don't know if he could really, no disrespect to nobody, no coach or nothing. I don't know if he would been the man that say, "Yeah, I'm about to have 2 white girls with me and make all these white boys mad, these angry racist motherfuckers, and ain't get out there when boxing is like stadium fighting damn near. I'm about to get out there and go do that." I don't know. I don't know if his nuts jump like that, bro. So that's why I be like, different times, different eras. That's what Mike Tyson even show humbleness to these OGs like shit. I don't know if I could have did that though. I don't know if in what circumstances I could have stayed like a diamond. Maybe I'll turn into a motherfucking cubic zirconia. So 6 or 7, I ain't mad at them. Number 1 and 2, I don't know, because the pressure's like we know that Muhammad Ali, this is the prime of his career. As far as what people would like to believe that boxers get into their prime at. George Foreman, shit, he is 2-time champion, 20 years apart, bro. Like, I don't like no nigga ain't reinvented themselves like that before.
Oh yeah, that's a great accomplishment. Like I said, George Foreman might be outside of Muhammad Ali, the most heavy accomplishments heavyweight wise. So, and I look at it stylistically. If he fought Tyson, it wouldn't just be a for sure thing that Mike is gonna run through him or vice versa. That would be a credible matchup. So I look at it in terms of accomplishments, attributes, and if they actually fought each other, how would the fight match up? That's how you're supposed to view the all time greats. At least I do. And that's why Usyk can't even make the list. A lot of heavyweights that were good couldn't even make the list. Good but not great. But
Sure.
but as far as like I said, like Mike Tyson being this they make it like Mike Tyson was nothing. Even Paulie being from New York, I'd be surprised when I hear stuff like this.
Malinaji,
Yes, he said that Mike was overrated, that he didn't really.
I think Paulie, you went out, brother.
Fought for a championship and won it.
Hold
Hey,
on. Y'all.
huh?
No, we couldn't hear you for a second.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, the average person is not sitting in jail, coming out of jail, and just
My bad, my bad.
there we can hear you now, Steph. The average man is not sitting in jail for 3 years of his prime, coming out and then just having one fight and then a championship fight, winning it, and then unifying the belts. Like that's insane. That just shows the talent level of Mike Tyson.
There's always setbacks in life, gentlemen. Always. So, guess what? It's your comeback's the greatest. But I'm just listening to y'all. I get what we're saying now. We're talking about Tyson and whatnot. No, man, Tyson's one of the greatest. I mean, for me, top 10 all time. Uh, Probably one of the top 25 boxers of all time, easily. He might even be top two, like you said, scholar, for just existing in my lifetime. I mean, I'm 36. I think for most of the big time fights that I remember, when I go back to the early 90s, and I'm talking like age 6, 7, and 8, and so forth. Like my earliest memories would be the family gathering of a Mike Tyson fight. He's got wins over Tubbs, Tony Tucker, Bruno a couple times, Spinks, Holmes. He's got losses to Evander a couple times, and Lewis, who are some of the greatest heavyweights of all time.
Mhm.
So Mike Tyson is up there, bro. I mean, he made the face tattoo fucking cool. Legendary type stuff, man. Legendary type stuff. Um, a huge shadow in my boxing just mind. So can't take none from Tyson, man. I mean, and he fought like as a really like old fucked up 60-year-old plus man against Jake Paul in modern times. Like that shit was crazy. I didn't like it. I didn't want to accept that shit because boxing as a whole allows a clown show, but he still went up there and did that shit, man. Like it's kind of crazy. And that was a big moment, that was a big moment. That was a huge moment. As much as the clown show was, that was a big moment. So salute to Tyson, right?
Yeah.
Salute. Salute. And then when you go back and look at old footage of him, man, it's incredible. It's it's just as original today as it was then. Like it's crazy to watch his sparring stuff. It's like, man, look at this fucking animal, man. Like, look at this fucking dude, man. This dude is crazy.
When we say top 25 fighters and different shit like that, because you make me think, bro. Is we talking about skill level too, or is we talking like different?
All of it. You got to take all of it, man. All of it. And Tyson's a really good example of it, Tizzle, because I mean, he had it all: charisma, skills, mind, IQ, the training, the backing. He even had the American underground story, coming from the slums of Cleveland. I mean, pure American, bro.
Huh?
It's crazy.
Brown,
Praise God, man, for Mike Tyson, bro. He made it.
no, Browntown was up New York. But with this being said, right, let me say this because I'm not sure when we talk about like, because when we brought that in, that's like bringing in steel now, right? So when I sit there and think about that, I might can name 25 boxers that was overall more skillfully or as far as that goes. So, but
For sure. No doubt. That's why I put him as a top 25.
yeah, because I sit there, I think of Sweet Pea, I think of Floyd, I think of James
James
Toney,
Toney.
think of
Yeah. James
maybe
Toney were my favorite, man.
as a high sight now what he could do with his abilities. So it's so I'm like, I don't know. That's a good one though. That's a good one. Because when we talk all time, shit, man.
I mean, well, Tyson is known for his, of course, in his robust early years, the peekaboo style. That's what he got famous off of. And then putting fear in grown men, you know, crazy. Ali with the rope and dope, and him as same like Tyson coming back from getting prime years taken away from you from, like I said, out of the ring circumstances. You know, there are setbacks in this life, man. We all come back from 'em. I'm going through a fiery trial myself. We all come back. You need to come back.
Yeah,
So, for me, like I said, I guess my point is just salute Mike Tyson, and he's a legend, man. He's a
yeah.
legend, dog. He's a legend, man. He's a living legend, and trust me, he won't get his flowers. This is the unfortunate part. He won't get his flowers until he pass away. It's very unfortunate.
Come on, you tweaking. Mike Tyson got his flowers already. Like that maybe
No,
I
I see it. I see it. But like when, just to give the grim example, when he passes, that's when motherfuckers are gonna realize.
I agree. I agree with Steph.
like
He get his praises, but only for people that was around when he was doing his thing. The people who just started watching boxing kind of disrespectful. Like you seen somebody in the chat earlier was comparing this man to Usyk. They don't realize how blasphemous that is. Even Paulie with his boxing knowledge
Yeah, that's
would compare
completely
Mike to
blasphemous. I
Usyk.
can't
It's
believe he
like
said that.
what Usyk. All of Mike's they the one thing they criticize Mike for is his competition. He would destroy all of Usyk's opponents by knockout early on.
He would destroy Usyk 101 in his prime.
Facts.
let me ask you this, Skylar. When we talk about flowers and shit like that, I'm gonna give you some other comparisons real quick. Do we really think the other heavyweights we was talking about? Do we really think a Larry Holmes get his flowers? Do we really think a Joe Frazier get his flowers?
Tizzle, I'm sorry to cut you, brother, but Larry Holmes would beat Usyk in his prime too. That's how good he was
But I'm
too.
saying, but I'm saying, as far as fighters getting their flowers and making a comparison that
Yeah.
They all do, but I mean, we, bro, and I don't want to be this guy, but really, I don't care.
good.
Bro, black fighters don't ever get they just dues, bro. Look at, I mean, Floyd. It don't, bro. Go down the list. Go down the list, bro. Yo, I heard Steph. I ain't gonna say why I heard Steph. I heard Steph going off on somebody for hating on Devin Haney, bro. After a victory, like, how do you find the moment of the dude's triumph to down him? That's crazy, bro. Like, can you imagine? With the Super Bowl, whenever Butler got that pick, if the football fans would have stormed the field and told him how he really got lucky, it was a conspiracy, they set it up, they didn't want to see Marshawn Lynch get the pick, like, it just all kind of silly stuff. And you just like, bro, what? They never give black fighters they just dudes ever.
But that's why I'm just saying, like, I'm just making that comparison that out of all fighters, Mike Tyson, while alive, besides Muhammad Ali, may be the one fighter that got his flowers. Those other names, nobody. And Floyd is forcing niggas to give him his flowers. So it may be with Scholar
So
because they black, it may be for another reason, but
that and Mike, they didn't like Mike. The media has never liked Mike. Like, I don't know if y'all seen earlier. Bill Clayton was a good guy, like a good media guy. That's why Customato chose him. I don't know how conspiratorial people is, but he's also, small hat, whatever the case may be. And he's the one that got Tuesday Night Fights popping and got Teddy Atlas his job over there. Well, Bill Caton has controlled the media forever. If you go look at every documentary created in the 90s, they all said the same thing. Mike Tyson is not the same fighter. He should just go back with Kevin Rooney. All of them said that. All of them said that as if, like, why not Emmanuel Stewart? Why not another proven trainer? Why does it have to be Kevin Rooney? But they all said the same thing. Mike was washed up. He don't move his head. And mind you, Mike hadn't even lost to Buster Douglas yet. He was still winning his fights in spectacular fashion. They was like, oh, Mike's washed up. He's over the hill. He should just get back. So Mike Tyson went from that to with Don King, and that's when he became really hated. Then when he bit Holyfield, they hated him even more. And then the way he treated the media for their writing and statements of him, they hated Mike Tyson. Even the fans hated Mike Tyson. They hated Mike Tyson so much that if you go look at his last fight with Kevin McBride, as he's leaving the arena, like walking back to the dressing room, they're throwing stuff into the throwing stuff at Mike Tyson like soda and shit. Like he flicked them off, but they was throwing stuff at him. There was a poll that ESPN did, and they said, "What should Mike Tyson do?" They were like, "He should just retire." It's like they didn't appreciate Mike, and I agree with what Steph said. They didn't appreciate Mike, and they never gonna appreciate him until he's fully gone. The sport missed him when he left. The earth gonna miss him when he leave too.
I'm willing to agree with that. I'm just saying, out of all fighters walking this earth, like, let me put this in perspective. Mike Tyson get way more flowers than a Lennox Lewis. It's not even a question asked. If we questioning that, it's us because we're having bias in this conversation right now. Mike Tyson get more praise than fucking George Foreman that just dropped a movie a year ago, bro. And he passed, and niggas still not looking at him a certain way. That's just the reality. So when I'm like Mike Tyson, he do get his flowers. I'm not even sure if niggas gonna miss him any more than they can now because out of all the fighters, bro, Mike Tyson is really like a walking legend that really get praised. Now in his sports time, they probably like, and they miss him like they miss MJ. But when MJ died, it's gonna be a way difference in the sport versus Mike Tyson because they really like niggas is giving Mike adulation now. That's why we only want Mike to be in these old schools. Let's see if you can be the influencer fight and all this shit. Nobody gives a fuck about them other names. None of them. We wouldn't dare pay for y'all niggas wouldn't dare pay. Well, y'all probably niggas wouldn't dare pay for Lennox Lewis versus Jake Paul. And that would probably be a way more pleasurable bout far as what it looked like when we end up ordering that shit. Because it looked kind of, a little janky. But 50-year-old man in there, I expect that. All these other now with scholarship, I don't know how much truth or credence y'all want to put with that. As far as black men don't get their black boxers don't get their flowers at all, because there may be some truth in that. Because why Sweetie ain't getting his flowers? He did, huh?
But you got to remember, we talking about the probably one of the, if not the most exciting fighter of all time. Like debatably, he's definitely going to be top 3 as far as media. Like think about it. There's 3 mics that was the most popular. Like people was fainting. When Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, and Michael Jordan. They came around with their talent level and them being the best in their respective genres, right? And then media was perfect. So it was like a perfect cascade of everything, right? And you look at out of those 3, like Michael Jordan's still getting a ton of respect. Mike Tyson is still disrespected in the sport of boxing, like to the point where you have to defend his accomplishments and resume. You're like, bro, this guy was 20 years old and the champion of the whole world. I was gonna say the United States, the entire world, right? At 20 years old. Then he went and got undisputed at 22. Within a year of getting that title, he had all the belts. He was collecting Infinity Stones like Thanos. And people say that guy's overrated, right? Then because when he was fighting for the belts, he was in the actual tournament. Michael Spinks elected to get out of the tournament because he didn't want no parts of Mike. Then after he wins the tournament, Mike Tyson goes on and fights Michael Spinks as a bonus. So Michael Spink's not even a champion at the time that Mike Tyson goes in there, dismantles of the man in 90 seconds, right? Then he goes on to fight Razor Ruddock in tough fights, beat Razor Ruddock. Then he goes on to, and we talking about accomplishments. I'm skipping stuff. Then he goes on to, lose his title, whatever the case may be. Then he's supposed to fight Evander Holyfield. Then he ends up going to jail. The fight never materialized. Then he comes back out of jail, right? Fights Peter McNeely, and then the next fight is a championship fight. He wins it, and then goes and unifies. That's the guy that they're saying is overrated.
Oh man. I'm laughing because I'm just like, man, ain't no one overrated that situation than Mike Tyson. So, I'm chilling.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, interesting. Everybody, I don't know. Like I said, it just depends where you rate Mike Tyson. If you rate him number one, it's over for. You rate him 100, you lost. So it's like I'm not sure what makes him overrated, but don't put him in no realm with no Uzi, nothing like that. Like real talk, accomplishments don't matter to these folks.
You said don't put him in the what now?
Don't put him in no category with no Uzi.
Why you say that though, Tizzle?
Look, bro, broke it down very well. I don't think nobody with a career like his, where they put him in like 5 damn near fights to boost him along the line so quickly that we would even like disrespect. Niggas and shit on Deontay Wilder off last year, but he defended his title 10 times in a row.
Yeah, but hang on though. Like Usyk only fought like oh, I'm sorry. I think messing up here. My bad. I was saying Usyk only fought like 2 dudes. He fought AJ and Tyson Fury. Like who the F are they?
Right, and that's what we
They
said.
didn't fight nobody. No, hang on though. Like you saying don't put no Tyson with Usyk. I'm like, I'm not saying it's synonymous. I mean,
I said that the reverse.
Say again.
I said that the opposite way. I don't want to hear Usyk in conversations with Mike Tyson.
Gotcha. I got you.
Yeah, you feel me? Like,
yeah.
Not the other way around for sure. No.
Okay. I mean, look. I mean, where I was going with that, and then where I thought you were going with that. I thought wrongly, obviously, so it might be. But again, I think both men will be judged differently, and I think it's just simply a different era, man. And they're both legendary and their liking. But when you do line it all up, yeah, I'm with you. I would rate Tyson higher. And for me, honestly, I would just say because of the resume, wins, losses, and draws. Unfortunately, got that non-contest because he was smoking weed or whatever. But wild things happen, setbacks happen. Like I keep saying, I'm kind of in that mode right now. So setbacks happen. And who's that? Usyk is taking full advantage of his. He moved up from cruiserweight as a undisputed champion, very similar to Evander like, and has, been afforded and merited his heavyweight chances, and he took full advantage of it, man. Went undefeated. Rematched AJ twice, beat him, took all his shit, unified all in 2 nights, and then took Tyson's.
Mm-hmm.
So that is worth something and a lot of something and should be commended, no doubt, no doubt. In a era where things were slowed down because of boxing politics, but we got lucky. So again, praise God, man.
See, a lot of people don't know this. When Tyson left the sport, when Mike Tyson left the sport, when he went to jail, boxing died. Even though Holyfield was beating people, they struggled with pay-per-view numbers. They struggled with pay-per-view sales. It was hard for them to market people. It was hard for them to get TV contracts, all of that stuff. They couldn't wait for Mike Tyson to get back into the sport of boxing. And what's crazy is they were celebrating whenever he left. They did everything but the Tootsie Roll when Mike Tyson was no longer in the sport of boxing. They were so relieved that he was gone, only to realize that the sport really needed him badly. Then when he came back, they didn't appreciate him all over again. Like, it's crazy the cycle that boxing has had with Mike Tyson. Like, it's been a love hate on both sides. You know, when he came back to boxing and pay-per-view numbers started doing good again, they were like, and then he bit Holyfield. They're like, oh, he's a trash. He's a disgrace to the sport of boxing. Then they suspended him again, only to bring him back to fight Lennox Lewis. Like, bro, you can't make this up. The love-hate relationship that boxing has had with Mike has been a roller coaster of insane stuff. But as far as his legacy, man, look, if we could, like I say, put Mike Tyson in a time capsule and bring him today's time, that dude would walk through everything. Like Usyk, he knocked Usyk out in the first round. He would knock Tyson Fury out. He would knock all of those guys out. He would make it look pretty easy too. I don't even think Usyk could beat Ike Ibeabuchi.
I think so too, Scholar. I think Tyson at his best. I mean, a straight dog with skill and yes, IQ and good coaching, and he could receive it. Uh, he can hang with the best of today's market, no doubt, no doubt, man, no freaking doubt. Easy.
And we want to talk about pay-per-view. That dude will set a pay-per-view record that will never be matched.
He did it in a Netflix era with a
With Jake
corn-fed
Paul at
homegrown
145 years
boxer with
old.
Jake Paul, man. It's crazy. Like I said, I mean, I wasn't a big fan of that, but like that happened. I can't deny that. Like that happened. And like Mike Tyson's what, like 62, 61 or some shit? Or like
50 thing.
he's like 58?
Yeah, 50, 58, I think it's on.
Yeah, man, come on. Crazy. Absolute crazy. Absolutely crazy,
So,
man.
Steph, how you feel about Usyk ducking Wardley? You think that hurts his legacy? If Usyk retired today, would they say that Usyk is overrated?
Nah, he'll fight him, man. He just Usyk, like, ain't like that's the this is the nice way of saying it. That's the after effects of going undisputed 2 and 3 times. 2 times and then defending it. You see how he relinquished 2 of the belts. He's only got 2 of them now. So, uh, you can call it a duck, whatever. I'm not mad at that either. Here I am, begging on the fence there. I'll admit, but that's the after effects of undisputed. That's my answer, and that's why in some cases that stuff can be overrated. It's a really double-edged sword, um, depending on who you ask. You're asking me right now, so yeah, that's all right. Usyk's at the end, man. We know that, right?
But hold on, Steph. They wanted Bud to
When I
go
say
fight
when I when I
Benavidez.
say at the end though, let me finish. I know I'm long winded, but when he's at the end, like he ain't got too much left. So like it's unfortunate. Or I'll say this. I expect him to be very careful on who he picks and chooses, man. Defense or not, meaning like mandatory or not. So, and he's got the backing for it, and he's a heavyweight. and he's still the guy to beat. So until someone topples him, Wardley just got there. He's got honestly, he's still got domestic level wins, high level wins. The Joseph Parker's his best win, and he had to fight his way out of that. So, uh, our you know face value, he's got like 2 good wins when he's really got a couple more, so like 3 or 4, maybe 3. But overall, uh, he's got the Joseph Parker win, and he's still and he's been elevated champ. I'm happy for him. We'll see. I think Usyk. I think we'll see him honestly like summer or late next year. So that's what I think about that. I think Usyk and I think we'll see him late summer or late in the fall of next year, if that. But yeah. We should see him by summer.
You know what I think, Steph? I
What's that?
think that the video I showed earlier, I don't know how many people, if
I didn't
y'all
see it. I didn't
pulled
see
up
it.
late. I showed Tommy Morrison, and how they used to say how great Tommy Morrison is, and he had the greatest left hook of all time. While Mike Tyson was in the sport, this is how crazy boxing media is. Ignore Mike Tyson to give Tommy Morrison some praise, right? But Tommy Morrison had the same handlers that I was talking about a while ago, which is Bill Caton, right? Same guy that managed Mike Tyson whenever the media loved him, but he was no longer with Bill Caton. And Bill Caton was talking about how, Tommy Morrison, he even came up with that rumor that he was John Wayne's nephew, and he came up with the Duke and got him in the Rocky Five. Good promotional stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Good promotional stuff. But that guy, to me, is the reason why, he's what's wrong with boxing media now, that they could be sold a narrative that they so desperately want to believe in. Meaning, like, the great white hope is a real thing. Like, they didn't just come up with that out of nowhere. Like, that is a real thing. And like I said, I rooted for Tyson Fury to lose in a
Oh
fight
hell
because
no.
I knew I knew it would be easier to argue or debate of a sensical argument of Usyk versus all-time greats than Tyson Fury. Because if Tyson Fury would have beat Usyk, you know what they would have said? They'd have said, "Bro, we told you there's never been a heavyweight this height. Tyson Fury is the greatest of all time." So I was happy that he lost, and I knew Usyk, as far as legacy, would be a harder argument to make. So I'm kind of glad he lost. But in a sense, I knew that both of those were going to get elevated to the greatest fighters of all time, or heavyweights of all time, which is why it was a lose-lose scenario. But in actuality, bro, Mike Tyson, like if people are calling Mike Tyson's overrated, then what is Usyk? Like you said, Usyk's at the twilight of his career. He's gonna go down as one of the all-time greats. But great what? Not heavyweight. You can't be a great heavyweight with only 5 fights. Greatest
Bruh.
cruiserweight, maybe him or Holyfield.
No. Usyk's great for what he's achieved, which is like boxing dominance, man. He's captured all of like the gold, man. He's captured the trophy. He's captured the gold belts. He's unified. He's undisputed in the highest divisions, at the heaviest divisions. And he's done it with class. He's done it with respect. And he's also done it on the road for the most part. That's what he's going to go down for. That's what he's going to go down for. I totally agree with you with like, you can't compare his 5 fights with some of the best all-time fighters. I think that's a huge roadblock for him when he is compared to some of the greater heavyweights of all time. It's simply just not enough body of work, but it is to be respected on what he's accomplished. Like I said, he beat a unified champ twice, and and then he collected the last and defended it, and he did it against what would be today's fighters, today's best fighters. in my personal opinion, I'm not a big Tyson Fury fan, man. I'm really not. I I don't really like him. I think he's average. Going shout out to Kevin Samuels. He's with the Father in heaven now. You know, he would do that whole average thing, cute to pretty. He's just average, bro. He's a 6. He's not really that good. Yeah, I've seen him do his thing, and he can move for a big guy. He's not even all over really that big. He's like fucking 6'6". You know, they say 6'9". He's not fucking 6'9", man. He's like fucking
Shit.
6'7", if that.
Yeah.
But with that being said, yeah, he got a little skill, but he's also got a lot of controversial things going on with him, man. And due respect, pray for the man, and I don't wish anything upon him like my worst enemies, man. But I can look at that and relate to that and say like that that's not all that. So, you know, whatever. And as far as his trilogy with Deontay Wilder, that's what fucking made him, because uh, him beating a old Vladimir, as big as that was, controversy surrounds it. So it's just And then also agreeing with you, lastly, to conclude, yeah, I was very happy when Usyk beat him. Usyk really stopped him. I don't know why they didn't stop the fight. He stopped him the first time, bro. That was some BS. Beat his big ass behind. He lucky he that big, man. He
Had
took a
the
rip.
ropes leaning, bro. He was so far into the ropes. He was damn near in the front row. Like, yeah,
Bro, it's
bro.
crazy. His big sloppy jalopy ass was laying down. It was crazy. It was like, bro, that's a stoppage, man. Like, come on, man. That's how Usyk had AJ too on the first fight. And AJ fought better in the first fight versus the second fight. The second fight was way boring. And it looked like both guys had a mediocre training camp, because Usyk was dead ass tired, and usually he's really a little bit more emotional when he wins his fights. Shout out to God. And but
Shout out to God.
he was really little words at the end of that fight. And then remember when AJ went off, he crashed out on the mic. He was like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah,
you
yeah.
got beat me," and
That
like
was a
Usyk
close. I
just
ain't gonna
sitting
lie, that
there.
was a close fight. I know why AJ was mad.
Nah, man,
AJ feels like close
nah,
fights
he
should go to
felt
him.
like it was close, man, but it wasn't. Both guys, dude, that was an actionless fight, man. It only they had 2 rounds of action, which was like 9-10. Other than that, they were fiddling around. To me,
That's a
and
close
you can.
fight.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not mad at that. But to me, it looked like both guys had a tiring, mediocre training camp. And AJ tried his hardest, but like he still wasn't the better man on that night. And to me, he made better adjustments in the first fight than the second fight. And on that note,
Who we talking about? Usyk and Joshua?
yeah,
I'm on the back stairs, y'all, so my shit might go out for a second, but I'm here. Look, Joshua, I ain't trying to be funny. Joshua, I really I really like him as a representative for boxing. But we know that Andy fight broke him, bro. He wasn't even fighting the same in the rematch on that. It was like he was scared to take chances. And with that being said, if a boxer lose that, I'm assuring you that they pretty much owe damaged goods. So I knew he was damaged goods. He's even when you're not trying to take chances with him, just even when you're not trying to take chances and different shit like that, you still realize that you have to take them. He looked like a robot out there, bro. That shit was so like cringe to watch. Like, oh my goodness, you that scared, bro? You that fucking scared, bro? But that's just me talking. Y'all go ahead, fellas.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and see, this is I don't go with public perception. You know, I go with
Yes.
what I see and stuff like that. Because public perception would have, or conventional thinking would have told me Devin Haney was still shell shocked, and I thought he was. But I went to the fight. That was the game plan. Devin Haney let a lot of bombs go. I was like, oh snap! I misjudged this one. I think with Anthony Joshua, people got Anthony Joshua fucked up, bro. I don't know why or when, but they got AJ fucked up, bro. I remember these college students not that long ago. You know what I mean? Well, no, it was a while back. I think it was like 2013, 15, something like that. But they were taunting Anthony Joshua while he was doing road work. He pulled up on him and told him he'd get on their ass, bro. Anthony Joshua may not be able to take it, but he could dish it. That man's a cannon, bro. A glass cannon is still a cannon. People don't realize that, bro. They think Anthony Joshua's something to play with. So going back to the fight with Andy Ruiz, that's how I look at it. You know, taking my bias out of it.
Which
Right?
one? What, the first one?
The first one. Going up into the fight, Anthony Joshua had the best resume in boxing. He had wins over Povetkin, Parker. He had beat all the people who they said was the people. You know what I mean? You know,
Right.
way more credible than even Dylan White at the time. You know, way more credible than Deontay Wilder. Right? Going into the fight. And that was supposed to be his first fight in America. People forget he was supposed to fight Miller.
Yeah, but
Remember?
he had a panic attack.
He was supposed to fight Miller. No, but Miller tested positive.
Hey, Scholar, I'm gonna jump back in this in a second. I'm gonna listen on YouTube real quick because my phone getting kind of weak. But when I come back, I'm gonna throw it back on the charger and get it back in the chat.
All right. But now he was supposed to fight. He was supposed to fight Jarrell Miller, but Jarrell Miller had like tested positive for 4 different substances. So the last second they was looking for an opponent, they went and chose Andy Ruiz. So AJ only had like I think a week's notice or something like that, something crazy, a 2 weeks notice or something like that, which is always a dangerous opponent. And Anthony Joshua looking at Andy Ruiz's physique, you can see he was relaxed. He was like nice. He was all of those good things. He ended up underestimating Ruiz, and I mean to his own detriment, right? So he ends up getting knocked out. See, and this is where I disagree with people on Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua got right back in the ring with the guy who knocked him out. A lot of people don't do that in the sport of boxing. As a matter of fact, they were trying to warn against Devin Haney doing it to Ryan Garcia. Like a lot of people, they no, don't get back in the ring with him. It's hard to get back in the ring with somebody who knocked you out. You know, he went right back into an immediate rematch and won the fight. No matter what people say how did, he won the fight. You know, he did enough to win the fight, and that's not easy to do with a guy who knocked you out. So I give him full credit for doing that. You know, Anthony Joshua, right?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people say that what you call is not the same. Anthony Joshua is not the same since the knockdown. I disagree. I think Andy Ruiz hasn't been the same. Look at Andy Ruiz's career after he knocked out AJ. It has not been the same. As far as like, okay, knocked out AJ, he was trying to get a Snickers endorsement. He was going around champion, doing everything but having a parade after knocking him out. He never recovered after that. He was never the same fighter. He was getting knocked down by Areola. Like people he's supposed to, he had inactivity. We don't even know if Andy Ruiz is still technically boxing at this point. AJ's still in the sport. Andy Ruiz is in limbo. The last time we seen him, he was doing a face-off with Deontay Wilder and pretended to eat his food out of his head. Like we talk about not the same after the win. It ain't Anthony Joshua who's not the same. To me, it's Andy Ruiz. I think AJ is a guy that people play with, but I think that they got him. I think they got him messed up. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's really vicious. I think he's really vicious.
Okay. No.
I look at
I'm with it.
I looked at that fight with Dylan White, bro. And in that fight, if you go back, they were talking shit to each other the entire fight. You know what I mean?
The
Like
lead up. Yeah, I remember that.
But even during the fight, they were hitting after the bell. It's like nobody could convince me that that's a
that's
pussycat that I'm watching.
2015.
Yeah, nobody
No,
could convince me
AJ's
that's
like
a pussy.
championship run, like as he accumulated belts, including his IBO, he was a dog, man. He was attacking people. And then by 2017, I was a big fan. I was a supporter. Like I would be the one like, hey, AJ boxing. Like y'all know anything? Like yo, this dude right here. Like kind of cool. But you know, when I look at AJ today, of course I'm happy for him. But he right there in the middle. He right there in the middle. He had his long 15 minutes. He's right there in the middle, though. I do think he's good. I agree with you. I still think he's a bad boy. I still think he's one to reckon with, if not top 5 in the game still today at heavyweight. He's still top 5 today.
Hmm.
Yes.
Let me ask you
Like
this.
that's where I rate him today. I
Would
rate
you
him. I'd take him in the top 5 today any day for sure.
would you like to see a fight still between him and Wilder?
Yeah, I would. I want to see that fight with both men having a hell of a training camp, like a good training camp, and where they can a good build up to. That's what I would like to see. I don't know if it would go down that way, but that's what I would like to see. AJ's pretty good, man. Like you said, I like that point you made where he immediately gets back in there after losses, whether he loses or not. That's someone who can look himself in the mirror, man. I can relate to that. That's
Yeah,
what's
Trick
up.
made a good point. He said Michael Nunn didn't get back in there with James Toney. Roy Jones didn't get right back in there with Antonio Tarver. Errol Spence didn't get back in there with Crawford. Those are great points, man.
All
So
right,
you got to.
and on the Spence point, because Trick is came down on me on that. But I've always contended to say that, look, man, when Spence got in there with Terrence like that, bad time, and he got his confidence took, and it's been a long road to recovery on getting his confidence, man, back. Like for real, for real, for real. Like Arrow was on when I say a tear, including his ups, his downs, and his bad, the good, bad, and ugly. That was crazy. He's had an interesting career given what's happened to him on the outside. It's a miracle that he survived that car crash. Shout out to God again. But we still haven't
Oh,
seen
you're
him
hilarious.
since.
I've never heard nobody say shout out to God.
I know, right? I've been drinking. My B.
That is hilarious. But I'm gonna start the show off. Shout out to God.
Hey, man. Praise God, man. Praise the Father in heaven, man. His Holy Spirit and His Son, for sure. What was I saying? Right. What were we
AJ,
talking about?
you're talking about
Yeah.
AJ.
He's a man, man. He's a man. I like that he can come back. But like I said, he's a top 5 guy, even though he lost against Triple D in fashion. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I made fun of him. I pointed the finger at him. Nelson from The Simpsons. He's still a top 5 guy, though. He can still mix it up with the top guys today, I think. For sure. Realistically, now that I'm thinking about it now, that's the way boxing goes, man. Merry-go-round. Get to the back of the line and earn your way back up if that's the way up. So get the smoke. I'm down. But there's some guys in the pipeline right now who deserve it. I'm thinking guys like Wardley and what's his name, Caballero. Yeah, I'm thinking that guy. They're on the hot seat. You got that porno star out of middle of California on Top Rank. He talking a gang of shit. I want to see his ass get beat up by somebody.
You talking about Torres?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I automatically knew you talking about just by your description.
We'll see what he about. He talking a gang of shit like the last fall going into winter. We'll see. AJ's about to fight Jake Paul. I mean, strange, wild times, man. Because you heard me say this earlier. Boxing allows that type of shit. So crazy. This is the second time AJ is involved with such a clown show. And he's such a quote unquote excellent fighter in the boxing game. So whatever, man.
Yo, Steph, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have took the fight too. I would have took the fight too.
But that's why I say, man, these are strange, wild times, man. I mean, most of us, go, why would you do that, But at the same time, why not? I
Let me
mean,
tell you. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you
AJ.
why.
Well, for me, I'm just gonna tell you real quick. Like for me, I
Good.
mean, AJ ain't got nothing to prove, brother. So I mean, it like involuntarily the pressure would be on him to win, but like he's got nothing to prove, man. This guy's a two-time heavyweight unified champion. Has been in there with the best of his class, the best of his era, and can still do it. So, and you heard me. You're gonna hear me preach this, man. Uh, all night tonight is kind of my thing. Just there's setbacks in life, man. You live and learn, and you move forward.
Hey, shout out to God.
Yeah, shout out to God, baby.
Shout out to God. But nah, I was gonna say, to your point, man, with Jake Paul. So this is insane, right? So Canelo was scheduled to fight Jake Paul, right? And his name was on the contract and everything. Netflix offered the money up. It was all but a done deal. They just didn't announce it yet, right? Turkey Al-Sheet catches wind of this because Bud hears about it, and Bud is supposed to be locked in to fight Canelo. So he hears about it. He tells Turkey about it. Turkey said, "I didn't hear anything about it." So he calls Canelo. He said, "Hey, Canelo, is this true?" And Canelo was like, basically, yes. So, he told him, "Well, look, we can't continue with this fight if you do that fight," which is kind of like, man, it's basically, it is what it is. Like, he made it like, oh, well, the people wouldn't appreciate our fight if that fight. No, he just didn't. He was just using his muscle and flexing to get you to do what he wants you to do, essentially. So he doesn't take that fight. Then he goes and loses to Terrence Bud Crawford. And in hindsight, everything 2020 in hindsight, it's a stupid move because if Canelo takes the fight with Jake Paul, he gets a huge payday because Turkey said he couldn't even match that in one fight. So he gets a huge
Is
payday
that
from Jake
right?
Paul.
I mean, well, stop right there. Stop right there, real fast. Scholar, you believe that?
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay. I
I
mean,
believe
I'm not mad.
for
Like two
one
things.
fight, yes. Maybe like multiple fights, yes. He'll probably make more than that.
I mean, two things. First off, I'm not mad at you for believing that, but second off, I'm just like, it makes sense because I mean, like, it's Turkey going up against Netflix, but yeah, it's Netflix. That's a global corporation, man, who distributes film and production. So, but at the same time, the reason why I'm so skeptical, and I'm a cynical asshole, I'll admit. I mean, bro, is Netflix really dishing out that type of money for boxing?
Absolutely.
Nigga,
Every
I
time,
find that hard to believe.
especially
Pardon
with Jake
my
Paul,
French.
like so Jake Paul, Mike Tyson was their
Really?
first
The
event.
Great
Before
White Hype? White
Yeah,
God? This is
and you know
crazy.
what? That's why I
This is
gave Jake Paul a
crazy.
ton of
This is
credit when people was
freaking
criticizing
crazy.
that fight because I said right now boxing doesn't really have a stable home. Like TV is losing its shine because of the internet, and now YouTube is the new television. It just is what it is. And streaming is the new television. Well, that's part of YouTube, but that's the new wave. And networks are losing their money, and they're
But
like
when I
going.
hear, I'm sorry to cut you, but when I hear you talk like that, that just lets me know boxing's not big.
No. That's definitely not true. It's
Okay.
not
All
that.
right.
It's not.
All
It's
right.
not that. It's that streaming is taking over. Because if you look at just like Stephen Colbert had the #1 show, and they were talking about getting rid of it. You get them trying to say like people are just moving away from television. Television is becoming what the newspaper was back in the day. Remember, newspaper used to be the most reliable source of news, but then when television hit, people rarely read the paper. It's like it's evolving from TV now to online. And boxing lives on YouTube now. You know what I mean? Jake Paul is a YouTuber. So Netflix, because Jake Paul brought big numbers to Netflix, it opens the door for a lot of fights. Like now Jake Paul has so much leverage over there. They were entertaining the Gervonta St. Davis fight. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they have an inflated sense of what things are going to be because that was Mike Tyson. because Mike Tyson was attached to it. They're not going to get results like that with any other fighter. Canelo might have did that. Now I will say that Canelo might have did them numbers, but nah, it's just streaming, man. Streaming has changed the entire game.
Real quick. What were the numbers? I want to know. Yes, what were the numbers in your opinion, and what were the actual factual numbers if you know them for Canelo and Terrence when they broadcast on Netflix?
Okay, let's see. I know Terrence's was lower. Terrence's and was lower than Mike Tyson's, but it was still good numbers overall. Okay, let's look it up. Yeah, it was good numbers overall, but Mike Tyson's was higher.
That's your opinion?
No, it's a fact. They put how many they just put how many viewers they have because it's free TV now, and Netflix has a more accurate way of because they don't even let you use other people's account now. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so let's look up Jake Paul's first. Okay, so Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul is well, remember it buffered too. That's another thing. They had so many views they buffered. I forgot all about that. That is insane. More than 100 million views. That is crazy, bro. That fight had more than 100 million views. Okay, let's go to Bud versus. I want to say that did 60 million, but let me not guess. Let me go to it. Now my computer going slow. I know I shouldn't accept that ad. Let's see. Shout out the guy. I got out of it. Shout out the guy.
You like that?
Views. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, man.
It had, oh no, damn it. Yeah, so it had 41 million views.
For Terrence and Canelo?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
No, that's not. That's 41 million views. I mean, 41 million people tuned in for that to watch Netflix. Like, oh my, that's probably globally too. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, but that's what if this is Canelo, this is what Canelo should have did in hindsight. He should have took the Jake Paul fight, broke all kind of numbers.
Fuck that. Fuck all. I'm
Listen,
sorry.
he could have sold. He could have sold it, bro. He could have sold it as
I guess I'm biased.
bro.
I ain't trying to hear it. Fuck all
Bro,
that.
this is
Fuck
Canelo.
dog.
This
I
is
love
Canelo.
Canelo, but like, fuck all that.
Bro, this is Canelo calling me saying, "Scholar, give me your best advice." I told him to take the fight with Jake Paul, break pay-per-view numbers, tell everybody you want to clean up boxing by getting this clown out of it, break numbers. You'll have all of Mexico watching. Then ride that momentum into the Bud fight because you might potentially get a stoppage. Ride that momentum into the Bud fight, and then that fight gets 31 million views. You still get 2 historical paydays versus just one, and now your career is in jeopardy because you got to go get surgery immediately after, and you lose to a guy moving up 3 weight divisions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you want to make the most money ideally that you can before you get out.
You know, that all makes sense in a perfect world, Scholar, but like, guess what? Like, Canelo's at the end of his career, brother. Like, today.
That's why you take the fight
today. He's at the end. And then, like I said, I love Canelo, man, but like, you know, we're moving into uncharted territory, in my opinion, and I'm just kind of here for the ride, man. I guess I didn't throw in the towel completely, trying to guess what's gonna happen next, but I'm just comfortable. I'm just riding, man. So I'm gonna keep it real. Canelo is he's at the end, bro. And I mean, and that's not to say that he couldn't fight Jake Paul tomorrow. Like, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, you know, whatever, dog. I'm here for what makes boxing great, why they call you the boxing scholar. And I want to see the smoke get the smoke, and I want to see the best fight the best, and I want to see someone get their fucking block knocked off and earn it. And then if they get it at a young time, right, you know, in their prime, then defend that shit and move
Can I
on.
tell you something, Steph?
Win, loss, or draw. Go ahead.
What I noticed about boxing is what you just said could be conventional knowledge and conventional wisdom for somebody who claims to love the sport, but what you just said is rare. Meaning, like, people say, "I just want to see the best fight the best." And you are pretty principled in this. But when Devin Haney runs to all the smoke, you got fighters ducking him. You got him going in there in a fight that people are expecting him to lose, and he dominates in that fight, almost knocks the guy out. People still complain. And they say, well, I don't want to see no track meet. I want to see, some action. Well, you're like, well, then go watch bare knuckle boxing. No, I want to watch it. Well, then what do you want to do? Because you say you want to watch boxing. When somebody displays boxing, you say you don't like it. But then when I suggest you go watch bare knuckle, you say you don't want to do that either. Like, what is it?
Yeah, and that's a discrepancy and problem within our fandom. And those are some fans, and best believe you and I talk about those fans all the time on this platform, on other platforms, and so on. But you just said something that reminded me of something great. Why am I brain farting? It kind of comes with the territory, frankly put on what you're saying, but it's over. Right. I take that back. Man, you brought up Dev, man. Here I come with the excuses. I'm a Dev Haney supporter, fanatic. But I'm at the point now where I'm just like, it is what it is, man. Dev's gonna be Dev, and since I follow that, I not to say that I blindly follow that, but I can see what the young man is trying to do, what DHP is trying to do. That's cool. That's great. I'm with it. But he'll get his flowers at the end, man. Best believe. And my reasoning why is because Dev is he's not the only one, but he's one of few boxers who respects the game. That's why he's able to overcome the challenges that he's been able to overcome thus far. And he's not done yet. But there's always going to be resistance against him. But he's going to be able to overcome it, win, lose, or draw, whatever. All good. And then I saw Trick say something in the chat. You had his comment on stage. No, Trick, I was with you, brother. I was with you, sir. I was with you, elder. Nothing against the crash. No, what I was saying was Terrence took that boy's confidence, and it has not come back yet. It has not come back yet. He has not come back around yet. Arrow was on top and was had I mean, and then when I did bring up that car crash, Trick, if you're still listening, I was just saying it's no wonder that it was the angel of the Lord that kept him alive. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying on that right there. But again, no, he got his confidence took, boy. Terrence went up in there and did that shit, and I was wrong. I didn't think that was gonna happen.
Oh, I will say this. That tends to happen a lot with a lot of people that Bud fight. Canelo didn't look that confident after the match either, even before and during. Like, you just realize it was all a facade. And he wasn't afraid of Bud, but he kind of was because he needed Bud's cooperation to win the fight, like Jamel did, and Bud wouldn't do
Wait, in reference to who or what?
it. Canelo needed Bud's cooperation before the fight, and he knew it. And I thought it was he was lax because he was he's been there
I
before.
thought it was the polar opposite. I thought honestly, man, I thought Canelo faced his fears. It was just like, fuck it. I could possibly lose to this guy, but like, I believe I can beat this guy. And there are levels to this, but Terrence just rose to the levels. And you heard me, Scholar, time and time, weekend after weekend, come on this very platform and say, I think Bud is a better fighter at this point in their respective careers. I think
You
Bud is
did.
better at everything, and he's going
You
to win
did.
this fight.
You
No
did, but
disrespect to Canelo.
I mean, Bud exposed Canelo in my opinion, bro.
And
I think
and And me being a David Benavidez fan, you've heard me again come on your platform time and time again. I thought he robbed him of those credentials. He did.
Good, bro. I
I
mean,
mean,
looking at it now, Benavidez is a heavyweight, bro.
man, y'all. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Bro,
You
that
know, DB. You
rehydration
know,
is
DB is
crazy now.
actually DB is my number one fighter, bro. If I ever had a list,
David Benavidez,
yeah, man, he's number one. G, he is number one, dog. And the
bro,
only
that
reason
dude's off the
why
deck.
is because no one's gonna beat him for the foreseeable future. There is ways to beat him, but it's got to be done. And honestly, like as far as parity goes, Canelo set that up. Should have fucking fought him, bro.
Mm.
Should have
Well,
fucking bled for that shit. But that was a political boxing war. Like David Carey himself. Now I'm going off record. Derek Carey himself like a PBC fighter, dog. How they do business and stuff.
whoa,
And,
hold
and,
on, man. I just got to prove for the PBC fight, brother. We're not hold on, company man now.
yeah,
And what he say on
and
Friday? Hey, man, don't be touching on peaky stuff like that.
exactly, dog. Samson don't play that. And Canelo was like, you know what? I ain't trying to give a Mexican torch to you, dog. Fuck that. Nah, not you. Not you. And made every and any excuse that he could to never fight that guy. And that's when I said that the politics get in the way. It's crazy, man. And not only that, he should have fought Jamal. He should have fought DA, talking about Andre's bitch ass. He should have fought all those guys. But
Andre
lost.
Ward?
No, I was talking about Andre.
Oh, boo boo. Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna say what?
No. Andre's a pure 175. And that's my favorite fighter of the era of this last 10, 15 years. Him and Floyd probably, but more so Andre because I just like Andre's character inside the ring, outside the ring, and his story. And I got to see most of his fights just like Floyd at the end of his career. But yeah, salute to Dre, man. Salute to Dre. Did that shit. Unfinished, undefeated, dog. Went down for principle and resilience and being a tactician in the ring.
Well, let me
Yeah.
ask you this. Let me ask you this on a Tyson subject. Do you think if Mike Tyson had never lost, or well, let's say that Buster Douglas, the rep, because we seen some favorable stuff happen, in the ring. Let's say that the referee does wave the fight off when Douglas gets off, and Mike Tyson skates by with that win. He goes to jail and he gets out and he never fights again. Would you then do you think Tyson would get his just due? You think people would say Mike Tyson's the greatest because there would be that mystery there of him never getting defeated? Or do you think it's because they seen him get defeated and they didn't like him already because of Bill Caton? It's easy to say he's overrated.
That's really tough, man, because I'm sorry, Scott, I can't answer that, man. I think that's too tough because there's too much work on Mike Tyson, man. And he's like a cat, man. He's played like 9 boxing lives, and like his personal life has just been intertwined so much. And he's such a figurehead and such a elephant in the room. That's too tough for me right now to answer. I just think, man, like I said earlier, I just think Mike Tyson's a living legend on his own, man, and has, I'm just getting heavy
Yo,
tonight, man. So I can just relate to it and
yo, Polo,
just
his name's Steph. That's the
see
homie
it for
Steph.
what it is. Yeah, what's up, Polo, man?
Nah, he ain't. Nah, Steph, you gotta let your cerebellum rotate a little bit, bro.
Nah, I'm cool with it. I'm just cool with it. And shout out to Polo too, man. I have a friend on Twitter, boxing Twitter named Polo. I'm wondering if it's him. Uh, but nah, man, I'm chilling, man. Mike Tyson's the real deal, man. In fact, I've been in his presence, man. Like on the same golf course. Check it. Funny story. What was it, like 2022? Yeah, man. So I'm out here in SoCal. way back when, you know, marijuana's big out here. But long story short, I ended up smoking some joints with Michael Buffer, Zab Judah, eating CBD gummies and whatnot with them on a golf course in Beverly Hills and shit. And and it's kind of like it's kind of like a social club setting. So these guys are like betting and shit. And the only reason why I was there is because I won't even call my business partner. This is my one of my best friend's dad. He's a hustler. He kind of hangs out in that, the Vietnamese guy. He kind of hangs out in that crowd. So that's why we were there in marijuana distributed, all that kind of good stuff. So and Mike Tyson's there, man, kicking it, chilling, man, chilling, just chilling. I didn't get any pictures of Mike, but I got pictures of Zab though. But yeah.
I heard that Mike's like that, like approachable. You know what I
Nah,
mean? Like
he's chill, man.
cool.
He's chill. He's kind of grumpy a little bit, but like he's chill, man. He's chill. He's chill. When I say he's grumpy, because that was obviously a social setting, so a lot of people were at his attention. I mean, a lot of people. It was on a golf course, man. We were walking all over 18-hole course, smoking joints, drinking all sorts of shit, just fucked up, fucking women walking everywhere, and just weed everywhere. It's just crazy, man. I won't forget that. And plenty of other fucking rich ass people, but yeah. So back to Mike. He's a good guy, man. Good guy, and that's all I can say. That's all I can say. And then we want to talk boxing. I mean, like for real, do we really want to talk boxing, man? Like, yeah, man, Mike Tyson's up there. And then if we're just talking specific heavyweights, for sure he's top 10. I don't know why he wouldn't be. That's crazy. And then here's the ironic part. I'm not mad if he's outside the top 10 either. There's some pretty good fucking heavyweight boxers out there. Shout out to Champ Side, baby. Fucking Murderers Row, dog. Plenty of good people who don't get their just due. Yeah. Just like my brother, who's that? Derek James. Boxing is a metaphor for life, man. Get knocked down, you just keep going, bro. Like, yeah, we got legends, but it's a sport that keep going. It's kind of like life. Charge this and get the.
Yo, you know what you just reminded me of? Hold on, bro. That is hilarious. You just reminded me of something with your story, bro. Because like I said, I heard of Mike being approachable and like hanging out and stuff. I think he just don't like fans. To be honest, like if you there, you cool, you chilling, he'll vibe with you. But like if you start fanning out, like I don't think he really like that.
That's the airport stories that I think where you're going with that, because like he is approachable. He's chill, man. He's chill. He's real chill. But like the only bad things I've heard or seen, at least on video, is like him at airports and on airplanes, or like near the airport. So basically, think of it like a moment where like you're just trying to get by, you're just trying to get through. You think you're really trying to like fan out a fucking airport, man, or airport restroom? Like, get away from me, man.
Okay, I got the story right here. Give me a second.
I ain't trying to take no pictures in the bathroom, dog.
I ain't gonna give away the story. If I say it, everybody gonna know what it is. I'm gonna just show it. So, you heard the story about what Steph just told about Mike Tyson being there. And he said Bruce Buffer. It reminded me of this story as soon as he immediately told it. Like Mike be at the spots. Like Mike used to be at trap houses. He literally used to be
Man,
at
dude, he
trap
got
houses,
weed named after him, bro. And
bro.
that's old news. That's like damn near almost a decade old now. It's crazy.
Yo, Mike chased. I read in his book one time that he chased a dope fiend. Well, excuse me, somebody that came to collect for the dope dealer. Like he came, he was like, "Hey, Mike, you owe money," because Mike had got some blow and that he had started it all up and didn't have the money. And then the dude was like telling him, like, "Yeah, man, you gonna pay up?" And Mike was like, "You tell him if he want his money to come see me." Like crazy stuff. That's why he say he's surprised to even be alive today. But this is the story you reminded me of. Watch this.
For whatever reason, Mike didn't like Cisco. He did. So a big part of he's like, how you doing? Hey, get away from me, thong. I hate that. Get the thong song, get out of here. I hate that thong song. And then all of a sudden, this is when I saw a crack where a girl asked Mike, can I take a picture? Get the away from me. You don't want to take a picture. You want to put me back in jail. That's what you want. And we was like, oh, you want to put me back in jail? And he was like, get away from me. Get away from me. And I literally remember Stevie Wonder not knowing what was going on. Stevie was like, and I was like, what are you doing? I said, Stevie, sit down. It ain't cool. I said Stevie, you don't want to catch one.
Was he smiling?
No, I don't know what he was.
Oh, you were nervous?
He heard that his notion was to just flee. He had to flee.
Wait. So, take us back to that moment. So Stevie
on the piano.
All right, so I'm gonna do Mike Tyson. You playing?
Yeah.
Wait, what is going on? Get away!
Yo. Stupid.
He walking, but ain't bumping into nothing.
Shout out to Jamie T, man, fellow Texan. I love that microphone.
That's funny. They said Stevie was walking with bumping into that. They was insinuating that Stevie
Hey,
could see.
you know what I was thinking about actually
What?
way earlier, maybe like 30 minutes ago? I wonder what Tupac said to Mike when he won that night, the night he died.
Oh, in his ear?
When he hugged him, yeah. What did he say?
Yeah.
To him?
I don't know.
What did he say to him? I
I
was
don't
thinking
know.
about that earlier. I like, in fact, next time I get around Mike, if I ever get the chance, I'm gonna ask him that shit. He might not remember, but like,
I'm
I'm
about
gonna
to
ask
say,
him that
boy,
shit.
he done took a lot of punches and cocaine since then, bro.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know where
ask
he
him.
going.
But he's got to remember that, bro, because he knows Tupac and he knows when he passed. He knows how he died. Saw him
Yo,
like
there's a
anywhere between
documentary.
like 2 to 6 hours before he died.
Yeah, there's a
Murdered.
documentary that covers that. It's like Mike Tyson and Tupac. It got like Maya Angelou, and it's a dope documentary. But I was gonna say, yeah, it's dope. It's dope, and I think it might have caught what he said to him. He might have been like, "My boy," I can't remember. I can't remember. It don't give me the line, bro. But he did. I remember he did say something to him in his ear, bro. You know.
Yeah,
But I was
he
gonna say
hugged him.
this.
He embraced him. He embraced him.
There's
No doubt.
a documentary out there of Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali. And so this is what happened with that. So there was a guy named Steve Lott. If you go back and look at Mike Tyson, like the footage that's on the screen right now, that is Steve Lott. Steve Lott recorded everything. He was a genius. He was a
Yeah.
genius for that. Record everything that happened. He said
He's
some of
probably
the
got all the
sparring.
sparring footage then.
That's what all that sparring footage came from Steve Lott. He said that Mike Tyson was like a beast, and he was like some of the sparring that they got were like championship fights. So he recorded every moment, not just the sparring, the eating, and everything.
Yeah.
Well, Steve Lott passed away, and somebody pirated his footage.
Okay, well, that's an inside job, so okay. Now let me ask you this before you go on. Steve Lott, I mean, is anyone, what am I trying to say? Is there a lean on that where it's bidded or surrendered to someone in particular, like his
Yes.
footage?
So what happened, bro, is a YouTuber came in and was like, "Hey, man, like he finessed him, bro. He came in, finessed 2 times, bro. He was like, "Hey, man, he finessed him out of the footage." And Steve Lott sold the footage because he was about to pass anyway. Because he ended up passing, I want to say 2020 during COVID or something like that. But he had really bad seizures. Like he was in bad health before he passed. I think the dude promised him he was going to do right by the footage. And the reason I know all this because a dude hit me with a cease and desist one time. I showed like a little bit of footage of Mike, and I was like, "Hey, man," I was like. He sent me the cease and desist. I was like, "Bro, you can monetize off of it. I'll just leave it up and I'll send people traffic to your page." He sent me back a letter that was like, "I could keep the footage, but I gotta pay him $10,000." Right? And then if after I pay him $10,000, there's no guarantee that the footage is mine. Like it's still his, and he can still order me to cease and desist after the 10,000. I'm like, "Bro, you have lost. Do you not understand how this YouTube stuff works? $10,000.
Damn.
Insane, bro." And at this time, bro, out there, I'm sitting there like 7,000 subs while this dude requested $10,000. So that's how I know about that dude. And what I told him is this: I said, "Bro, you sitting up here pirating and making money off Steve Lott's footage and giving people copyright strikes. Steve Lott passed away and you didn't even do a tribute video to him after you took all of his footage. And he was like, here's the tribute. And he sent it to me and email. He was like, I was just waiting for the right time. It had to be perfect because Steve was special. Like, bro, you didn't know this guy. You only met him through business. Like, stop acting like you cared so much and this has to be so perfect and all this so weird stuff. So, yeah, that guy, give backstory, of course, because there's a documentary out there that Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali, and it is the dopest documentary I've ever seen. It got Eddie Futch in there, it got Kevin Rooney, it got a bunch, Teddy Atlas, all the top minds breaking down the fight, and it is dope. It is dope.
What's it called?
Mike Tyson versus Ali.
All right, I'll peep it.
I think he took it. That's what I'm saying. I think he got it flagged. I think he took it down, bro. I think they took that video down because he got it flagged. He wanted the only living copy. I think his channel's now called Boxing Guides. If it's still up, I don't know if it's still up, But yes, that's where all Steve Lott's footage is. But that documentary was dope because I had the documentary privated, but put into like my uploads, and that upload got flagged even though it was privated. And I was just like, this dude done lost his mind with this.
Give me 1 sec.
Oh, but in that documentary, they was breaking down the styles of the two fighters, and they was talking about everything. The only people that picked Mike Tyson was Mike Tyson's people like Steve Lott, Kevin Rooney, and stuff like that. But a lot of interesting points they brought up was that Mike Tyson in the fight with Tony Tucker outboxed Tony Tucker for 12 rounds and won damn near every round in that fight. And Tony Tucker wasn't scared of Mike Tyson. Tony Tucker was a Kronk trained and everything. Emmanuel Stewart trained fighter, everything. And he couldn't beat Mike. He couldn't outbox Mike. So Mike could beat you on the outside, beat you on the inside. Mike was just a special guy, man. I don't know where all the Mike slander and Mike hate come from, but it's insane, man. Matter of fact, you need to stop. If you find yourself compared Mike Tyson or Usyk, man, you either don't know enough about the sport or you're intentionally trolling to get a reaction. But either way, man, that's insane, bro. Mike Tyson didn't even be mentioned in the same breath as Usyk. If Usyk would have been around in Mike Tyson them era, he wouldn't even made it past like Michael Moore because Usyk can't even take body shots. That's how much the heavyweight division. You want to know how much the heavyweight division has regressed? Ika Beabuchi was sparring F.A. Ajagba online. I seen the sparring, and he was hanging with him. And it wasn't something like F.A. Ajagba was carrying him. It was more like F.A. Ajagba was trying, but like couldn't just make quick work of him in sparring. Because some people, there's different levels of sparring. Some people like to work on stuff. Some people like to do different things. Nah, F.A. Ajagba was in there, couldn't get him out of there. He was trying. His effort was definitely over 70%, and he couldn't get that old man out of there. And I was like, that just goes to show you how much the heavyweight division suffered and how much that they love Mike, but they don't know it.
Nah, I mean, well, I don't want to say nah. I'm sorry. I think FA sucks.
Oh yeah, he does, but he's still young. He's Ika Beabuchi is like he's a little bit younger than Mike, so he's probably like 50-something, 53. Shouldn't be that. He shouldn't.
No, my bad. I was thinking of F.A. Ajagba. My bad.
No, you got the right person. F.A. Ajagba was sparring Ika Beabuchi. F.A. is from the current time. He's actually fairly young.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. I know. Yeah, he sucks, dude.
But still, bro, even though he should still be able to get a 58-year-old out of there, bro.
Oh, for sure. But like he sucks. I'm sorry.
It just shows you how much the heavyweight division has regressed. That Usyk is the best guy we got, and he can't even take body shots. Like that used to be a prerequisite to be a boxer, taking body shots. You know what I mean? Like Mike Tyson was a small guy, and they still threw body shots to him. and Usyk can't take a body shot, and he's the reigning guy. It just shows you how much the sport has regressed.
Tyson Fury can take a body shot.
I disagree.
You just get knocked out and they're like, oh man, do I want to get up? You know,
I
punk
think
like
Tyson
that.
Fury gives the illusion that he can take body shots, but there's a clip I seen with him training with Sugar Hill, and he was not sparring. He was training with one of the lighter guys, Andy Lee. You were Andy Lee and Sugar Hill, and one of the lighter guys was hitting him to the body. He was like, "Come on!" And he was like screaming, and the guy was lighter. But after the end of the session,
Was it
his
Josh
body was all.
Taylor?
It might have been Josh Taylor. His body was all red afterwards, and it's like, bro, are you serious? That much damage was done to you?
Yeah, well, like, dude, the dude was hitting him as hard as he could, probably.
Man.
Obviously.
Hold on, let me show you this. If
And
this dude ain't took it down, let me
that was
show you this.
probably for like 3 rounds. That's like 10 minutes, bro.
Okay, let me show you this. If it's still up, the dude who took down the stuff might have took it down. Let me show you this, bro.
Lee Groves might have it.
Who's that?
I said Lee Groves might have it.
Who the hell is that?
He's like, he's like a boxing historian, collects video
Oh.
footage. He's got some really good stuff on Chocolatito. He made a good video back in the day. But historian.
Okay, yeah, this is from his channel. Well, this is one. Look, see, let me not show that beginning because this is from his channel. I'm gonna show a little bit because I don't think they can give me for 30 seconds, and if they do, I just take it out. This ain't the days of yesteryear where they'll get my entire video for 30 seconds. So look at this, bro. So this is the group this is the thing that Steve Black used to work for. It was called Boxing Hall of Fame. He used to have some of the rarest footage, and not just a Mike Tyson like custom auto. But look at this. Okay, there's Mike Tyson hitting the speed bag. Look at this right here. Look at this. Let's turn this volume up. So Mike Tyson used to go an entire round like this, bro. Beast, bro. Beast, bro. Beast. Usyk would have been down on the ground already, bro.
Was he like 23, 24 years old right there?
Maybe 24, 25.
Oh my goodness.
For an entire round, bro. That's crazy, bro. Look, it looked like the medicine ball got. He's so bad, bro. The medicine ball got tired of hitting him. No, that's insane, bro.
Amazing, dude. Yeah.
So that's what I mean by like during them times, like you had to be able to take a body shot in order to be in the sport. Like you would get ran out. Matter of fact, there were a lot of good old school trainers then. They would have you go to the body religiously to get a guy out of there. So like nowadays the game is so like watered down and like the fighters are so washed. Like you could be a champion, not take a body shot. Like you just think about a guy like that's a contender now, like Daniel Dubois. What's the dude's name? I don't know how many pounds the ball was, Polo, but I'm assuming it's the biggest one they got. But what's the dude's name? Let's take Warley, for example. Those guys in the 90s, bro, they wouldn't even be contenders, bro. I'm just being honest. Not being facetious or anything. Like David Tua would have mowed a lot of those guys down. And he was never even
like you said,
champion.
Michael Moore, he fucking ripped through those guys, man. Dykes.
So yes.
Ripped through those guys, man. Would have ripped through those, like on a good night too, would have ripped through those guys. Like it's almost like it's nothing. I'm very sure to say that. It's nuts. It's nuts. Muhammad Ali would have destroyed Tyson Fury, bro. Would have destroyed him. Like no match.
He would have beat Tyson Fury mentally. You know what's really crazy? I remember having a debate or argument, whatever you want to call it, with a person who was telling me how great Tyson Fury was. And I told them before they even got in the ring with Usyk that he's scared of Usyk. And they were like, what? I'm like, bro, I know what I'm looking at. That man is scared of Usyk. I said, if you look at how he moves and how he talks stuff about everybody. AJ, when it comes down to what you call it, what's his name? When it comes down to Usyk, he would barely mention his name. He would try to convince us why he's not worthy of fighting him. He would be like, man, Usyk is not even on my level. He's a small guy. He's this, he's that. Everything but I'll beat Usyk up. I'm like, because he respects him. It took Turkey coming in, dropping a bag on him to where he was willing to fight him. And another thing I realized about Tyson Fury, a lot of people might not notice, Tyson Fury don't really believe in himself like everybody think he does. Like you would look at Tyson Fury, he talks a lot of stuff. You would think so, but you would think by how much stuff he talked that he's really confident. But you look at his title defenses, and that shows me that he's really not as confident as he portrays himself to be. Because why not defend the title? Tyson Fury has a reputation of pulling out of a fight the day before it happened. I don't know if people are aware of that or not, but he had a fight the day before it happened. He pulled out, scheduled the day before he pulled out.
One of the reasons why I was very upset that Wilder lost to him was that when Tyson got the belt, he just sat on it. He just sat on it. He ruined the division, man. For as long as he was in it and active, he ruined it. There was no action.
I agree.
Shit was terrible. Shit was fucking like I was like, bro, if the belt goes back to him in Top Rank, like ain't shit gonna happen, bro.
Bro, you know what's really interesting too about what you just said? I look at the same thing with Mike, right? Remember I told you they had a love-hate relationship with Mike? When Mike Tyson, like I said, when Mike Tyson was doing his thing, they didn't like him. Then when he left, they were like, oh my God, these pay-per-view numbers are atrocious. We need to do something fast. We need Mike Tyson back in the sport. Then when Mike Tyson came back, everybody started doing good. There was a trickle-down effect. Because what happens is he starts beating people, and then they start hypothetically matching them with other people. So they build interest in those type of fights. And then HBO comes along. You got the video game endorsements. You got the whole shebang, everybody coming out to make money off of Mike. Like I said, and then when he bit Holyfield, that's whenever they was like, oh, we got to suspend you, the sanctity of boxing. Then they realized they needed him again and then gave him his license back again after he bit Holyfield. And he came back and made a bunch of money in boxing again. And then they suspended him again for biting Lennox Lewis. Well, they didn't suspend him because they were tired of suspending him, only to let him back because the sport needed him. But Vegas tried to, clutch their pearls and put their robe together and say, I would never host another Mike Tyson fight. So then Memphis had to pick it up. But they did all of that. They even booed the man in his last fight, celebrated him leaving the sport, only to welcome him back at 60 years old to fight Jake Paul so that he could make the sport some money again because it had died so much. They didn't appreciate Mike Tyson when he was the American heavyweight champion and stood the best chance of keeping the belt in America, and they didn't do the same thing with Deontay Wilder. That's the reason I'm bringing all of that up. Because when Deontay Wilder was boxing, you could say, oh, yeah, he was fighting Bud, whatever the case may be. That man was American. He gave us the best chance at American champion being undisputed, and they didn't appreciate him. And now that he's gone, we stuck with nothing. We stuck with on the outside looking in, worshiping, or they worshiping, I ain't worshiping a guy who can't take body shots. That's what they stuck with. And he's non-American, so you still can't get that representation. And the saddest part about it is they hated on Deontay Wilder so much. But I said this. I said, watch, when the Undisputed game come out, everybody's going to pick Deontay Wilder and start spamming right hands. And what do you think happens, Steph? They pick Deontay Wilder and they spam a right hand from the opening bell to the final bell, bro. Because they want to live vicariously through his power. Power is the neon light. It's the lure to get people to want to watch you. It builds excitement in the sport. And Deontay Wilder was that. And they didn't appreciate him, just like they don't appreciate Mike. It's sad.
See. Yeah. What was that like? That was like 2012 to 2017, man. Wilder just dominated, bro. Just dominated, bro.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I wasn't the hugest fan of
Wilder.
Wilder. You know what made me become a fan of his?
What's that?
the Tyson Fury fight where he went out on the shield, where he did exactly what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
When he did that, I was like, bro,
Some of the
I got to
third
get
fight,
this.
right?
Yeah, when he got knocked down and he got back up,
I thought
showing
the
that
first
heart,
and
I
third
was
one
like,
was the best one, bro. I called 3 knocks down in that fight. I was like, bro, I looked at my best friend then that night. I was like, bro, it's gonna be like 3 knockdowns tonight. I was like, that's what it's gonna take for Deontay to win this shit, bro. Like, it's gonna be some crazy shit. And what do you know? Like, it happened, bro. And Deontay broke his hand, man. Remember that?
yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. What a crazy fight. What a crazy fight, man. I had for the first fight, man, when you go back and watch that first fight, it'll blow your mind, man. It's a modern day classic. It's a modern day classic. And I remember when it ended, I looked at that same best friend and was like, bro, this is gonna be a draw.
What you're about to see is Mike.
Go ahead.
That wasn't me. That was the video talking. My bad. That was the video. That wasn't me. That was the video. I was playing a video. My bad.
No, I was just saying. What was I saying? I was just saying it's a modern day classic, man. And
Oh, absolutely. Did that have like the highest rating in heavyweight, like not history, but like that we've had in a long time? It was like kind of like a revival fight where people were like, holy snap, like this is like Riddick Bowe, Holyfield. Like this is like one of those type of fights.
Yeah, and no, it just had everything, man, and really from the get go, man. I like I said, from about 2012 to about 2017, man, Deontay Wilder dominated, bro. Like I remember the whole rise, and I remember like yesterday when he went over there and watched Tyson Fury come out of the hole and fight that nobody, and Wilder was there front row and center, man, talking shit to him and everything, and bringing him out. Saying,
I
want to
will
fight
baptize you. Yeah, that shit
I
was
want to
hilarious.
fight you. I want to fight you.
Yeah, you can take off your shirt like a preacher if you want to, but I'm gonna guess what? I'm gonna baptize you. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that was good for the sport, bro. Bro, look at this right here. Look at this right here, bro. Look at this speed, bro. This is crazy.
Tyson going to war in these brutal sparring sessions.
Away from me.
Oh my
The job
goodness,
is sparring partner.
Oh my goodness, bro. That is it, bro. That speed, bro. Bro, people don't realize that we probably never gonna see anything like that again, bro. Like, when we seen Randy Moss, who was a lengthy guy that was also really quick, along with explosive, along with good strides. We probably won't see that again, but we'll see fast guys in the NFL. As far as Mike Tyson, we probably won't see anything like that again. We'll never see that combination of speed and power. Like the dedication that dude had. A lot of people talk about Floyd, bro, but like, man, let's remember where Floyd got it from. He said it.
Wasn't Mike Tyson and Floyd supposed to fight?
Bro, Floyd be lying, bro. Floyd will come back and say that's who he's fighting, or say he's fighting somebody to build buzz around his name, bro. Floyd's smart, bro. He even entertained Manny Pacquiao too, just because YouTube was gonna run with it, bro. He's not fighting no goddamn. Yeah, bro.
It's all for the clout, man. That's
yeah, bro. He's a businessman. That's why you notice, bro. I don't cover that. Like Floyd ain't finna get me, bro. He's been entertaining the Manny Pacquiao fight since the fight happened, and hasn't given it to people. He would have fought Conor McGregor. Like, why would he fight Manny Pacquiao? Like, what sense do that make? Of course, it's gonna be a big money fight, but like, why? Why would he do that? It just doesn't make any sense. And I know how Floyd moves. He's not fighting no Manny Pacquiao, bro. Bro, this clip right here is epic, bro. The New Yorker definitely made this video.
If it comes down to a beef, rappers get killed on the west and the east. No matter where you're from or who did you beat, I'm representing real hip hop and AOD. Come and see me, dodge and duck, run fast when you hear the gun blast. This rhyme blowing you from New York to China. Enter my mind, east my neck stroke, a death stroke, stroking your image. I'm in this till the music finish, none of y'all is siblings. And I got the hot ass rappers I've diminished. So you can all stop with it. Stop with which coast is the best coast? Got me wildin'. I drop bombs on both sides while I'm high in the alleys. Rappers profiling, stagger execute shot. My 4-5 will shoot shot, physically reduce shots to kibbles and bits. Mics I rip the shreds. Surveillance on the feds.
Bro, that was ugly, bro. Bro, that was ugly, bro. Oh my God, bro, that was ugly, bro.
Hey, see, the problem with Pitbull Cruz is that he just doesn't have educated feet. His feet are too heavy.
Yeah,
He
not
tries to do
explosive with his feet.
exactly this, but like his
Yes.
feet are just too heavy. He can't move. His
If his
feet are
feet was
insane.
explosive as his hands, he could be like this. Mike Tyson had
Yeah.
explosive feet and hands.
Yeah, but it was all in sync though. Is my point. Like his shit's not.
Oh my God, bro! Look how much ground this dude could cover, bro.
Yeah, it's
Let me
crazy.
put this up.
And the guy
Look,
knows it's coming too. It's crazy.
see everything, bro. It still can't stop it. That's almost equivalent to Michael Jordan telling you where he gonna go with the ball. That's crazy, bro. Started that combination from the center of the ring and backed them all the way up to the ropes. Just fury, bro. Fist of fire, bro. That dude was.
Yo, he went all downstairs and finished up top. That's
Yep.
crazy. And then he knocked him out.
Bro, well, the funniest part about this video is when he knocks him out, he's like, "What? Like, what did I do?" Like, come on, bro. You know what you did. Matter of fact, bro, like when Mike was training in Vegas, that's who inspired Floyd. He used to be at the gym knocking people out, bro. And Floyd said he knew he wanted that. Like when he seen Mike, he was like, "Yeah, I want to be that. I want to be that in the sport." And Mike inspired him to be who he was. I mean, just Dave Chappelle. In the words of Dave Chappelle, bro, when people meet, whoever got the strongest dream win. You know, Floyd dreamed, bro. He already had the work ethic. When he started dreaming, bro, it was a wrap, bro. Like he actually manifested being like Mike Tyson or having his status. So yeah, that's why you should dream. Never stop dreaming. What do you say in Hustle and Float? You got to have a dream.
It's such a good movie.
Oh my goodness, bro. He drunk before he even hit the ropes. Just sliding down, and Mike like, "Yo, you want to slide down, huh? Huh?"
He told him, "Take this here
Right
with
here.
you."
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Ooh. I would have just dropped. What the fuck? I would have take that. I would have been like, "Nah, fuck that." It's the man in you. Get your
And that's
ass
why
whipped.
that's why Mike Tyson had to pay his sparring partners more money. That's why he had to pay him more money. For that reason right there, because he had a reputation of just whooping ass. He had a reputation of whooping ass, bro.
Yeah, look at this dude. Oh man, like a caterpillar. Damn, laying it out. Oh my gosh,
Bro, and then he like, what did I do? And then they got to call in other people, take the mouthpiece out. That's crazy, bro. To always have a team on standby for your health, sparring this guy, bro. That is, and this is the Mike Tyson that they say was past his prime. This is like 91. This 91. This after he'd already been stopped by Douglas and he's pissed off. You know. Well, matter of fact, was it 91? Yeah, because they brought in Richard Juchetti after. No. It has to be 91. I was gonna say it was closer to 95 because he worked with Richard Juchetti then, but I think he worked with him before, after he lost to Douglas. So I don't know. I would have to look. That's something I would have to look up, but I'm pretty sure that will happen. But look, I wanted to show you this too. It's so funny to me, bro. The dude that they say overrated, bro. Not only is he knocking out people and sparring, you know what I mean? Like, and this is something that's happened on the daily. Matter of fact, Lennox Lewis told a story about Razor Ruddock going to go spar Mike Tyson, and he said that before he went there, he was like a little bit nervous, and then Razor Ruddock was there, and he was like, "Hey, he seen Razor Ruddock coming back." He was like, "How was it?" That's crazy when they're like, look how they're treating this. This is like movie shit. They're like, "How was the sparring session?" And he was like, "I don't know." And he's like, "What you mean you don't know?" He said, "Razor Ruddock never sparred Mike Tyson. Like, I don't know if he was scared or what, but he went all the way over there from Canada and never sparred him. Well, I don't know what the reasons was or why he didn't spar him, but they never got in the ring. That's stuff. That's like legend stuff that you hear about, right? So anyway,
Yeah,
that's the guy that this.
Donovan Roddick got in there.
Yeah, eventually he got in the ring,
Twice.
but they talk about before he was supposed to spar him. This is when Mike Tyson's the phenom and Customado's still alive, and he was going down here to get some work. You know how they try to do, bro. They try to come get a little feel with you, see how strong you is. You know what I mean? Get some intel to outlet to get
Definitely.
used later down the road. And Lennox Lewis said he was coming to do the same thing, and he said, Razor Ruddick then was about to leave, and he was like, "Hey man, come here." He was like, "How was it?" And he was like, we never got in the ring with him. And I was like, damn, the dude had second thoughts. He was like, you know what? We're young. We'll probably see him later in the career. There's no reason to risk it all and end up sliding down the ropes like that dude earlier. But it's so crazy that they say a guy like Mike Tyson is overrated when sparring partners have to make career decisions, bro. Being his sparring partner was a literal career, and I'm not making this up. Watch this.
Hey, Dion, time to go to work.
If you've got a good head on your shoulders and like something that keeps you on the move, this could be just the ticket. Here's what our present employees have to say
Pontiac
about the unique
right there.
opportunity that awaits.
Believe it or not, as ludicrous as it may sound, I might have done it for nothing.
You get top pay, travel, you get to see the country, and you get treated well. There's a lot of advantages here.
Sound too good to be true? Well, there is one slight
Probably like
drawback.
26 years old right there.
The job is
Or
sparring
younger.
partner for Mike Tyson. If most fighters can't last more than one round with Tyson,
Crazy he
why
doesn't
would
have
you
a
want to
spar
box with him
helmet
every
on.
day?
Any padding.
Like a fight. You rev yourself up. You get yourself geared up to actually face this guy every day. And you look try to hurt him because he's trying to hurt you.
You must do nothing but concentrate on nothing but Mike Tyson for 3 minutes. And before you get in the ring, you have to really prime yourself up for that. If you don't, then that could create problems for you.
In a sense,
Now, what other heavyweight besides George Foreman have people talk about you have to be mentally prepared before even sparring this guy? That's how dangerous he is. Sparring him could end your career. Forget about in the ring under the lights. Sparring Mike Tyson could end your career. That's the guy that they're saying is overrated. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I done heard sparring stories about Bacoli rocking Usyk and sparring and maybe even knocking him out. I ain't heard no stories like that about Mike. Just saying.
this is not really a sparring session, but a fighting session.
I always make it a point to say, look, I want you to go out there, and I want you to do the best you can do. I want you to go out there. I don't want you to hold them back. This isn't.
Hold up. I'm looking for a video real fast.
My guy's here to fight. My guy's going to go
Right.
hard.
And they're called sparring partners. Not so? Perhaps a fighting partner would be more appropriate.
I train the way I fight. If someone comes to box with me and they're not serious, I think they're making a very foolish mistake. I think the best profit of it is when you have a sparring partner in there that's not intimidated and throwing punches and trying his best to get the edge and win. Like it's a fight, trying to knock you out.
But thus far, no partner has stayed around long enough to even come close to knocking Tyson down. Most major camps pay sparring partners up to $500 a week for approximately 15 rounds of sparring. Yet in the past year, the young Tyson has had over 2
All right, I
dozen
got it. I'm gonna put this
employees
in.
come
This
and
shit's
go.
hilarious, dog.
A folder has been kept which lists past and potential Tyson fighting partners. While some didn't last too long, there have been others who simply wanted no part of Mr. Tyson.
Yo, Scholar, peep the private chat and play that video after this. Shit's hilarious, dog.
All right. What's funny is about they brought up the people that didn't want no parts of it. One of the people on there was Jesse Ferguson, and Jesse Ferguson was a Mike Tyson's opponent before that. So Mike Tyson beat him up so bad that he didn't even want to be a sparring partner. Which I mean, he didn't have a career after Mike beat him. That's insane.
What's crazy is the opposite effect happened with Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes was Muhammad Ali's private sparring partner for years. And as soon as Larry got his chance, he took it, man, and became one of the greatest heavyweights as well.
And you know what? Hindsight, that's why Larry Holmes don't get as much respect as he should. Larry Holmes made the grave mistake, bro. The grave mistake of fighting Muhammad Ali. If Larry Holmes doesn't fight Muhammad Ali, people would have welcomed him. But the fact that he was rhyming like Muhammad Ali, he was his sparring partner. He had, had a bunch of similarities to Muhammad Ali, and then he beat him. He could never escape that shadow of Muhammad Ali, and the fact that stain that he beat him. People don't forgive people that beat like great champions, no matter what point in their career that they do it. They really hold that as a grudge against them.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But Larry beat his ass, like straight beat his ass.
Man, come on, bro.
No, I'm for real. Go back and watch
Yeah, he
that
did.
fight.
He used to, bro. He beat somebody who used to be Muhammad Ali.
He was beating his ass. I'm just saying, he
Yeah,
was beating Ali's ass.
yeah, that wasn't hard to do. Shit, I think right
Yeah,
now,
that wasn't hard to do.
bro. I think right now we could train Elvis Presley, and he dead and gone, to beat that version of Muhammad Ali. Like that, he was a
Yo,
shell of
come on,
himself.
man. That's like
Yeah,
saying Jake Paul. That's like saying Jake Paul could beat
Jake
AEW.
Paul would have beat that version of Muhammad Ali,
Bro,
bro.
please.
Bro, he had Parkinson's. Come on, man. The man, bro, they took him to the Mayo Clinic. He couldn't even pass the test. But boxing's so corrupt, they just pushed him through. But nah, he was that Ali was sick, bro. He was sick, feeble. Matter of fact, he lost again. He was stopped by Larry Holmes. Everybody think that was his last fight. He fought Trevor Berbick. That was his last fight. And even Trevor Berbick was a bum, and Muhammad Ali couldn't make easy work of him. So yeah, that Muhammad Ali was a shell of himself.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you roping dope. Do some of that roping dope.
This ain't for me. And they go. Or they don't come back, They try to call you and they never call. We call them and they got to work, they got a job, they got this or they got that.
When your fights have been as brief as Tyson's, good fighting partners and sparring sessions are a necessity. Therefore, Mike has occasionally worked with well-known fighters. The list is long. Tyrell Biggs, James Broad, Frank Bruno, Carlos De Leon, Eddie Mustafa Muhammad, and Carl the Truth Williams. But in every case, the relationship between Tyson and his partners is generally confined to the gym.
We're friends to a certain extent. If there's a possibility I might fight them, I respect them always, because sometimes this is a business, and sometimes you.
That little timid tongue version of Mike was a beast. When like that, when you heard that, bro, you already know what was going to happen. But yeah, he started talking more after he got further from his prime because he had to. All right, let me play this video. What is this? Top 10 knockouts? Bro, I can't believe they saying that guy is overrated. The guy that people had to, if they were to go spar with this guy, they had to go tell their wife and kids that they loved them. They were unsure of you know what I mean? Like, that's the guy y'all say, all right. Okay, I'd like to see what y'all highly rate then, if that's overrated. Hold on. Because that is crazy. Oh, it's the top fastest knockout.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, this shit's hilarious, bro.
That's Diamato, of course. Right hand by Tyson. Oh, my.
All right, they can find some fights.
Is it only Mike or is it all time?
I'm sorry?
Is it only Mike or it's all time?
It's only Mike. Yeah, it's like it's top 10.
Okay, let me put this full screen. Hold on. Yeah, we need full screen with this mic action. No Diddy.
This shit's hilarious, bro. There's this one guy who's like so scared to fight him, bro. This shit's hilarious.
Okay.
That left hand almost drove Richardson right through the canvas.
Yo, look at this dude.
Wow, it just turned his head around on his neck.
Wow.
A left hook, a la
Yo.
Frazier. And down goes Richardson.
Yo, this is what I was trying to tell people earlier about how cartoonish this stuff was, bro. Mike was taking grown men and like dribbling their head like a basketball off the canvas, bro. Like Mike was nothing to be played with, bro. Like, and remember, people bring up Joe Louis. Joe Louis was a big heavyweight for his time, but Joe Louis wasn't even doing this. Even with the Bum a Month Club, Joe Louis was going in there with bums and wasn't even doing this to them. Ali was predicting rounds. He was good enough to predict rounds, but making them but showing this far skill gap between the two, and doing some Tom and Jerry cartoonish stuff, nobody.
Now Kennedy is a boxer, but gets knocked down with the first left hook he takes. Tyson, you have to like how poised he is right here. He is picking his shots well. This one could be over. It is. Joe Cortez stops it. And the first good left hook that Tyson landed, he dips under, throws this left hook. That's a nice move. Is that a Joe Frazier? It really is. And you know what's so nice about that? Here's where he had Kennedy against ropes. Mike Tyson is a terrific finisher. He keeps his hands moving. Those are good compact punches. Now, and Joe Cortez steps in.
I remember this guy.
7 inside round 1. Did I say 7? Make that 8.
Yeah, listen to this
on they
commentator.
go. Is he going to make the belt? Somehow,
Yo, this is a sledgehammer. He hit like a sledgehammer. This is that guy.
Bro, listen to this guy. It's hilarious.
He hit like a sledgehammer. I remember this guy.
Kind of doubt it. There's only so much punishment anybody can take. That is the limit of Sterling Benjamin's endurance. The referee was just about to step in anyway.
Now, don't blink. This is going to be fast. I think like a 3-punch combination here, Teddy. Blinding speed, body, head.
He had quick hands. You could see that, but it was raw, and he didn't have the technique with the flaws that would show themselves later on. I don't think with all that power.
Oh my gosh.
It's funny we bring up Teddy Atlas. This is from a documentary. I think is Mike. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a compilation of all of Mike's fights. Teddy Atlas. They were shot in Gleason's gym, and it's a Mike Tyson ESPN documentary. But in that documentary, you hear Brian Kenny. A lot of people don't even know Brian Kenny's from Catskill. He came up with Mike Tyson. A lot of people don't even know that. Him and Teddy Atlas, all of them knew each other, and they all come from Customato. But Brian Kenny's giving them praise. He talking about the hand speed and stuff. And Teddy Atlas like, yeah, but he was raw. And he followed it up with criticism on Mike Tyson's documentary. You see what I'm saying? Like always showing up the hate. Be close enough to the narrative of Mike Tyson to share his narrative of Mike Tyson. That'd be the problem. That'd be the problem, bro. But yeah, man.
He's only human.
He would have been world champion. The technique that he learned to use that ability was very, very important in his career.
From Young.
This the guy said bouncing people off ropes. Look at this. Man, glanced him. He didn't even catch him with the full force, bro. Sent that man flying. That's like Mike Tyson, the closest thing we done had to Freezer from Dragon Ball Z. Caught this man. Pew! He go with the direction of the punch, bro. That's insane, bro. Fly off the ropes. That's crazy, bro. If this was anybody else, bro, you talk about people talking about scripted. If Mike Tyson was fighting in today's time, bro, they be saying everybody is faking or it's scripted, bro. Duck, jab, slip to the outside, pivot, left, right hook.
That check right hook, dog. Oh my god!
And he goes with the force of the punch. That is insane, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't even seen Foreman even do that. As big as Foreman is, he knocked people out, bro. But he never would hit them, and they would go with the force of the blow. Clifford ATN, I remember this. He took his mouthpiece out of his mouth, bro. This was an older Mike. That's still, what's really insane? This version of Mike worked with Freddie Roach.
No, this guy didn't want no smoke though. This guy didn't want.
Nah, but still was a hard punch, bro. I agree, but still, it still was a hard punch, bro. He kind of caught him with a pivot right hand. The same way he pivoted in left hook.
Oh my gosh.
He gonna pivot and catch him with a right hand. The crazy part about this knockout is he was working with Freddie Roach. And Freddie Roach was basically saying that Mike Tyson was the hardest puncher that he's ever dealt with. And I was like, bro, you got a version of Mike Tyson that was a shell of a shell at that point. Like, you got the 2000 version of Mike that was washed up. Like, past 2002 after Lennox Lewis, bro, Mike Tyson wasn't nothing. He ended up retiring.
He was twilight of the career, man. He was done,
Yeah,
bro.
so to catch that guy and say he's one of the hardest punchers, that is insane. Because he compared him to Vladimir Klitschko. He got a prime Vladimir Klitschko and an over-the-hill Mike Tyson. And he said that Mike Tyson's power was on par with Klitschko's, if not harder. This is what Freddie Roach is. I didn't say that. Freddie Roach did. That is insane, bro. But yeah, he caught
Roach
Clifford.
was talking in like today's times, though, man. Like he knows.
What you mean? Hold up. What you mean?
Like fucking Tyson in his heyday hits way harder than fucking Klitschko, dog.
Yeah, but I know, but you're missing what I'm telling you. You missing what I'm saying. I agree with you. But if Freddie Roach got a tail in Mike Tyson that was over the hill and a prime Vladimir Klitschko, and they're still on par, imagine what Mike was in his prime. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. Okay. I follow. I'm with you.
So yeah, this Clifford ATM, I remember this knockout. Mike Tyson, I think this is before this fight, he was eating chicken. He was like, that's why I don't like my fans. I think this was it. But yeah, he caught him with a pivot right hand. The left hook he threw earlier, it pivoted, boop, caught him with the right hand.
Got him.
Melted, bro.
Look at that leg.
Bro, that is insane, bro. He lucky he didn't get a leg injury.
He didn't want none. Look at him. He spent the fucking.
Yeah, he just took his mouthpiece out. He was like, why am I boxing? You know,
Why am I boxing?
I'm gonna go get my CDL.
He's just like Friday. He said, "Why you come down here and mess with these
Yeah,
people?"
he's like, you know what? I was really good at putting refrigerators together. I think I'm gonna go into the refrigerating business.
Oh my gosh.
We can forget about this boxing stuff. And every time Mike Tyson hits somebody, bro, there's always somebody rushing
He
in the
helped
ring.
him up. Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
always somebody rushing in the ring to check on their mental health, bro. That's insane. And this is the guy that they said is overrated, bro. This is crazy, bro. Somebody said Mike pure talent. That is a fact. That is an absolute fact.
Nah, no boy's ducking way too much. He's scared. He's so scared, bro. Here it comes. Here it comes. Boop. Caught that fucking Haney chin. Old boy went down.
Did the
That
yoga
leg.
position.
That leg.
He did the yoga mat. He did the yoga mat, bro. That's crazy.
Oh shit.
Hold on. Michael Johnson. This the Afro guy. Did he knock tooth out his mouth?
Yeah, I think so. With the green trunks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, yeah. That's him. Yeah. Yeah, this dude's afraid right here.
Duck.
Listen.
Duck. Left hook to the body. Should be. Left hook to the body. He didn't even get to catch him with the right hook to the head. Yep. He didn't even get to catch him with the right hook to the head. He was already down with the left hook to the body.
Oh no.
People don't understand. They get up and that's what the right hand, and that's where the tooth came out. That's where the tooth came out, allegedly. Mike Tyson knocked the dude tooth out his mouth, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, my nigga had the ponies on, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Look how devastated they look. That's why I say, like, you look at the reaction of the people that get knocked out, and you just see them like rolling on the ground. They look like when I was growing up, we used to watch Trinity Broadcast Network. You know, those prosperity pastors that used to make people faint. That's what they look like, bro. They look like somebody like they've been touched by an angel, bro. Like
What was
just
that
rolling
movie
all
with
over
Steve
the.
Martin where he was going to town and he was like tricking them people?
I don't know.
Pastor. Oh
I don't remember the name, but yeah, you're probably right. But yeah, man, like that's insane. Look at
no,
this got
this
so
was
exposed.
devastating. Oh my
Bam.
gosh. Oh no.
Train versus a pillow, bro. Like he was just froze.
Ugh. Dude, he treated him like a heavy bag. That was not cool. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
And then look at him, bro, just laying on the ground, man. He got the nerve to get up.
No,
He should have just
in
stayed.
his stomach, man. He was like, "What's wrong with his mama?" That shit hurt, bro.
He should have just stayed down. Then he got up and got his tooth knocked out. Here go the right hand.
Oh no!
Anytime Mike Tyson throw a punch, you notice that people always go the direction of which he's throwing. He threw a right hand, his body went the direction of Mike Tyson's force. That is insane, bro.
Yo, remember
Like
when
I said, look how he
got
fall,
knocked out
bro.
by AJ? Like he fucking sat there and watched AJ punch him in the face, bro. Oh my gosh. He just like waited on. He was like, yeah, like this. Hold on, I'm gonna get on camera.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was.
Hold on. He was
like he couldn't do anything about it. Like he was just gonna let it happen.
He just stood there. He just watched it. He went.
Yo, This knockdown, this knockdown, Steph. Mike Tyson hit him, bro. Shout out to God. He hit him before God even got the news, bro. Because if you look at this dude, he had a delayed reaction. Look, Mike Tyson hit him. He about to throw a combination to the body. Oh shit, he already hit him. Ricardo Spain. He hit him with like a simple shot, bro, and he didn't even register it. Like his body registered the knock. Let me see.
No, there's some IQ right here. Like, he hit him with a good one too. Oh my gosh.
He's still swinging as he goes down. He ain't even registered the punch yet.
Him.
Just falling, bro.
Oh no.
It's funny because they asked Anthony Joshua. Here it is. I think it's right here. Is it right here? Yeah, it's right here. Boop! Hit him with the left hook. He ain't even registered it.
Knees, dog.
He ain't even registered that he got hit yet.
He played flag football. He broke the knees, dog. Oh my gosh.
He ain't even registered the shot. Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Yo, you ever watch some females play flag football? They be getting down on the knees, dog. Like, I'm trying to tell you, man.
What you talking about, like lingerie?
Nah, I'm just talking about regular, man. Like, I saw this girl take off a kickoff. Bro, I swear to God, she did the limbo and got through untouched, unscathed. I was like, damn. Like, but both knees hit the ground. It was crazy. I was like, dog, look at that. I was like, that's fucking tight.
That man threw a right hand, bro. Came back with a left foot. Now, this dude hand is free. So theoretically, he should get there before Mike Tyson's. But we're talking about Mike Tyson here. Mike Tyson gets there first. Hit the man, right? Hit the man so hard his knees didn't get the news yet. Damn. So now his knees got the news. Go down, go down, go down, go down. Like, bro, come on, man. This guy's a beast, bro. I can't believe anybody would say anything different than Mike Tyson was a beast. I think people have it. You know what it's like, Steph? It's like people saying Jordan can't dribble left.
Well, what it is this video is classic. Oh, dude, if you play this one in like regular motion, this shit's hilarious.
I'll put it back. I'll break it down and then I'll put it back. I remember this knockdown.
So this one is wind, bro, for days, and then
this dude throws uppercuts and hooks down from his ankles, which is the worst thing you could ever do against a fighter as
power puncher,
tight
bro.
and accurate as Mike Tyson. Like, see, it's tailor made. Like that was a hook. He threw the hook down from his knees, right?
No, Scholar. It was a battle cry. He was screaming. He was like, "Ah!" He just got knocked.
And what's crazy is Mike Tyson comes up. This is the genius of Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson comes up with a straight punch. He misses that straight punch first. Watch. So Robert Clay throws a left hook from his ankles. Right? See, got it way down there. A lot of it he has to lower the guard because Mike Tyson's crouching down.
Which is really smart.
See, he throws it. He barely misses too. Mike Tyson got good defense. And look, Mike Tyson pops up.
He's still set up for power.
He just waiting there, bro. He just waiting to spring. He pops up. It was supposed to be a left hook, but it falls short. So he pops up and left hook.
He just got out of the way.
Barely grazed them, and then he pushed off a little bit too. So that helped get a little bit of distance, right? But then he throws another left hook, and then poof, that one lands. It's like, bro, that's crazy, bro. You know what's crazy?
Down, bro.
It when I did the breakdown of Mike Tyson, I showed this as one of his knockdowns, bro. And you go back and you look, he straightens out the hook, Mike Tyson. So it ends up being like a jab. And I'm like, bro, this guy has knocked everybody down with every single punch on the tree. Uppercut, left hook, right hand, jab. Right, like, bro, every punch that you could throw Mike Tyson has knocked somebody out with.
Yo, this guy
That's the guy that they're saying is overrated.
He can't believe it. Oh my gosh.
He was like, well, we were just up.
He's like, man,
he
thought he hit him. He thought he hit him right there.
See, right there, he pops up and he misses him. He crouches. He said, I'm going to get him. And he pops up and he misses. Flies over. This time he make an adjustment on that shot. He throws it more straight like a jab. Look, bam, that's a straight punch. Knocks his head back. That's a hybrid punch. That wasn't a full hook. It was like he straightened it at the end. So it was like a hook / jab. And look at the face. Look at him, bro. You remember the carnival machines that we used to get on where it spin around and push you up against the wall? You feel like you stuck and you can't get up? That's what he looked like. He looked like he's
Oh
stuck. Like,
man,
which way did he go? Which way did he go? That's
yo,
crazy,
no,
man.
oh my gosh, that was probably the best one right there. Him and the afro.
And then, oh my God,
Oh,
this one
this
right
one's
here.
kind of violent. Yeah, this one's
Oh
really
my
violent,
God.
dude.
This
Really
is the
violent.
crunkest that I've ever seen Mike Tyson after a
This
knockout.
shit is violent, bro.
Bam, uppercut. He knocked him
He's
out with the
out right
same
there. He's out. He's
combination.
out. He's out.
Yes, the same
He's out.
combination that Joe Frazier was knocked out with Foreman, the jab uppercut.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? He said that this punch didn't hurt, bro. He said, believe it or not, Mike Tyson's punches didn't hurt. You just couldn't see them. They would just take your legs. You know, you wouldn't see them. You just hear them whizzing by you, and then you all of a sudden you wouldn't be able to feel like you'd be numb. That's what this is how he described it. I've never been hit by Mike, but that's what he said. He was like, believe it or not, a lot of people would be surprised, but it didn't hurt
No,
like you would think.
see, the thing is, right. I want to comment. Yeah, but like a couple knockouts ago, Tyson was. If you go back and watch all his fights, as he came out, he was always properly. I learned this from the OGs. He was
Warmed up.
always shout out to guys like Trick, Stormy. Tyson was always warmed up correctly.
Yeah.
Always had a good sweat going. Was ready, and for his sake, already was 50% ahead of his opponent because there's a lot of fear going into that. But Mike was a confident matador, man. He knew what he was doing, man. He knew what he was doing at all costs in his heyday. And some of these knockouts are showing it. Like, I'm over here laughing my butt off because, like, oh my gosh, shit's hilarious.
It's almost unfair. You know, we keep saying shout out to God. That's one of those situations where the people that boxed him was like, God, why you do me like this? Huh? Why you put me in there with a guy who could knock me out with a jab, a guy who gonna disappear on me, pop up, spring up, hit me with a hybrid punch, a hook and a jab, and then knock me through the ropes, and I can't even get up or feel my legs. Speed so fast that he's punching like lightweights and putting his punches together and can knock me out with every single punch. That dude was something special, man. He had sparring partners shook. He had opponents shook. He had everybody shook at the height of Triple G, bro. Like, I don't ever want to hear this Mike Tyson's overrated conversation again. Well, not with you specifically, Steph, but I just mean with the boxing, bro. We got to stop. It was getting so bad I had to do this episode because, like I said, there was a guy who argued with me, believe it or not, on who was better, Tommy Morrison or Mike Tyson. And the dude said Tommy Morrison easy. And I'm attached to my biasness that I got to leave my biasness and see that Tommy Morrison was clearly a better fighter. And we know what that means. When people start accusing you of being biased, it's self projection. You know what I mean? They're projecting off what they really feel. And when he's telling me stop being biased, he's biased to Tommy Morrison because Tommy Morrison's white. I'm pretty sure he's a white American and there's a bunch of tribalism going on there inside of his brain. But in actuality, bro, forget about Tommy Morrison, bro. There's not too many heavyweights that are even in Mike Tyson's realm. Just is what it is. He's probably top 3 all time. Top 3. Arguably, I would put him 2 after Ali. But you could put George Foreman in front of him. He did a lot of things with the comeback and the grill and all the different things that he accomplished. That oldest heavyweight of all time. Like that's nothing to scoff at. So I give you that. But if you put Mike Tyson against any heavyweight in their prime and in his prime, he arguably beats all of them. And some of them he beats every single time he fights them. So you have to make this guy one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, just based off of that alone. Like, people bring up resume, but the dude was undisputed champion, youngest undisputed before Devin Haney, because Devin Haney's the youngest undisputed in the 4-belt era. Mike was undisputed at a younger age, but it was just 3 belts. And he was the youngest champion, second youngest champion ever in the history of the sport. First is Wilfred Benitez, but he's second. And he's first youngest heavyweight champion of all time, or any other champion. Second, any other champion, first heavyweight champion. So this is nothing to scoff at. Like I said, then you lose 3 years of his prime, come back out of jail, become unified. Like, this don't matter no more. Now we want, and this is what I seen the other day with Devin Haney, and I do not like this. And listen, I don't even listen to Showbiz a lot because I don't feel like Showbiz has a high boxing IQ. But I will say I learned this from him because I like to give people credit. Showbiz was talking about somebody was giving him some pushback about some comment he made, right? And he was basically saying, if you go down anybody's resume with a fine tooth comb, you can make anybody look like a bum. And I was like, let me see, because I'm not so.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
And
but
we
I'm not
do
so.
that as fans and as
Yeah,
experts. Yeah.
go ahead. I'm not so boneheaded to think I can't learn from somebody, because that is an absolute true statement. What he said, that's absolutely 100% true. I said, let me see. So I got somebody I knew was great. I went down Muhammad Ali's and I tried to make the counter argument. Ali's resume was trash, and I could do it. And he's right. You could do it with anybody. Marvin Hagler. How many people would argue that Marvin Hagler is a bum? Nobody would say that, right? I could say Marvin Hagler ain't really fought nobody. Well, Scholar, prove it. Well, look at the guys that he fought. Everybody that he fought out of the four kings was lighter than him, moved up in weight. He never moved up. He fought at middleweight his entire career. You could do that with literally anybody. But all a fighter can do is beat the best at his time. If Devin Haney retired today, he would be a first ballot Hall of Famer. You got people running from Devin Haney, him running to people. So it is what it is. Mike Tyson, another one. People criticize him. They do all this stuff. Every narrative that they have about Mike Tyson, you can find their talking points in a 90s documentary about Mike Tyson. Every single one they got. Larry Merchant has said before. Bill Caton has said before. Kevin Rooney has said. Every talking point they have has been fed through them through anti-Mike propaganda. But the reality of Mike is this, and this is the reality. I got to keep it real. Mike Tyson stopped wanting to box when Customato died. He said it. Said he did not want to box anymore. He said he told Customato on his deathbed that he was going to quit boxing. Customato told him, if you quit boxing, I'm going to hunt you. This is real talk. This is real. You can look this up. Said, if you quit boxing, I'm going to hunt you. Mike never wanted to box. He only wanted to be champion because he promised Customato on his deathbed that he would be. So he wanted to fulfill that. When Mike Tyson became undisputed, he had no more motivation. Michael Jordan retired from basketball because he said he couldn't motivate himself. Great athletes need to be motivated by something. It's going to be harder to get up out of the bed, you know what I mean, when you're just dominating guys in these fashion, when you're knocking them out with jabs and stuff like that. So he had to go find a new motivation. Unfortunately, it came at the hands of him getting his ass whooped by Buster Douglas. Because if you go look at Mike Tyson right after that fight, he was back training hard. He was talking that stuff that he needed to talk, and then he went in there and gave Razor Ruddock a beating, and took a beating as well. But he beat Razor Ruddock like to death, bro. He said he was going to give him a slow beating near death, but he definitely gave Razor Ruddock hell in the ring. And you know what's really, really funny? Skip Bayless said, Mike Tyson ain't fight nobody. That's how you know it's talking points. Skip Bayless doesn't know anything about boxing. When I say anything, I mean absolutely nothing about boxing. You remember when Floyd Sr. asked him what a pull counter was? He was like, excuse me? See, you don't even know. He didn't even know what a pull counter was. And it's like, how could a person that been watching boxing and got to that age doesn't even understand the concept of a pull counter? You know, there's just stuff like that be sad to me. But yeah, Skip Bayless said Mike Tyson is overrated, and the only fight that he's ever been in his life. This is Skip Bayless saying this, right? Is Razor Ruddock. That's the only fight that he gives him credit for. And you're like, bro, what? Hold on. Let me say.
Yeah.
Hold on for the show right here. Man, look here, man. Man, little Floyd. Hold on, let me show you. This Floyd Senior right here. Skip Bayless out there repeating talking points. That's the point that I was bringing that up to say. Skip Bayless that probably wasn't even watching boxing then. Don't care about boxing. Definitely don't know about boxing now. Out there repeating talking points because it's easy to do. Hold on, okay, make sure the playback speed is normal. Here we go.
Takes to win.
Okay.
We're gonna faint, pull counter. What's a pull counter? Tell me that.
We're gonna what? I didn't.
He said.
We're going what? You know how in the spelling bee they don't know how to spell the word, so they ask you to use it in a sentence. We're going what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Skip acted like the kid that forgot to do the reading assignment that came in the next day.
Is that
We're
Joy
going what?
Taylor? Damn. It's old.
I didn't get. Wait a minute. You say you know boxing?
Yeah.
What is a
Maybe I don't know.
Tell me what a pull counter is.
Pull counter. I've never heard that term before. That must be your term. You must have invented
No, it
that
ain't.
term.
It ain't my term. It's all the fighters' term that something you don't know about.
Okay, teach me.
But I'm not gonna teach you. You on Conor McGregor.
Yeah, he's gonna tell him.
You go over there and tell Turner.
That's hilarious.
Man, look here, man. I'm gonna make that a drop, bro. Whenever somebody say something, I'm gonna do that little Floyd. But yeah, he thought it was comical. The dude is up there talking about boxing, bro, and don't even know what a pull counter is. You know what I mean? Teach me. No, you should know.
He said, "You said you knew boxing."
You
That's
say you knew
hilarious.
boxing? Yeah,
Oh
bro, that's
my
hilarious.
gosh.
But yeah, bro. So that guy was up there repeating talking points. That's the point I wanted to make. Skip Bayless is up there repeating talking points from the 90s. He didn't even do it properly. He didn't even say the only fighter he beat was old Larry Holmes, because that's what they try to use. Even though Larry Holmes went on to beat Ray Mercer, went 12 rounds with Holyfield, like he had a good career after that. He even fought Butterbean. You know, make of that what you will. But he even fought Butterbean. But Mike Tyson was a beast, bro. And we got to stop this Mike Tyson slander, bro. Like, I even see fighters, because, younger fighters that, say the same thing. Like, well, Mike Tyson, he was good, but, he don't got a lot of legendary fights, or he didn't beat a lot of people. You're just like, bro, stop listening to, huh?
I was like, "What are you talking about?" Right?
Exactly, bro. Like, bro, that's sick. It's sick, bro. I'm going to call it what it is. It's sick, bro. To hear stuff like that, I feel like the boxing media lives on YouTube, and it's failed. If you get to a point where you're repeating those talking points, like the people who know boxing have failed the boxing community, because they haven't let the right voices get out, to kill narratives like that, because that is insane, bro. Mike Tyson's Usyk's better than Tyson. Like, all of that stuff is silly. The mere fact that we even talk about Usyk being, bro, like I said, I don't even rate Usyk as a heavyweight. See, right here, somebody said Usyk is one of the GOATs.
Yeah,
See what I mean?
I felt like they were trolling though.
Honestly, we just started talking about Usyk, so they probably came around the time we were talking about Mike. I think that they just wanted to throw Usyk in there. You could be right. I do get a lot of trolls, but I'm just gonna give the benefit of.
We've been talking about Usyk. And
Yeah,
respect
you might be
too.
right.
Respect.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right, bro.
Respect to Usyk, dog, but like, it's a different time, man. You just dissected the last like 7 out of 10 knockouts. Like, we don't see nothing like that today.
Facts, bro. And that's kind of what boxing is, to not ignore the sweet science, but because Mike Tyson was a counterpuncher. A lot of people don't know that. Like, he was making people miss him and making them pay with their life. You know what I mean? So, that was like
finisher.
Bro, facts. Great finisher, good speed. It wasn't a lot that Mike Tyson lagged on. That's why people got to go into some mythical historical BS of he really lost 5 fights. Like, bro, you could say that about anybody. So Muhammad Ali record is what, 56-5? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Man.
Okay. Go ahead, Marky. Dan, come in with the cooning.
Good morning.
Marky.
Good morning to everybody in the building. Salute to Boxing Scholar, and I can't see the other brother's name. I can't see your name.
That's the homie Steph. But
everything. Who's that?
Steph.
Oh, well, salute to Steph. Salute to my brother Steph.
You too, Mark.
I just came up and I'm hearing a bunch of bullshit. Mike Tyson, and respectfully, Boxing Scholar, you're a scholar, but I don't put Mike Tyson up with none of the greats. I don't put that man up there with none of the greats. That man, firstly, he disgraced himself for what he did in the Evander Holyfield fight. You will never see Muhammad Ali bite another man. You'll never see Floyd Mayweather bite another man. You never see Joe Louis bite another man. And then the public gave Mike all these excuses. Oh, Holyfield was headbutting him. Oh, he was headbutting Holyfield too. And Holyfield was putting hands on him in that fight. That's why he went out there and bit that man. Disgraceful. When niggas will give Mike Tyson a pass for that. And that's just how I feel about his whole career is basically like a pass. Oh, well, the reason Mike couldn't have did better is because Mike was on drugs. And if Mike hadn't have gotten away from Kevin Rooney, his career would have been way better. Mike would have beat all those guys. Bullshit. This man just had nothing but excuses his whole fucking career. Anytime Mike Tyson lost a fight, it was always some type of excuse. That man was just undisciplined. He was unprepared when he stepped in the ring. And when it came to actually fighting, he was undisciplined. And you could see a lot of times when he got into them wars, he didn't have the nuts, Boxer Scholar and Steph. He didn't have the nuts to stay in there with Evander Holyfield. He didn't have the nuts to stand up to a motherfucking what's the name of that guy? Razor Ruddock. If you go back and watch that second Razor Ruddock fight, Mike was getting hands put on him in the second half of that fight. I ain't gonna say Mike was saved by the bell because he did also put hands on Razor Ruddock in the first half of that fight. But Razor Ruddock was putting a lot of leather on Mike. And if you go back to the Bone Crusher Smith fight, where I'm gonna disagree with Boxer Scholar at is yes, Mike was definitely skilled. He was definitely a great counterpuncher. He definitely had fast feet and fast hands. But when it came to inside fighting, Mike was very unskilled. This man was more like a swarmer. He's somebody he liked to leap in or that quick first step. He'll get in there and put that punch on you quick. Bone Crusher Smith showed you if you take the first step and tie up Mike Tyson, that man is lost. He doesn't know what to do. And then when you get him past the fourth or fifth round, bro, you safe. I don't think Mike Tyson has ever knocked out somebody past the fifth round in his whole career. Why? This man don't got the gas. Let me say he didn't have the gas tank at the time. He didn't have the nuts to stay in there and keep slugging away for all 12 to 15 rounds.
Okay.
And then one more thing.
Go
Because
ahead,
I really have a problem without some of these niggas putting Mike Tyson up there with the greats. But respectfully, he's just not. He definitely is when it comes to name value and being a superstar. I ain't gonna deny that with you. Yeah, icon. But when we talking about the greats of that era, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, nah. I don't put him up there with them guys. He ain't got the nuts, and he ain't got the win. He ain't got the scalps on his resume. Go ahead.
So many things to unpack, so little time. So the first thing, the biting stuff, you making it seem like, and I hate when people take the moral stance in boxing, Roger Dan. And that seems to be what you did, bro. It's fighting, bro. It's fighting, bro. Like people are gonna hit people in the nuts. They're gonna do a bunch of stuff in fighting, bro. Like what Holyfield bit somebody in the amateurs. Are you aware of that? Being a historian,
Yeah,
young
when
brother?
he was a kid. When he
It
was
don't
a
matter.
17-year-old
He bit
kid. What do
somebody.
you mean it don't matter?
Hold on. Why did he bite somebody?
Because he was an undisciplined punk.
And you know what's really funny is you say Mike Tyson was undisciplined. Bro, Mike Tyson was probably one of the most disciplined fighters that we've ever seen in the sport, bro. Floyd Mayweather seen this dude's work ethic and try to manifest what he wanted to be based off of Mike Tyson's work ethic. What you marking in?
Mike Tyson was snorting dope and screwing white women the day before fights. Get
And
out of here.
neither one of those things affected Roberto Duran, and it has nothing to do with conditioning. So, what's your point?
It certainly affected him in the Buster Douglas fight. From everything I've heard, it certainly affected him in the first and
No,
second
not
Holyfield
training.
fight.
Not training affected him in the Buster Douglas fight. But this is
Yeah,
let me.
because he was busy screwing Japanese women and snorting coke.
Yes, and not training.
That's not a good work ethic, right?
You keep skipping over, bro. That's one fight. Bro, so you gonna make me pull up the clip? Would you say Floyd Mayweather's undisciplined?
Of course not.
So you gonna make me pull up the Spatafor
Well,
sparring
he's
session?
undisciplined
Wait,
when it comes to the women, but when it comes to his body and being in that gym, nah,
what I'm
Floyd
trying to tell
Mayweather
you,
didn't play
Marky Dan,
around when it came to that.
is he showed up with Spatafor out of shape and got pieced about Spatafor. He talked about how he would get
Are
beat
you
up.
kidding me?
All
You
right.
talking about sparring? We talking about practice?
He looks almost bored.
Bro, we also talking about a dude who was living a fast life, who had like felonies at the age of 13. Like he had a different lifestyle. Customato came in late in Mike Tyson's life and steered him away and then died.
Bruh.
Steered him away from the bad stuff. He had Floyd Sr. that wouldn't allow him to do a lot of things
Floyd
early on.
Senior.
You
Floyd
missing? Hold
Senior.
up. You missing what
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying?
my bad. Go ahead.
Let me debunk one thing at a time. So before we get into the work ethic, because we'll get there. Let me show you this. So you said Mike Tyson has never had any knockout past the fifth round. Not only did he have a knockout with Jose Revolta in the 10th round, but if you go back and look at the Buster Douglas fight, Buster Douglas was beating on Mike Tyson for 10 rounds, beating him up, as you can see on the screen, beating the hell out of Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson still had the resilience and the power to knock him down in the 10th round, Marky Dan. So there you go. Taking a beating for 10 rounds and then ended up knocking the guy down in the 10th round shows that you have resilience and it shows that your power carry over. So that's the first thing that we got to dismiss of your statement.
My apologies. Twice in his entire career, he passed the 5th round with resurgent power. You correct, Boxer Scholar.
But Marky Dan, context matters, right? We're talking about.
You're right.
Hold on. We're talking about a guy who threw every punch with power. That's not an easy thing to do. George Foreman would be gassed in 6 rounds. Mike Tyson's throwing that heavy leather, bro, like that for that many rounds, punching on a bigger target is nothing to scoff at. So let's not make it like he has stamina issues. This fight right here, they didn't even bring an end swell in the fight, as you can see on the screen. They got
he definitely has stamina issues.
He definitely did not. They had a plastic bag with ice in it, putting it on his eye. The man is getting beat on. Look at Buster Douglas snapping his head back, beating him, hitting him to the body.
Yeah, putting hands on that man.
Putting hands on him.
He wasn't training.
And guess what? Still got knocked down in the 10th round by an uppercut. Is it coming right here?
Yeah, because he was being reckless.
Hey, why it's always an excuse when Mike do some shit?
Why it's always some
when Mike
excuse
do some
when Mike
great
don't
stuff?
do some shit?
No, when Mike do some great stuff, it's always an excuse. Whenever you can't use those same excuses to give Mike no credit. That's crazy work, Marky Dan. You're cool. I gotta call it what it is.
You know what? You correct, Boxer Scholar. There are a couple times in Mike Tyson's career where he had resurgent power past the 5th or 6th round. You totally correct. There's a couple times.
So a couple times will should be the majority if you're able to do it more than once, right?
No, a couple times means maybe 2 or 3.
No, but people wasn't making it past the 5th round, bro.
No, but I'm saying he don't got resurgent power past the 5th or 6th round.
How could you say that when not a lot of his fights went past the 12th round and the 10th round, and most of them that did, he won every round. He carried power in a Tony Tucker fight. He carried power in a James Quick Tillis fight.
Shit, that was a terrible stoppage in the first fight. And then the second fight, he couldn't get Tony Tucker up out of there.
He didn't even stop Tony Tucker. See, you over there talking about Razor Ruddock.
You over there talking about... I'm thinking of Razor Ruddock.
And that's how I know you full of it, Marky Dan. I see what this is. You mad because he beat them Islanders. I forgot he beat Trevor Berbick and he beat Razor Ruddock.
Man, because everybody basically holds
I already know what it
Mike
is.
Tyson nuts and swings around on him and acts like he's some type of Muhammad Ali or Joe Louis or even a Lennox Lewis.
Look at that 10th round knockdown after taking a beating. They say the man couldn't take a beating. The man took a beating and still was able to knock Buster Douglas down. When a lot of argue that he should have won the fight. Marky Dan, put some respect on this man's name, bro.
I ain't put no respect on no biter.
So let me ask you this: who wins in a fight? A prime Mike Tyson or Lennox Lewis?
I got Lennox Lewis.
Okay, let me. Typical. He got that island. They got that island blood in him too. So let me ask you this: who wins a prime Mike Tyson or Usyk?
I got Usyk.
Man, get out my panel.
Nah, you get up out of here.
Get
Mike
out my
Tyson
panel, bro.
Wouldn't have known
Get out
what
my
to
panel,
do
bro.
with that 6'4" white man who got them
First
skills like a
off,
Lomachenko.
he's 6'2". The fact that you're even adding inches on him, let me know, bro.
Man,
That
6'4", 6'3", 6'2", somewhere within that discrepancy.
he's 6'2", and he cannot take body shots, bro. Get off of my panel, bro.
That 220-pound
Bro,
white
get off my
man
panel,
with
Coonan,
his
bro.
southpaw style would have put hands on Mike
Bro,
Tyson.
get off my panel, Coonan, bro.
Put hands and feet
Bro,
on
get
him.
off my panel, Coonan, bro.
Yeah.
You try to get that white man extra inches, bro. That's crazy work, bro.
Yeah. You get his boy from Brooklyn more credit than he deserves for
Bro,
biting niggas.
Bro, why this man got to be reduced down to one fight? So Oliver McCall got one of the best chins of all time, right? Would you agree with that?
Excuse me?
Would you agree that Oliver McCall got one of the best chins of all time?
Probably. Yeah, I would say that.
Oliver McCall also quit against Lennox Lewis. Would you hold that against him for that one fight?
Well, I don't know what was going on with the man, but yeah, I'll hold that against him. He wasn't ready to fight.
Okay, so Roberto Duran's not an all-time great because he quit.
There with Lennox Lewis.
So Roberto Duran ain't an all-time great because he quit. See how that box keep getting smaller? It's shrinking, Marky Dan. Your box is shrinking. Hold on.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Boxer Scholar. Roberto Duran avenged that what would you call that? A humiliation?
So how come Mike Tyson ain't get to avenge his ear bite?
Because he has it.
What you mean? That man got in there and got his ass beat at 60 years old by White Jesus.
By Lennox Lewis after the
Hold on. He got back in the ring at 60 and didn't quit against White Jesus.
This man lost to Jake Paul. What are we talking about?
So how's that not redeemed? He got back in 60 and took his beating like a man. Bro, when you be cooning, hold on. When you be cooning hard, bro. I noticed that about you.
You'll be cooning hard.
And then he just try to do, I know you are, but what am I? Let me play his theme music, because I got to get these demons out of him. I know it's about
Look at the
I take my theme song with pride.
No, you was cooling a little bit. I was with you with the Lennox Lewis and the Joe Lewis and the fucking Muhammad Ali. But once you said the Usyk shit, it took away some of the validity of what you were saying. Because I rock with what you were saying, but when you went there, it was like you was on the road, so you just started saying shit. I don't like that, bro. But you was cooking. But that last shit
Man,
took
the
like
way
10
how Tyson
points.
Fury, my bad, keep going, bro.
No, it's good. No. Let me put it like this though, for the record, just so we sure. I'm not thinking that Tyson Fury could deal with Tyson. So I mean, it is. You know why he got his name. So like Mike said, I show you my greatness in it. So I'm not sure if I even put any of these guys against Tyson because they lack of ability to you need somebody that's gonna put something on the button and put some shit to sleep. It ain't too many of them guys out here that can put niggas to sleep. Except for the one guy, and y'all wouldn't even put him in that. So I ain't even gonna say his name because I don't feel like, but he's a dark skinned tall motherfucker that got knockout power, that hold power to the 12th round. And for this to be said, yes, bro, yeah, Mike Tyson might have had some, we'll say, stamina issues, I guess, because he wasn't getting tested a certain way, but that power did translate all the way to the end of the fight. Like, you can't take that away from no heavy hitter. Like, that power is going to stay. So all the other stuff you said, I pretty much rock with it, except for the Usyk and that, being amazed that his power is lasting. It's like, are you serious? Power is the last thing to go, whether you're an old fighter. And if you're a young fighter, that means you're dangerous until, you have to be perfect every second with Mike Tyson. You can't play like that. Get put on the swivel.
Marky Dan showing disrespect. Now, you know what it remind me of, bro? It remind me of, how the disrespect I hear for Suge Knight. But back in the day, you knew Suge Knight was nothing to be played with, bro. Everybody can say what they want about Suge Knight now. When you was around during that time, bro, they acted like Suge Knight was Candyman. If you say that man's name, he gonna show up and make a demo on you. So it's kind of like that with Mike. I just showed videos, Marky Dan, before you got on here, of people ultimately respecting Mike Tyson as a sparring partner, not as a fighter. They don't even want nothing to do with him sparring, Marky Dan. They're saying, nah, I don't want none of that. I don't want to. You have to pay me extra. He had to pay his sparring partners extra. I showed him dropping sparring partners, dropping opponents. Marky Dan, your favorite fighter, I guarantee, will never do this. Become the youngest champion, the second youngest champion ever at age 20 years old, the youngest undisputed at age 20 years old. So a year after I think 21, a year and a half after he won the title, he ended up getting undisputed with all the titles, collected them individually. He entered a tournament, came out on top of that tournament, then fought then fought the best guy in the world after that tournament as a bonus and finished him in 90 seconds. That's the guy, and this guy had 35 fights and 31 knockouts. That is, bro, 15 fights in 1 year. Like, Marky Dan, where do you want me to stop? Like, bro, we talking about a dude who was impressive. Why are you not impressed? Usyk can't even take body shots. Why you adding inches on Usyk? And why is Usyk a GOAT and he can't even take body shots?
How you guys say Usyk can't take body shots? Has Usyk ever been dropped in the pros from a body shot?
Yes. Daniel Dubois, he was dropped.
Excuse me. Yeah. Nah. That ain't no official knockdown.
No, he was dropped.
Scholar, this answer right here. This answer.
Hold on one second, goddammit. I was
Go
silent.
ahead,
I
brother.
let y'all go.
Yes, sir.
Go, man. Come on
Yes,
now.
sir.
Let Marky
Go
have
ahead,
his moment.
cook up.
Come on now.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, spoil some more of this bullshit.
Thank you. I'll give you that. He did get dropped by that body shot. But shit, I think about 90% of other niggas might have got dropped by that shit. Did you see where he hit him? Nah,
Okay,
let me finish, goddammit. Let me finish.
Go ahead, my bad.
Thank you. Now, I was just about to say, goddamn, you made me lose my train of thought. But let me just say this. Usyk, I just look at his style. I really like the southpaw style. I think he would have been able to evade Mike Tyson. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like Mike Tyson did not have power or was not skilled or was not dangerous. He could definitely knock out any of them guys. I just don't. My problem with Mike Tyson's career is, I feel like anytime he met up with another great and he got hands put on him, it was always an excuse. The Holyfield situation that really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I give you that, Boxing Scholar. He was the youngest, but that nigga had Don King behind him.
He didn't have Don King in the
knocking over
beginning.
a bunch of. Hold on one second. That nigga had Mike Tyson. Everybody know Don King owned the heavyweight division in the 80s. So of course, that man could put him in with whoever the hell he wanted. On top of the fact he was the whiz kid. I give you that. He did knock out 15 niggas in 1 year. You know what I'm saying? 15 journeymen or whatever you want to say about them. And then one Marvis Frazier who didn't have a shot in hell. But I give you that, Boxing Scholar. He did knock out 15 bodies that year. But Trevor Berbick? Who was the other one? That was one of his title shots. Was Pinkley Thomas one of them title shots?
Pinkley Thomas wasn't no fucking bum, bro.
I'm asking you, though. I'm asking you, nigga. Golly, just answer the question.
Yeah, bro.
All right, thank you. That was my question. I wasn't even gonna give him credit for Pinkley Thomas. That's a decent opponent at that time.
Okay.
But my whole point is that
Tony
ain't no
Tucker?
Holyfield. Hold on, man. Come on. Y'all dropped the diss record on me. Let me just state my point of view, goddammit.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, thank you. Nah, I gave the man his credit, but he had Don King behind him. That's why he had that quick title run at the age of 20, 21 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And then with what's the name of that light heavyweight he fought that was scared to death of him?
Talking about Spinks.
Yeah, Spinks. Man, come on. Michael Spinks was a fucking light heavyweight. He didn't belong in the ring with Mike Tyson. He was scared to death.
See, and like Floyd said, they never gonna give you my just dues. This prime example, Marky Dan. So you know that same light heavyweight you talking about. Hold on, you know that same light heavyweight you talking about moved up and beat Larry Holmes.
Old Larry Holmes.
That same Larry Holmes that fought Holyfield and went life and death with Holyfield and beat Ray Mercer.
Michael Spinks, as a matter of fact, I thought Larry Holmes won the first fight.
Doesn't matter. Michael Spinks fought him twice and beat him twice, right? And then went in there and got stretched
I
by
mean,
Mike.
robbed him
Got
once,
got
and
in
then
it,
he
got
fought a
stretched
even
by Mike.
older Larry, an
Got
even older, less motivated Larry Holmes in the second fight.
well, hold on. Got stretched by Mike Tyson in
Whoa.
90 seconds. And look, this is the funniest part about what you said. You said Don King moved Mike Tyson. Don King didn't even get with Mike Tyson until the 90s, bro.
Cap.
He didn't. He didn't get with Mike Tyson until like 89, 90. And then it wasn't even no guarantee he was going to work with Mike after he got out of jail because people like Rock Newman was going to jail to go visit Mike Tyson. So it wasn't no guarantee that Mike Tyson was going
So
to
hold
ultimately.
on. So wait.
Let's
So
be in the code
Don
for
King
1
didn't set
second.
up the Larry Holmes fight for Mike Tyson?
No, bro, that was Bill
That's
Caton.
cap, boxer scholar. That's cap.
Bro, I know what I'm talking, bro. It
Larry
was,
Holmes said it out his own mouth that
bro,
Don King came to him with $3
bro,
million when
bro.
he was in
Listen to me.
retirement.
I want you to listen to me, bro. I
Go
want you to
ahead.
listen to me. So Bill Caton, them would go to Don King and work with Don King,
Oh.
but Mike Tyson he had no control over Mike Tyson's career at that time. So yeah, Don King was cool with the sanctioning bodies and was really good at promotion, but he wasn't with him. He wasn't with him yet.
That
He didn't
sounds
get.
like he extended a strong amount of influence over his career.
No, he didn't. Because if they said we didn't want to fight Larry Holmes, then they wouldn't have fought Larry Holmes. So no, it was Bill Caton. But I say all that to say this, Marky Dan. Usyk has how many fights at heavyweight?
Shit, maybe 6.
6 fights. And you're putting him over Mike Tyson and saying Mike Tyson's overrated. So if Mike Tyson's overrated, what is Usyk? The fact that you're even comparing him to a great with 6 fights. No, hold up. We talking about, I think it's 5 fights if we take out rematches.
Usyk is the cruiserweight that had the nuts to move up to the heavyweight division in the era of the Giants. That's who Usyk is. Usyk is the guy
who's bigger? Who's bigger, Mike Tyson or Usyk?
Shit, Usyk.
Exactly. So stop mentioning size. We don't got to mention size.
I am gonna mention size when we talking about this man fighting a 280-pound Tyson Fury who's 6'9". I am
Bro,
gonna mention
that same
size.
Tyson Fury was knocked down by a dude with no experience in Francis Ngannou, bro. Stop, bro. Y'all got to stop overrating these guys, bro. They're bums, bro. I hate that I said it. They're bums. Usyk's a bum.
Mike
Tyson
Tyson
Fury's
got
a
beat by
bum,
Jake
bro.
Paul. What are we talking about?
Man, come on now.
That
Marky
shit
Dan.
on his record. That shit on his record,
Marky Dan.
Boxer Scholar.
Marky Dan. We're going to have to ban you from talking boxing if you really seriously.
It's not on his record?
If that's going to be a statement of yours that Mike Tyson was beat by Jake Paul.
Was it not on his record?
Bro, we're going to have to ban you from here. Mike Tyson knees alone, bro, is 145.
I didn't tell that man to fuck up his knees and not be disciplined and not train. I
Marky
didn't tell him to
Dan.
do that.
Marky Dan, you got to stop this with this crazy stuff. That man ain't lost to no Jake Paul, bro. He beat somebody who used to be Mike Tyson. That man ain't Mike Tyson no more. He used to be. That's crazy.
You remember when that nigga Bruce Seldon took a dive for Mike Tyson? You remember that Bruce Seldon
Oh my
fight?
God. Now we talking about Bruce Seldon taking a dive.
You don't remember when that nigga Bruce Seldon took a dive for Mike Tyson?
Why did he didn't take a dive because of Mike Tyson.
He took a dive.
No, hold on. He took a dive because he didn't want to deal with what was in front of him, bro.
Man.
Which was Marky Dan. See, this somebody in the comments said that, and I forgot you is young, bro. You weren't even born when Mike Tyson was doing this thing, so you just had to be there, bro. It was like you had to be there when the trio of Mikes was around: the Mike Tyson, the Michael Jordan, and the Michael Spinks. If you was around during that time, you know it. I don't even have to explain to you. You already know the aura. Everybody talks about their aura. Those 3 guys for a reason, bro. Like Mike Tyson was that dude, bro. Especially in the ring. Hold up, Marky Dan. Let me say this before you start talking. Before you got on, Marky Dan, I showed a video of sparring partners, bro, that was just getting depleted and knocked down, like I said, storybook stuff, bro, stuff of legend, bro. And
hey, Scholar.
Yeah.
Ask this nigga this, man. This I wish I would have been there because I'm jumped in the car real quick. Who? Because he kind of answered it, but answer this: who got more title defenses at heavyweight? How many title defenses do Usyk have at heavyweight?
That's for you,
Oh
Marky.
man, my hold on, my volume must have went out, Scholar. I said, how many defenses do he have at heavyweight?
That's
I
for you, Marky.
said maybe 2 or 3.
So how many defenses do Mike Tyson have?
I mean, like maybe 7 or 8.
Undisputed when undisputed matter, when niggas was really trying to knock heads off, bro. Even the boxers of today saying like, oh yeah, y'all was tougher back then. I ain't even gonna perp you. You heard Tank Davis, what he even used to say about Sugar Ray Leonard, like, oh no, them boys was banging. This shit we do, it's like niggas afraid to fight. He talking about an era where niggas wasn't ducking. It wasn't no fucking hide from the smoke. Niggas was climbing up the chimney, everybody. And now you comparing that to a nigga that have, we can argue this is the weakest the heavyweights ever been, where a cruiserweight can come up and just dominate? You serious? And you
That
talking to me
man,
about a motherfucker that can bang? That nigga can't bang with no real legendary heavyweights, dog. See, that's that recent bias shit. Y'all got to stop that shit, man. Y'all be taking away from real legacies that really put out work. Now, if we want to talk about a cruiserweight guy moving up, maybe let's talk about a Evander or something like that. And he's still short of that. So let's be easy on this shit because we had this recency bias of, oh, we just looking for somebody to be the face of, nigga, fuck all that face of shit. When niggas starting to get whooped, that's when boxing at its best. But when you got these halfway guys that's just getting through in the stardom because what? They beat a guy. Hey, look, just so we sure, bro. You think Tyson Fury one of those? You thought he was really one of those? That cheating ass white boy, you really thought he was one of those? Stop comparing him to Mike Tyson, bro. Don't compare him to Mike Tyson no more, or you will be banned from talking boxing. Don't compare him to Mike Tyson, bro. That's disrespect at all levels, bro. Like, real
why
talk.
not? They were both coke snorting drunks during their careers.
Bro, this dude crazy, bro.
This nigga
This dude crazy, bro. Bro, this dude crazy, bro. Coke snorting drunk, bro. That's crazy. But you forgot champion too. You forgot to put that market there when you were.
Well, like
You
you
need
ain't
to put that with Tyson Fury too.
You hit a blunt before, haven't you? It ain't never stopped you.
He eats gummies. Yo, Marky Dan, bro, it's funny. Marky Dan ain't even disciplined on the road. This man ran over a horse before.
Oh,
This
man up here preaching discipline. He not even disciplined on the road. This man done got high
about from
and
the
hit a horse.
context of the greats, goddammit. I'm talking about from the
Well,
context
in the
of the greats.
context of the greats, I would say this because I heard this and I wanted to speak on this earlier. Yes, it's only so many people that's going to be able to stay focused. Like, just so we're sure, 95 to 97, 99% of boxers have fell off for that reason. It's just hard to get to the top of the mountain and stay that guy that it took to get there. Like he said, you talking about him fighting a nigga that used to be Mike Tyson. Are you serious? Like, that's so out
I
of
will
bounds.
give you that. That was petty. I was being petty.
Like, bro, you vicious. You a vicious nigga. You good for clips though. Scholar here. But this nigga crazy right here.
Yeah, he crazy, bro.
I like a lot of the shit he was saying though, but when he started getting into the Usyk, I'm like, come on, let's not do that.
I knew where I had him. I knew where the weakness was. I knew where the weakness was. I knew where his bias. Yeah, I knew where to catch him, man. I knew he was gonna be weak. I knew he was gonna be weak on that Usyk stuff. So that's why I brought it up, because I knew he was gonna say Usyk was that, because you could always tell how the age of somebody by how they talk about him. You know, like, bro. As a matter of fact, let me show you this.
I mean, I can be all the way.
Skylar, I gotta go pick up my son and take him to school. But it was good cooking y'all this morning.
Hey, you know
Mike
what?
Tyson.
We took you to school. That's funny because you taking your kids to school. We took you to school. We took you to school.
Usyk, not Mike Tyson.
Look, man, you can make an argument for Deontay Wilder being better than Usyk, bro. Like, real talk, calm it down with the Mike Tyson shit, G. Like, real talk, niggas like, y'all gotta stop there, bro. When niggas is doing shit historically that's never been done, except for maybe like 6 times in history, don't talk to me about undisputed. Like I said, it's something to say that you can go take a nigga title to Terrence Crawford, but can you defend the title? Can you be the boogeyman of your weight class? All types of shit. Mike Tyson was the boogeyman, nigga. You forgot? He was the champ that was a boogeyman. That's super rare because you usually get a boogeyman, but you don't get him to be the champ because niggas been ran away from him the whole time. Come on, man. Stop that. Nobody ain't scared of Usyk, bro. He ain't putting no intimidation, no fear, no nigga heart or nothing, bro. Niggas like signing up to fight him. Niggas was not signing up to fight Mike, bro. They damn 5 niggas off the corner to fight Mike, a drunk or something. That was like, fuck it, I don't care if I get knocked out.
Yeah, if they did fight him, they had to pay him. They had to pay him just to be sparring partners. They had to
They
pay him.
paid this extra $2,000,
Yep.
Scott. If you for damn near per round, nigga, you know how much backing you gotta believe in the nigga to say, I'm gonna pay y'all $2,000 per round. You can last that sparring.
Yeah, that's crazy work. They just add this stuff. They like, and then can you throw it in? Can you throw it? 'Cause I ain't got no health care now. Can you throw it in for my wife? Like, what your wife got to do? I just need a little bit. Come on, man. Don't do me like this. I'm fighting Tyson. Yeah,
Like
that's
I'm
crazy
saying,
work, bro.
brain damage, real brain damage from sparring, brother. That's why they paid them like that, brother. So y'all got to stop that. And then just on the accolades level, stop. Like y'all got to stop putting people that like really defend this shit with these guys that's just getting it, bro. Like, because I don't think y'all even question Terrence Crawford versus Canelo, who more legendary at their weight class. You wouldn't even question that because you know niggas got resumes of being in them weight classes. So it's like, come on, bro, don't do that. It's something to be said for taking a title, but it's damn sure something to be said that a nigga can't take it from you. And I go back on mute for a minute.
Hey, and that's some true words spoken right there. You know, Marky Dead jumped off. That is hilarious, man. You right. He good to clip up, but I don't even know if I'm gonna clip it up, bro, because I might get banned from boxing just from allowing somebody stating them crazy statements on my paddle, bro. Mike Tyson overrated, but Usyk ain't. But that what he said is the sentiment of his whole generation. He has a whole generation of people that's his age that believe Mike Tyson's overrated. You say, okay, well, what is Usyk? They'll say, well, Usyk is one of the greats. And you're like, how is Usyk with less accomplishments more great? And he can't get those accomplishments because he's older in the sport. Like he just vacated a belt because he didn't want to fight Wardley. And nobody from his generation said, well, wait a minute, this is not what a champion is supposed to do. They just say, oh, man, it is what it is. It's boxing. He might fight him eventually. Like, come on, bro. Like, if this was Mike, they would have been haranguing. Like, bro, they would have been jumping up, ringing the bells and be like, oh, no, Mike Tyson. Oh, we told you he was washed up. Like, listen, bro, I watched Mike Tyson was supposed to fight Razor Ruddock before he actually fought him, right? It's this dude named, what's the dude's name? It's a YouTube channel. Y'all look this up. Go to the YouTube search bar and type outside of the ropes. Outside the ropes boxing or outside the ropes, something like that. He has the rarest VHS tapes I've ever seen. Mike Tyson, Holyfield, all of those people, bro. It is really, really dope. But it was a fight with Mike Tyson and Razor Ruddock, and the fight got canceled. And people alluded to Mike Tyson being scared of Razor. I bullshit you not. They alluded to Mike Tyson was scared of Razor Ruddock. And then even before the fight, you had people like Emmanuel Stewart, who knew the sport of boxing, that was actually picking Razor Ruddock, right? Then the fight happens, Mike Tyson beats Razor Ruddock, and they just erase the win. They act like it didn't happen. They act like they didn't say Mike Tyson was ducking him. They act like they didn't say he was over the hill, that he's slipping, that this might be the right time. Razor Ruddock's punching really hard these days. They act like they didn't say any of those things. And Mike Tyson beat that dude once, then went back and beat him again because he said if it doesn't die, it doesn't count. Went back and fought that dude again because he said if it's not dead, it doesn't count. Went back and fought that dude again in another brutal war. And the reason why I was showing it in the background earlier is because that defeats the narrative that everybody tries to spin that Mike Tyson can't handle resistance, because Razor Ruddock was beating the shit out of Mike Tyson. So was what's his name? Buster Douglas. Buster Douglas beat that man for 10 rounds, beat the snot out of him to where they didn't even have an end swell. His eye was swollen, couldn't see out of one eye. The man still knocked him down in the 10th round. That's what you call resistance. So I know Teddy Atlas has this grudge against Mike Tyson, that he's been spewing hate through him throughout the years, and Bill Caton and those guys was really good at media. They were trying to manipulate Mike to come back to them, so they put a bunch of negative narratives out there. But if you actually take his career and assess it for yourself, blow by blow, fight by fight, Mike Tyson is an all-time great, especially at heavyweight. Because heavyweights, because they're normally not that skilled. Yeah, okay. They're normally not that skilled, so they don't get ranked as high, and they're bigger guys with bigger punches, and the list goes on. So that's why they don't be on pound for pound list. But when you actually rate Mike Tyson for what he has, great finisher, one of the best finishers of all time, can hit from both sides of the plates. Fastest hands we probably have ever seen in heavyweight. Ali had fast hands, but the shots wasn't coming with knockout power like Mike says. If you assess him for what he really was, good footwork, able to explode, close the distance fast, good chin. Like if you rate his characteristics based on video game, you're basically talking about one of the greatest heavyweights of all time based on attributes alone. So how could you not rate him outside of a career accomplishments one of the greatest? Because that's just attributes. If we go to career accomplishments, the man was youngest champion of all time. You know, well, second youngest outside of Wilfred Benitez, but you know, second youngest, first youngest undisputed in the 3-belt era. Um, uh, Lost the title, entered a tournament, lost the titles, went to prison, lost 3 years of his career, came back out, got unified. Bro, those accomplishments to me are that if Mike Tyson was around today, they'd be giving him Fighter of the Year, and they'd be talking about how great he was. So I don't know why people would look back with the flashlight and say, "Nah, this Tyson dude he ain't really getting it done for me." What's good, Green Eye Pete? Yeah, that's crazy work, man. I can't believe some of the stuff I be hearing. I had a debate whether Tommy Morrison was better than Mike Tyson. I was like, bro, we have failed as boxing media if we got to the point where we're debating Tommy Morrison versus Tyson. That's what you think of Mike Tyson? Then how come, like I said, everybody, bro, Gervonta Tank Davis. Oh man, look at how Gervonta Tank Davis fights. He fights similar to Tyson. Why is Tyson always at the frontal lobe of everybody? The man ain't even been in a ring for years. Ain't been well outside the Jake Paul fight, but I mean, legitimately, he ain't been in a fight in years. I think his last legitimate fight was like 2004. So 20 years, the man ain't been in the ring seriously, and people still clamor for him so much that they paid for an exhibition, made that exhibition one of the top 10 earners in boxing viewership and you know gate and all that other stuff, everything totality combined, made that one of the top 10 highest earning fights of all time, and the man was almost 60. How is the overrated guy still getting that type of clout in the sport? Ryan Garcia, he's overrated. Ryan Garcia is not going to do anything close to that. Overrated people do not get this type of certification from society. Mike Tyson's certified, and he's certified because people know what they see with the eye test. And when you look in with your eyes, Mike Tyson is exactly who we think he is. He's that guy. He's the guy that the sparring partners were scared of. He was the guy that was hitting people in the ring, and they was doing cartoon flips and stuff like that. The only thing that could have made that more cartoonish if they would have put like bang, ping, crunch, like the comic books, the Batman comic books. That's the only thing that could have made that any more like cartoonish, because that dude was a beast, man. Beast. He had people scared shitless. There's a story that Kevin Rooney told. Kevin Rooney said that one time they already struggled to get sparring partners, but he said that one time they paid this guy a lot of money because they had a fight coming up, and this guy had like a good style for Mike Tyson. And he said that he was in the ring with them, and he said that they had agreed to pay him a lot more because, you know, he was sparring Mike Tyson, right? So the round starts. Mike Tyson throws a combination. Beep, 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 beep. Guy says, hold up. Said the guy said, hold up, climbed out of the ring, left the gym, got in his car, and drove off and didn't even look to get paid. He didn't even care about money no more. That's the guy that we're saying is overrated. Is there anything in the sport now that's remotely even close to that? If we gonna keep that Mike trio what it is, and everybody talk about their aura and stuff, we can't exclude the one that was actually taking physical punishment and was the shortest out of all of them. You know, Mike Tyson, like I said, is Triple G height out there with the big dogs, making them scared of him, making them conform, making them quit, breaking their eye socket, breaking their ribs, just doing a whole bunch of terrorizing them. Let's call it what it is. You got a guy that's Triple G's height, terrorizing fighters. That guy deserves to be looked at in a higher light. Listen, and this is another thing that we do that we overshadow, and I said this earlier. If you look at the smaller weight classes like the straw weights and stuff like that, bantamweights and stuff like that, it's a lot of weight to move up because it's not a lot of differences in weight. So when a guy moves up like you know, Manny Pacquiao, we're like, oh, eight division champion and stuff like that. And it's like it's easier to move up the smaller that you start, especially if you can grow into your body and have power and it carry up. But the point being this, we give people a lot of credit for moving up in weight. Anything is over 200 pounds is a heavyweight. Mike Tyson's Triple G's height, knocking those guys out, making them fearful of him, and just being devastating and ruling over them. That's not nothing to scoff at. Especially if somebody right now, if Laura moved up to super middleweight and beat Canelo in the rematch, everybody would. Well, we ain't got to do that. We ain't got to do a hypothetical. Terrence Bud Crawford moved up 3 weight classes and beat Canelo. People was giving Canelo a lot of making him the favorite and giving him a lot of making him a heavy favorite in the fight just based on weight alone, because we respect weight classes and we respect weight in boxing. That's where the term weight bully came from. Literally that. They're like somebody trying to get an advantage in the fight with weight as far as weight is concerned. So if we care so much about weight, how are we gonna skip over the fact that a guy that, again, shortest reach of all time, no, second shortest, I think Rocky's might have been the shortest. Second shortest reach of all time, Triple G's height and stature, dominating heavyweights that's 6'4", 6'5", 250, 230. I've seen Mike Tyson, like we talked about. Let me show y'all this knockout. I've seen Mike Tyson hit a dude with a grazing shot on the top of the forehead and knock that man out. That's how you know that dude got some serious power. Look at this. Look at this right here. And this is Mike Tyson well past his prime too, by the way. Hold on, let me show. Hold on, this is well past his prime. This is how you know Mike's a beast. Give me a sec. Here we go. I didn't say the name because I didn't want y'all to know who I was going to show before I show you. Leave a little bit of suspense, right? Hold on. Here we go. This guy right here. Lou Savarese. Mike Tyson fought Lou Savarese. And this is the fight. You remember, this is where he got the infamous, "I'm the best ever. There's nobody like me. I'm Jack Dempsey. I'm from Dale Clough. There's nobody that can match me. My style is..." That's where you get that stuff, right? But this fight, Mike Tyson really did lose his friend, Daryl. It's crazy because I think Daryl was in connection to Little Kim's boyfriend or something. It was some type of like celebrity, whatever, that turned real or spilled over the real. So he really didn't train for this fight because he did bury his best friend Daryl. That was a real story. He wasn't saying it like, "My back is broken." It wasn't nothing like that. He really did bury his best friend. But I want you see, and I want y'all to notice this too. You remember the Mike that was in the 90s that was more muscular? This one wasn't training or lifting weights as much. And this is why I don't think fighters should, Anthony Joshua should get off the weights too, in my opinion. I think it slows them down, makes them tight, or whatever the case may be. Because after Mike Tyson started lifting weights, like, 96 is when he was cut up and lifting weights. After that, this is more like 2000. This version of Mike Tyson, as far as physique, to me, looked closer to when he won the title, when he was 20 years old, than the other one that was still in his prime. But I want to show y'all something. So look. So the fight starts. Now, Lou Savarese is tall as hell, right? Mike Tyson in his prime never weighed anything over probably like 220. 220 that was around 227. That was around his fight weight. I don't know what this guy weighs, but ain't no rehydration, ain't no catch weight, ain't no none of that, right? And like I said, this is a guy with second shortest reach of all time and Triple G's height. And he goes in there with Lou Savarese, right, early in the fight. Fast forward a little bit, Lou Savarese jumps right on him, right? Mike Tyson's not even a boxer. He takes the center of the ring. That's crazy, right? So he comes in and tries to establish a jab on Mike Tyson, which is what most fighters do. And he times it. Like he throws a little short jab because he predicted where Mike Tyson's head was going to be, that he was going to slip left. And he knocks Mike Tyson off balance a little bit. Then he gets a little bit more confidence, starts jabbing a little bit more. Mike Tyson tries to spring up with the jab, and he ends up catching it, right? Looks sloppy. It looks sloppy. You could tell this is the fight that I see with Mike Tyson where he didn't come in with a sweat worked up, So, take it for what you may. Maybe warmed up, maybe not. Because I did see behind the scenes where he was working out behind. I don't think it was enough for a cold sweat. But this is the punch that I was talking about. Mike Tyson springs up and catches Lou Savarese right there, and the punch doesn't even look like it's land. Remember I told you Mike Tyson's so fast he hit you before a guy get the news. Look at this right here. The dude body didn't even get the news yet. So Mike Tyson, because he's allowing Mike Tyson in that range, and it's early, where people don't take a lot of risks and you're fighting off the nerves. Mike Tyson, like that's another thing. Mike Tyson was able to start round one and not have a fill out round. So he's a fast starter, good finisher, all those good things, right? Maybe one of the best of all time, most excited fighter of all time. Look at this. He ducks up under the jab, right? Springs up, and then grazes Luke Savarese with this shot. This shot don't even land flush, right? And Luke Savarese goes to the ground. He goes to the ground. Didn't even catch him flush. Feet in the air and everything. Mike Tyson's power was insane. We've never seen anything like this. Deontay Wilder, any of these guys, nobody was punching like Mike Tyson. It is what it is. Look how devastating he looked. Look, which way did he go? Which way did he go? Where did he go? Did y'all get the license plate to that cab? Like, where he go? Yeah, bro. Mike Tyson had this dude drunk. He don't even know what he got hit with. They're talking about, look, it's still wobbly. Still wobbly. Like he can't even stand up and come forward. Referee got to wipe his glove and damn near pull him to him, right? And then, of course, this the infamous fight where Mike Tyson comes in and goes crazy. And the referee tries to stop the fight. And then Mike Tyson starts punching the referee or around the referee, and even the referee fall. Look at it. Look, do y'all see that? Look at that. Look at how he was reacting to the shots. Hold on. Look at how he reacted to the shots. Look at this. Like the shots ain't even really flushly landing on him because Mike Tyson's up on his tippy. Look at going with the force of the punch. It's just insane. Look at his uppercut. Boop. Pop his head up. Oh my God. This is, like I said, this is crazy. Even Mike Tyson's arm punches are devastating. Even his arm punches are devastating. Look at the referee going with the force. Referee's so scared to jump in there. I can't blame him. That would have been the day when I would have just said, hey, I tried to tell him the fight was over. I'd have just let him do his thing. I ain't jumping in there. You know what I mean? They don't pay me enough. And plus, I got to continue. I didn't have been working the entire night, the entire card. Nah, they don't pay me enough for this. Not to get punched by Mike. Look, referee dropping from shots. Referee dropping. Mike Tyson is dropping referees. That's crazy, bro. This is the guy y'all are saying overrated. If I was to show somebody, if somebody was to say Mike Tyson was overrated and I was to go to the film, would they agree with y'all? Just asking for a friend. Would they agree with y'all? Would they say y'all are crazy? Like, this is the guy y'all are saying overrated? Because that's what I'm saying by going to the film. That is crazy, man. Mike Tyson was a you know how they have toys and stuff? They say limited edition. He was a limited edition fighter. We'll never see one again. That dude was special. He was special, man. It's just sad that people disrespect his legacy for whatever reason. They can't even give you a good reason why they don't give Mike, his proper respect in the sport of boxing. Just don't like him. I don't know what reason. I don't know what reason Mike has did to him. Can't say it's ear biting because Ryan Garcia took steroids and they still looking forward to Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. So that can't be it, right? Can't be nothing moral, So I don't know what reason it is they don't like Mike, Can't put my finger on it, but it's the reason. It's the reason they don't like him, man. Sad, but yeah. Said Mike was absolutely overrated. Who's rating him? Like my homie said earlier, who's rating him, and why is he overrated to that person? That's two questions that always stump them. Who's rating him, and why is he overrated? Saying Mike Tyson was the greatest fighter to ever breathe air, okay, that might be a little overrated. But to say Mike Tyson, an all-time great heavyweight, and that there's not a lot of heavyweights that can beat him, outside of Foreman and Ali, I don't think any heavyweight beat him. I think you mix and match him, he beats most of those guys more time than they beat him.
I like that. I can go for that because a guy that I think that might still get that W over him, that people might shit on me about, Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier get after it. He wasn't no hoe. Like, I ain't gonna even take from him.
Bro, I did a breakdown on that.
You did?
I got a breakdown on that on my members only, bro. Nah, he'll fuck Joe Frazier up though, bro.
I'm just saying he'll get in there though. Look, watch this. I think we would pay for that fight.
Oh,
I think
absolutely,
we would pay for that,
bro.
over
Him and Mike
Uzbek.
Tyson, bro, would be like what's his thing? George Foreman versus Ron Lyle.
I feel like that'd be like Fuck, I always forget the champ. I don't like that because I done met him before. Tommy Hearns and Marvin
Hagler.
Hagler. I think they go in there and they bang like that. Just say fuck it. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
But
That'd be
that's
a great
still
fight.
to say over Usyk because I don't think
Bro,
if
that's
Joe
bro.
Frazier was
Why didn't I think
going
of this
against,
earlier? Joe Frazier would beat the shit out of Usyk.
yeah, like I'm telling you, for real, like for real, headache. He even with a fucking headache, man. Like, I don't understand this shit. Also, for the record, all y'all niggas that hating on Mike Tyson to like, I ain't talking about the ones that's actually rating him. The ones that's hating, just remember, Mike Tyson would have knocked you the fuck out. So just know that he was greater than your ass when y'all be sitting there hating and trying to downtrodden a motherfucking accomplishment. Your ass would have been on Sleepyville, Snoreville. Nigga would have been waking you up at the hospital with a knot on your head, looking like what you say, like Batman came in and hit you with a wham bam. Like, okay.
Ping, pow, crunch.
Like, so that's where shit get out of hand for me. Because these guys, no disrespect, when y'all be starting to like just kind of hate, it just show that y'all casual fans and y'all don't respect the sport. Like y'all just like, but then again, I expect y'all to think everybody supposed to crash their head into a wall and different shit. So I understand.
See, I told you. Didn't I tell you? Look, he said Mike Tyson was overrated because when the lights were the brightest, he didn't show up. He couldn't adjust during a fight either. Still great, but overrated. That's that Teddy Atlas stuff, bro. That's that Teddy Atlas. Listen, and this is what the question I have for Teddy Atlas or anybody who buys into that. How could you say a man lost all of his important fights when he was the youngest champion heavyweight of all time? The youngest undisputed in the 3-belt era of all time. How do you get to that without winning your big fights? Then your title defenses is just as important as getting the title, right? How do you win those fights but lose at your big important fights when every you're Mike Tyson, every fight you're under the bright lights. Like even when Mike Tyson didn't have a title. Hello? My bad. Can you hear me? I need to plug my charger in for nobody to be in here. Boy, that damn StreamYard is the equivalent of Mike Tyson. 5 minutes on StreamYard is equivalent to, 5 minutes is equivalent to 5 hours. That StreamYard will eat through your batteries fast. Let me plug this shit up. I need me a fast charger now. Regular charger won't even get it done. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, he said, yeah, he didn't make any adjustments. Yeah, we heard that. We get it, bro. Like I said, you can go through anybody's record with a fine-tooth comb. Muhammad Ali, you could say Muhammad Ali lost all of his big ones. You could say, you can do that with literally anybody. You want to hear something crazy? Teddy Atlas did it with Joe Frazier. Oh my God, man, I might have to go ahead and end the show, man. My charger's messing up. Let me show you this video real quick. Hold on. This is the video I did to the Mike Tyson series of if he's overrated, because I had to make a whole video if Mike was overrated or not. Hold on, give me a second. Clarity to the situation about what reality is and what you've been told. I want you to open your mind and take this journey with me, young brothers and sisters. But Tommy Morrison, they said Tommy Morrison punch harder. He actually don't. This is one of my members only videos. So if you enjoy this content that I'm about to play, sign up for the members only. But here we go. Take you through the journey. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm going to wrap this shit full circle. You know I'm a motherfucking genius.
Force equals mass times acceleration. That power comes from size and speed.
Hi, this is Marvis Frazier, son of the great Smoking Joe Frazier. People always ask me what it felt like to be knocked out by Mike Tyson in 30 seconds. I tell people I really didn't feel a thing at all.
So like I said, you have two different types of punchers. You could even not only see the snap and the effect of the punch, like the person getting hit with the shot, you know, on the top of the head and going down, being concussed and not knowing what happened to him, but you also can hear the sound. Listen to the thud of George Foreman's punch versus the snap of Mike Tyson punch. It's a very distinct sound. Listen for it.
Got to whoop George.
Impressive is the power and quickness he's developed. This four-punch combination seems basic. For a heavyweight, 4 punches in under a second is incredible. Watch closely.
There you go. There you go.
Besides video...
Fist is really the end of the story. Rampage's power starts in ground. It's called kinetic linking. The energy starts in his feet, drives up through his legs, hips, and into the massive ripped muscles of his torso, core, and gluteus maximus. An energy chain about to explode through his fist.
So not only is Mike Tyson faster than Tommy Morrison, but he also has better technique with his kinetic linking. So using physics, force equals mass times acceleration, he has the better technique. And not to mention the person that's on the receiving end. If you can't see a punch, how could you ever brace yourself to take it? Like they always say, everybody always say this in boxing, the punches you see don't knock you out, but they don't even realize what they're saying. It holds true with the fast and snappy punches. Look at Carl's eyes. They never see the punch, never have time to register for it, and it's just devastating. Like, look at the impact, look at the neck, look at everything. You could just see it's like when Deontay Wilder punched Tyson Fury, you see the ripples down his back. It's like the snappy puncher's speed is so far superior that it's just like a bullet. It's like a bullet versus a bowling ball. To couple all of this in with all the attributes, Mike was very intelligent on top of having all these attributes. Check this out.
I was watching his right hand mostly, and I was watching he would drop it to throw the uppercut, but I was slipping uppercut, and I would say any minute I'm gonna be able to catch him, and I knew that's the punch I'm gonna hit the left hook. Because right now I'm gonna say I have to take a punch, so I'm bracing myself at all times. I said right there, I anticipate the punch. He's dropping the hand, I'm beating him to the punch. He's getting ready to throw an uppercut. And I used to love doing something like that because that means not only did you beat a man, you outthought him, and I outthought him in this fight because I was beating him to the punch.
So basically, Mike Tyson said that he saw Carter Truth Williams throw the uppercut, and he seen it was an opportunity to land a left hook. I know that you might not think that has anything to do with punching power, but I'll connect the dots for you. The common opponent that Tommy Morrison and Mike Tyson have is Carter Truth Williams, and he had the same mistake that he had when he fought Tommy Morrison. And of course, Tommy Morrison took advantage of it. And mind you, he fought him 4 years after Mike Tyson fought him when he was less of himself and an older fighter. And this was the results. Tommy Morrison studying the Mike Tyson tape, knowing he can't keep his right hand at home anytime he's punching. So what do? He throws a left hook and knocks him down. But look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. He still is a flash knockdown. He's still clear-eyed, still cognitive. He still has his wits about him because he gets up and goes right back to punching. But for a guy who's considered really, really hard left hooker, he hit an older Carter Truth Williams with a lot of left hooks and even knocked him down at times, but never anything as clean as what Mike did to him. I made a compilation of all the left hooks. Look, he throws the uppercut. He knows that his left hook is there. And what did he do? The left hook, he rolled with that one. So it grazed with this whole compilation is a left hook. Look, right here, counters with the left hook. The whole entire fight, Tommy Morrison was hitting him with the left hook, and he was able to withstand the left hook. Look right here. Those left hook to the body. He counters with the left hook and hits him, and he just knocks him back. For a guy that's considered a extremely hard puncher, even mentioning the breath of Mike Tyson, if he hits you with a clean look, that left hook landed flush. That left hook landed flush. If a heavyweight hits you with a flush shot and they're supposed to be considered a really, really extremely hard puncher, you should probably go, because that's what happens when you're at the elite. Deontay Wilder hit somebody with a flush hand, they're probably going to go. Same thing with Mike Tyson, same thing with Ernie Schaefer. They hit you with the right hand, you're at least going to be removed from your consciousness, if not just be really, really badly hurt. And he's fighting Carter Truth Williams, like I said, 3 years after Mike Tyson fought him, after he's an older fighter, and everybody knows that he's a sucker for the left hook, and that's Tommy Morrison's best punch. And people are putting Tommy Morrison on the same level as Mike Tyson when it comes with the left hook. And it's like, never in the history have I ever heard someone say that boy hits like Tommy Morrison. Every power puncher from the 90s on has been compared to Mike Tyson. Nobody has compared him. Tommy Morrison is not anybody's benchmark for the left hook. So I don't even know why this video is necessary, because I did a poll and it wasn't 100% Mike Tyson, but I had to use a little fact and logic. Like I said, he fought Carter Truth Williams 3 years after Mike did, caught him with a whole bunch of flush left hooks and only knocked him down. So not only is Mike's left hook faster than his, they don't have time to register for the punch, but his technique is also better. And look at Mike on the left and look at Tommy Morrison on the right, and they both land on the same person. And like I said, his punch resistance is not the same from when Mike fought him than when Tommy Morrison fought him, and he's able to take Tommy Morrison's best punch. That wasn't even Mike's best punch, the left hook, and I feel like his left hook is still way stronger than Tommy Morrison. Not only was Carter Truth Williams able to recoup himself and get his wits back about him, but he actually came back and knocked Tommy Morrison down in the fight. Even when he got back up and he tried to fight and go back to his money punch, was the left hook, Carter Truth Williams was still able to catch him in the exchange and knock him down. That first punch cuffed him on the back of the head. It wasn't really a solid shot, but then he turns to the angle and catches him right there on the side of the head and knocks him down. Like I said, taking this many left hooks from a guy who's supposed to be a devastating puncher, Carter Truth Williams shouldn't even be able to stand, because it only took one punch from Mike Tyson in the first round where he's fresher or he's younger, and he was stopped. So with that being said, man, like I said, Mike Tyson has a better technique. He has more ground force. He generates more power, and he has more speed. So if force equals mass times acceleration, Mike Tyson takes the cake easy. It's not even a debate.
Power starts in ground. It's called kinetic linking. The energy starts in his feet, drives up through his legs, hips, and into the massive ripped muscles of his torso, core, and gluteus maximus. An energy chain about to explode through his fist. The biggest link in the chain, the biggest muscle. That's right, the gluteus maximus.
So if you're wondering how you got to this conclusion that Tommy Morrison is this devastating puncher, it's probably because Bill Cate, right? A lot of people think that Mike Tyson was washed up after Kevin Rooney, and they repeat it so blindly, and they don't even know where they got that talking point from. And it's because Bill Cate. The reason why Custom Auto went to Bill Caton to help Mike Tyson with his career is because Bill Caton was very good at his job at painting narratives. And the reason why people think Tommy Morrison is this great, devastating puncher is because of Bill Caton. Check him out.
Tommy has something which is very rare, a natural left hook. Tommy has it. Starts right from the toes, goes right through the thighs, up through the back, right through.
Tommy has a hell of a left hook. He's got a great left hook, period, end of paragraph.
Already with 19 wins to his name, Morrison's big break came in 1989 when he was chosen to appear alongside Sylvester Stallone in Rocky V. Through his role as Tommy Gunn, he gained mainstream popularity. The great nephew of John Wayne, from whom he took his ring name,
Right hand is high. He's ready for the great left hook that Morrison does.
What do you think of this guy? This is about the closest guy they say has a left hook almost like mine, but
He came in weighing nearly 230 pounds. How many guys that big have you ever seen who are as quick with the left hook as Tommy Morrison?
Well, that is a good question. I mean, probably the only other guy I've seen is Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson's hook is not as short as Tommy Morrison.
Now, mind you, there's some respectable guys that I thought that clip, like Gil Clancy, Joe Frazier, et cetera, et cetera. Notice Joe Frazier didn't say, he gave him a backhanded compliment, almost like mine. But like I said, a lie repeated long enough becomes the truth, almost like mine.
Okay, so I had to switch phones. So, yeah, basically, man, put some respect on Mike Tyson. I mean, the man's legacy shouldn't be in shambles. You know, listen, if you want to put a cloud over it because of the ear biting stuff, Well, then guess what? We got a bunch of people that's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. A bunch of people. Sugar Ray Robinson used to beat on his wife. I'm just being honest. Like, if you look at the stories of these fighters don't have the greatest character that goes with their talent. So if we're going to go by that standard, then the Hall of Fame going to have like 5 people. It is what it is. Muhammad Ali, favorite fighter of all time, amazing human being. He had scandal. I'm not going to say because he's my favorite fighter of all time, but he had scandal and stuff on his name. Like, a lot of these fighters have. They're human beings. People forget they're human beings. So, the ear biting stuff, it's not nothing to champion or tell your kids to go do that but there's fighters who do worse, and Edwin Berlanga's still popular, and he's never won a belt. It has bit people and did all kind of stuff. Ryan Garcia took Ostarine and blamed everybody but himself. Never took credit for that, and he's about to get a title shot. You want to talk about Jake Paul and how Jake Paul is in the sport. Ryan Garcia is the Jake Paul of us. He just taken more serious by people. But he's the Instagram star, social media star that really don't have the ability to go fight a legitimate champion and beat him. And I'll always view him as that because that's what he is. But yeah, man, this has been a good one. Make sure you subscribe. The next boxing live we're gonna do, I promise you, it's gonna be one of the best ones I've ever did. I'm doing father-son duos in boxing. I'm gonna take you through the synopsis. I'm gonna take you to my opinion about it, and I promise you're gonna love that one. It's good. I put a lot of work into my lives. I hope you guys enjoy it. For those who are already subscribed, if you can get the members only. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end this one and table it here because I gotta take my baby to school. He already over there staring at me. Okay. So yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for pulling up. You got any final words to people on the panel? I think they done went to sleep. The chair stands alone, y'all. The chair stands alone. The chair ain't that the song? I don't know. I ain't been to school in a long time. We're little school. But yeah, man. So with that being said, man, we got to put some respect on Mike Tyson's name when we're talking about him. And y'all just be there. Just be there and be aware for my next live. It's gonna be father-son duo, the boxing one. I might do a non-boxing one in between. I don't know. Because I'm gonna do a non-boxing one. I just don't know if I'm gonna do it after the father-son. But I'm gonna do the father-son immediately. It's going to be the next live or the live after that because I've already got the videos ready and everything and my presentation. And like I said, I work really hard. I hope you guys enjoy this. But yeah, man, I ain't got nothing else to add to there except for y'all need to put some respect on Mike Tyson's name. Make sure y'all hit that playback if you wasn't here to see all the effort we put into telling you why you should put respect on his name. Ignore everything that Marky Dan said. And in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna let Ray J serenade y'all souls. I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So tell me, pretty baby, I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Make it love to the break of dawn, me and you to the baby's born, till my baby's born.